Alright, let's just go over the basic scenarios of back item, duping, and referencing. So, we're going to want 2 players for this. I guess the first thing to point out is 2 players is by far the easiest way to make this happen. Sorry, not online. I didn't mean to bait anyone. We're doing this locally because I need Spelunky to spawn items, or else this is going to be, like, impossible to show properly. But generally, you need 2 players to do this. April's Fool came out in... Okay. Alright, I thought it might have been last year. I wasn't sure how long it had been. Alright, so anyways, the gist of the back item dupe. Your player order matters, who's wearing the back item matters, and this is like the #1 reason why it's going to seemingly just not work for no reason. So I'm going to put this back item on Rafi. We're going to go to the next level. I spawned it in on this level. I can't use it. I'll explain why when we get to the next level. I've got God mode on, so I can just go to the exit. I could probably warp, but just for consistency, let's make sure the game actually loads these in correctly. Alright, so item IDs. This is important. The characters in this game generate from player 4 to player 1 when you load into a level. Rafi here is 4254. His jetpack is 4257. There's a couple of like UI elements that you can't see between these 2 entities. There's like a compass indicator that never shows and some other stuff. But basically it's Rafi, then the jetpack, and then me at 4259. This means this back item has a lower entity ID than I do, and this is critical for making this bug work. So to get the best results when you're doing this bug, you want the player who has the furthest slot to the right to be wearing the back item to dupe, so that as many players as possible to the left of them on the UI are able to perform the dupe, because for whatever reason they generate in reverse order. So with that information, that means we have a backpack that Rafi cannot dupe, but that Valerie can dupe. And I keep saying the word dupe, but we're not actually duplicating the backpack yet. That doesn't happen until you leave the level. Yeah, this is Factorio music. This is the science playlist, so I mean I had to have a couple of these in it. But anyways, we want to perform this dupe. So Rafi needs to unequip his backpack, once I remember the key bindings for it. And this is the setup that you've probably seen on like co-op streams if you've been watching anybody do this recently, because this was big news. Even though this bug has been known about for a while, we didn't know how to consistently reproduce it. But the gist of it is you have a player whipping the backpack and then the other player trying to put it on. I'm showcasing with a jetpack, but this bug works with literally any back item in the game. Though what happens after that is a little bit different depending on which ones there are. But anyways, the gist of it is Valerie needs to pick this up 1 frame after Rafi performs the whip input, because that's where the whip is going to spawn. So I'm using frame advance now. You can hear the sound. Rafi just spawned a whip entity, but it won't show up until the next frame. So on this frame, I'm going to hold down and pick up with Valerie in order to pick up this back item. So I've done that. Everything here looks fine, except now if I undo frame advance, it's not on my back. But I still have it. I can still fly with it. This is not me using Overlunky. I am flying with this jetpack right now. I can put it in my hands and it'll actually show the particles while I do that. So that's the gist of this glitch here. So if you came here just for the sole purpose of how do I do this in my co-op run, then basically get the back item on a player who has a higher player slot than the person who's going to perform the dupe, go to the next level, and then have them unequip it, and then do what I just did right there. So basically you need to pick it up and whip on roughly the same frame. So when you don't have frame advance, that's going to just consist of basically spamming whip with Rafi here, and then Valerie spams pick up. If you fail, you'll equip the item, and if you get it successfully and keep spamming pickup, you'll grab it in your hands instead. So that's more or less like the very basics of how it works. And then I'm going to show a couple other scenarios. Let me get my notes open and see what there is. Okay, so here's a couple other scenarios for what happens if you do this wrong, if you did not set it up correctly. So for instance, Rafi cannot dupe Rafi's back item, and we can showcase that. So first I need to undo the glitch. So I just unequipped it, which basically just, it's no longer attached to my character. This is just an unequipped back item again. So I could in theory do the same thing with Valerie, but with frame advance here, I press whip, and then Rafi, I have to make sure I get my binds right. Rafi presses grab. And then we undo it, but we didn't get the glitch. And we didn't get the glitch because of the entity ID order. Rafi's entity ID is incorrect. The backpack has a higher ID than Rafi because it spawned after he did when the level generated, so he cannot perform this glitch. So that's going to be the biggest thing that people do wrong, I think. It's what I've seen a lot in other people's streams where they don't fully understand it. Player 4 to player 1. Player 4 wears the back item, player 1 dupes it. And then similarly, you can do player 3 wears it, player 2 dupes it, and so on. One notable case that's worth mentioning here is that if somebody is revived in a coffin, they can perform the dupe. Because they're essentially player 0. They spawn after all of the other players. And if the back item is brought into the level and then the player in the coffin like spawns their player entity, they have a higher ID than the back item and can perform the dupe. So just because I feel like it, I'll go ahead and demonstrate that. So let me get Rafi to take this off. I can put it on Valerie. Rafi's going to have an unfortunate accident. Oops, he fell on the wall. I hate when that happens. And then we go to the next level to generate a coffin, because it's easier than spawning in a coffin that has a player entity in it, even though I could do that. Let's just go find this with my skillful gameplay. I don't have God mode on. I'm definitely just really good at this game. Insanely good video gaming. So, entity IDs. Valerie's 3588, 3591, so I can't dupe this jetpack. But Rafi here is 3623. He has a higher entity ID. So now he can dupe this back item. This is the case for anybody who generates into the level. Turkey, could you go away, please? Mole, oh my god, get out of here. Alright, so let's get in position. There we go, we're whipping the back item. It's important that you whip just the back item and not the person there, because if I turn off God mode for a second and put Rafi in the corner, this is what happens, and you're not going to be able to put the item on. So, the basic idea here, if I zoom in a little bit, is that I want the whip to be on top of the spot where the back item is going to be when it's equipped. So I didn't cover that detail initially. It doesn't matter where the backpack is now, it matters where it's going to be when Rafi puts it on. That's the frame that we care about. So if I start spamming whip here, why isn't that? Oh, my UI is open. There we go. So if I start spamming whip here, you can see the whip hitbox is going to cover this whole area where this box is, and that's more than enough to get the back item. If you're too far over and you're not actually intersecting where it's going to be equipped, then this will also not work. So anyways, let's get Rafi to put this on. So frame advance. I just performed the whip. You might have heard the sound for a second here. And then let's get Rafi to put it on the next frame, which is now. And now Rafi has the glitch. And all I did there was I just went ahead and put it on because it was sitting on the ground. But if I can remember what button is jump, there we go. Rafi is actually wearing the glitch backpack. So that's the gist of how you get the glitch. Now I'm going to show you like approximately what happens when you're in this weird glitch state. I don't know what to call it yet. I've heard people call it like a quantum back item, but I don't want to call it duping because again, we have not duped the back items yet. A very brief technical explanation that we'll go into way more detail for later is that we are both wearing the same backpack. Rafi's power-up list has a pointer to this jetpack, and then Valerie is wearing the jetpack and has a pointer to this jetpack. So Valerie is wearing it correctly. Rafi is partially wearing it. The backpack is not attached to Rafi, but Rafi has a reference to the backpack that says he's wearing it. There's two pointers, and this is basically the issue with why this glitch even works, is because there are, for whatever reason, two pointers in each direction, and there's a bug that allows you to break one of them, which is the backpack being equipped on Rafi. And what that allows you to do is basically have both players have the same back item. Rafi can fly with the one that I'm wearing right now. I can fly with the one that I'm wearing right now. We can both do it at the same time, though we will drain its fuel simultaneously. But if I'm standing on the ground, Valerie here determines whether or not the backpack is grounded and therefore regenerates its fuel. So Rafi can fly forever, as long as I'm standing on the ground here. It'll keep refreshing at the second that it runs out of fuel, and then Rafi will just fly again on the next frame. It'll have 100 frames of fuel again. This is different for every back item. I'm just showing the jetpack right now, but we'll cover what the other ones do in a little bit. But that's basically how this mechanic works. Now, there's a few scenarios that you might run into here. It might be useful, for instance, to have this glitch state on somebody so that they can fly around the level while the other person stands still and doesn't do anything. If you have the backpack on the wrong person, you can actually swap who it's equipped to. So Rafi thinks he's wearing that back item, even though it's not actually equipped to him, but he can unequip it. So if Rafi unequips the item, let's go ahead and do that now, it just knocked it off of Valerie's back. And now what has happened here is that Valerie has the glitch state. Valerie is no longer wearing the back item, but she still has the power-up for the jetpack and can still fly with it. Rafi, on the other hand, does not have it at all. But if you wanted to give it to Rafi, now he can just go ahead and pick it up. If I can remember my binds, there we go. And now we basically exchange the glitch state to another player. So if you have somebody who doesn't have the correct entity ID to perform the dupe, and you want to do it multiple times per level, you can basically give the glitch state to somebody who can't perform the dupe, and then have 2 other players just do it again, while that person has a reference to this jetpack. Now, before I go into any more details about what different items do, there is a very important thing that I need to note here, and that is what happens if this jetpack gets destroyed while somebody is in this glitch state. So there's 2 things that can happen here. Valerie could die and drop the jetpack, or Rafi could die and get the jetpack destroyed, or Rafi could die and just drop the jetpack. Like, there's a few things that can happen here, and the thing you do not want to have happen is the jetpack getting destroyed. So I'm not going to showcase all of the scenarios because it'll take a bit, but if Valerie dies right now, what'll happen is the jetpack will drop off of Rafi's back and he will inherit the glitch state. If Rafi dies right now, the jetpack will fall on the ground and Valerie will not be affected at all. However, if the jetpack is destroyed for any reason,
corporate illegal jetpack communism.
Yeah, we're going to be doing a lot of illegal stuff in this stream, so buckle in. But if the backpack is destroyed while anybody has a glitched reference to it, that's when things get ugly. So if we just go spawn a standard backpack destroying object like a lava pot, this is a realistic scenario here in the dwelling, and just have Rafi, let's see, God mode is turned off, so if we just had an accident here and this backpack were to explode, I said if this backpack were to explode, we're in a very, very dangerous game state right now. Basically, if any entity spawns into the game in the slot that that backpack is at, my game is almost guaranteed to crash. It's super unstable, and if this happens to you and your game doesn't crash immediately, you need to get out of the level as fast as possible. We're not going to do that, though. Now, I don't expect anything useful to happen here. My game is quite possibly going to crash at random, but if we were to just reproduce it, if we were to start spawning entities, like I just pressed whip right there. I pressed my whip button, and bam, my game is gone. And that's probably because the whip entity spawned in the space in memory where that jetpack was. When the game is in this state, it's a stale reference, and that's what's dangerous about this glitch. Because the jetpack got destroyed, but Valerie doesn't know the jetpack got destroyed, and she still had a reference to the backpack as a power-up. And that memory has been unallocated by the game engine. So literally, we have no idea what is in that spot. Like, initially, it'll just be the data of the jetpack, except the memory is not allocated anymore. It's not being managed by the game. It could get replaced by literally anything. And when I pressed my whip button, it spawned a whip entity in that slot, and the game tried to treat my whip as a back item for Valerie. And it just does not understand how to handle that. This is where it's getting into the area where I don't know the exact technical details of why the crash happens, what calls the game is attempting to make, but you just do not want to be doing that. So,
hello, cousin.
Hello, Adam. Yes, it's me, cousin. So basically, do not destroy the back item that anyone has a reference to, or else you'll spawn a stale reference and you're extremely likely to crash your game. It'll crash everybody in co-op, it'll crash your solo games. This glitch is dangerous, so use it wisely. That's the only big warning I'm going to give in that regard. However, there are a couple other things that you can still do to crash, especially if the telepack, and maybe the hover pack, though we're not entirely sure why that happens. There's still a few unknowns in that regard. Interestingly enough, though, there are apparently cases where people have gotten bits of rubble or other items attached to their back that spawned into the level without crashing. So there is a potential for stale reference manipulation, but we don't know what it can do yet. So I'm going to focus for now on just what you can do with actual functional references to these back items. Spark ball, backpack, yeah, anything that can spawn into the level after you destroy it. So pot enemies and spark balls and rubble and gold chunks. I don't know which ones crash the game and which ones don't, and I'm not going to spend the whole stream trying to dig into that, but stale reference manipulation would be really cool. If we can find a consistent way to do this, it would be awesome. I did a little bit of testing. Sorry, I need to hydrate. I did a little bit of testing here, and all I was able to figure out is that you can usually swap in a different back item and have the game still work. and get in this weird like quasi state of wearing a cape and a jetpack at the same time if you spawn a cape into the slot the jetpack is in. But we're not going to spend the whole stream doing that because that's tedious, and that's something I could do off stream with like a setup to quickly like reset my game and not have to spawn in all the items that I need again. Alright, so let's open the notes. Just imagine I'm rustling some papers or something, even though it's just in a notepad file. Like any professional like hacker and software developer, I just have a notepad file with this stuff in it. Alright, let's see here. I think that was most of the basic stuff, so I don't know if Xana's lurking or not, but that's more or less, I think, the info you need for the purposes of your video. If you are here, feel free to ask some questions, but I'm going to go into a few more of the edge cases here. I guess I could show a couple more things that might be relevant, which is situations that you would think work, but actually don't. So I guess there is one more thing I'm going to cover here before we move on to the more technical side of this. So that is back items that you cannot dupe for some reason. And I don't mean like types of back items, I mean specific instances of them. So first thing I'd like to do is get a shop. So let's just go to 1-2 over and over again until we get a shop with a back item in it. It's a clothing shop, might add a cape. Actually, no, that was a hired hand shop. General store. Come on, game, don't make me do this. Dice shop. There we go, there's a cape. Alright, so we have a cape here. Observe the name of this item. Item underscore purchasable underscore cape. This is not a cape. That is why you cannot do it with shop items. It has a lower entity ID than both players. We're both in like the 3000s, and this thing is at 186. But if I were to obtain this cape, steal it, buy it, whatever, it doesn't really matter. I don't want shopkeeper aggro. 186, I purchase it. Now it has ID 35, 37, or 39, which is higher than the players. Basically, the game swaps it out for a real cape when you purchase it. This is why shop items don't work for this glitch. They'll just never work because the entity gets created afterward. With the exception, again, of player coffins. If you were to purchase this cape and then spawn somebody in a player coffin, you could perform the dupe because the cape will have a lower ID than they do. But beyond that, you're not going to be able to do it with anybody that's spawned into the level by default. So that's the scenario that comes up, I think, most often for misunderstandings with like items that spawn in the level. However, there are, as far as I'm aware, 2 other ways that you can get an item to spawn into a level, and they do work. So the first one is a crust item, and luckily I know a seed that actually has this. So you can use this one at home, folks, if you want to. You can memorize that really complicated seed I just entered. But there's a jetpack in the crust right here on this seed, just literally seed number 1. And this jetpack spawned with the level. Item ID 209 versus our player IDs, which are at 3900. The item has to spawn before the player? Yes, that is the gist of it. Like, the item ID needs to be lower on the back item than the player trying to dupe it. It doesn't matter who's whipping it. It doesn't even have to be a whip. You can like throw a rock at it or do a bunch of other things. I'll go into like a list of things I've discovered that can perform the glitch other than a whip, but the whip is consistent, and since you almost always want to have another player to do this glitch anyways, you would just use a whip to do it. But I'm going to showcase something else on this seed afterward. But first of all, we have a crust jetpack. This spawned with the level. It's not in a shop. This is an actual jetpack. It has the correct item ID, and that means Valerie can dupe this item. Let me get Rafi down here. Rafi, quit dicking around. Get down here. Just put him like right there so I don't have to move him. Alright, what's his whip lined up with? That would be hitting. I have God mode on, but it doesn't matter. Don't worry, we're going into Osiris. Osiris is a very weird case that might open up some potential if we can discover similar ones. But anyways, we can perform the glitch here with Rafi. So again, I'm going to use frame advance for this. Realistically, you would just kind of mash and hope that it works. But Rafi's going to whip, and then I'm going to pick it up, and then unpause, and we initiated the glitch with player 1 on a jetpack that's already in the level. This will work for any back item that generates with the level. So shop items are a no-go, but crust items are. And then there's one more case that should be like reasonably obvious, and that's Waddler, because Waddler can also generate items with the level. And I guess something I actually forgot to cover earlier, this is what I get for improvising this, is that the dupe aspect of this. Yeah, I completely forgot the dupe aspect of this. I was just dicking around with the glitch itself. So let's go over the dupe aspect of this as I leave this level, and then we'll show off Waddler. Don't worry about this. I'm playing skillfully. I don't have God mode on. So we both are wearing the same jetpack. Valerie's wearing like a broken pointer to it, and Rafi's actually wearing it. If I leave the level, what the game is going to do is it's going to check both of our power-ups. And it's going to say, get this, I want this thing to stop making noise. It's going to basically check both our power-up lists and say, are you wearing a back item? And if you are, it's going to write that into a space in memory and then load it back in the level transition and then the next level and so on. So if I go into this door, we both have jetpacks. This is the point where we no longer have glitch references. These are different entities. We have actual jetpacks equipped on us. And that's the dupe aspect of this glitch. That's how you actually perform the dupe. You leave the level, and your stale reference becomes a real reference to a jetpack. As long as you leave the level in a valid state, where your game doesn't crash, and the entity at that spot has the ID of a jetpack, that's what the game will save when you leave the level. So that's the dupe aspect of it, as opposed to just getting the glitched reference. If you destroy level tiles before converting the shop item, I'm not sure what you mean. Please clarify. I'm gonna go to Olmec in the meantime. Like, you mean destroy shop tiles, or what exactly? Alright, so anyways, if we go over here and just carry our Rafi and put one of these in the Waddler room. Need to get Rafi, and I hate this aspect of local co-op. It's tedious. Get in there. So you can perform the dupe with this, and you can also perform the dupe at the same time that you leave an item in Waddler's room. So Valerie's jetpack can't be duped by anybody, because Valerie has the wrong entity ID, but we can dupe Rafi's jetpack, again, in this level, and put it in here. And then also leave the level with a glitch reference, and get a third jetpack into play. So if we perform the glitch, again, Valerie needs to pick it up, and Rafi just kind of puts it in the corner and whips. So if we get in position, that can work. A little more. There we go. So if we perform the glitch here, Rafi just whipped, Valerie picks up, we now have a glitch, and then I could drop this in here, and then I could have Rafi like go grab the other jetpack, if I can remember what my jump button is. There we go. Really need to make sure I don't whip Waddler. There we go. Alright, so I have a glitch reference to the jetpack that's just sitting in here. And then Rafi is wearing a real jetpack, so I need to put them both on the door again so that I can leave the level. And we just go down here. It's worth noting that the one that Valerie is wearing here is going to run out of fuel, and then it's never going to get its fuel back because nobody is holding it. You get 100 frames of fuel for a jetpack that's just sitting on the ground. And then somebody needs to pick it up or equip it for me to get any fuel back. But I still have a reference to that jetpack, so if I leave this level, we're both wearing jetpacks now, again. And then to prove my point, we can go all the way to Ice Caves, which is where we'll see Waddler again. And now we have another jetpack that generated with the level, which we could dupe again if we wanted to. So if I go find Waddler, who is... where is he? Oh, how convenient. Just get rid of these so no explosions blow these up. Now there's another jetpack, so you can perform the dupe in the Olmec level by doing that. Player 1's item can never be duped. They can be duped by a coffin. The crux of this is that player 4 can be duped by players 3, 2, and 1, but the way to actually think about it is the entity IDs. The player who spawns in the level from a coffin is going to have an entity ID that is higher than the back item, so they could dupe player 1's item. However, nobody that spawns with the level can dupe player 1's item. But coffins can be very readily abused, so if you do have a dead player, or even if you want to sacrifice somebody, if you have like a weird loadout and you want to get somebody who's not normally able to perform the dupe to do it, like if player 1 is going to be the only person alive at the end of the level, another player could die and then get respawned on the next level and dupe player 1's back item because of the way the entities spawn in. So the easiest way to think about it is usually players 4 through 1, but if you think about the entity IDs, you cover all the cases. Now, this jetpack here, I don't need to show this because I've shown this dupe a million times. 1328, we're like entity 7000, so we can dupe this jetpack. Just take my word for it. I'm not going to show this a million times because I don't think it's helping anybody at this point. Like, I think you all get the gist of it. I respect your intelligence. So you can do this with Waddler in Ice Caves, and you can do it in Waddler in Sunken. Obviously, you cannot do it in Olmec because that's where you put the items in the Waddler room, so they don't generate with the level. So what this boils down to is crust items generate with the level. You can dupe them. While their items generate with the level, you can dupe them. Shop items do not generate with the level because they spawn a placeholder in the shop, so you cannot dupe them unless you respawn a player from a coffin after you purchase or steal the item from the shop and get the real jetpack or back item to spawn in. And it's the same thing for entity drops, like Vlad's cape for instance generates when Vlad dies, so you could dupe it with somebody from a coffin, but not from anybody that came in the level. Same with vampire capes, same with basically everything except Osiris. Like, keep in mind, we are going to talk about Osiris, because Osiris is cursed and has a very weird behavior that nothing else in this game that I've found so far has, but we'll get to that in a moment. Focus on video, making co-op fun, not need all the intricacies. Okay, that's totally fine. I'm glad you got the information you wanted from this, but if you have any questions about this, feel free to ask. I apologize that we don't have this documented well, but if you know anything about software developers, it's that we're terrible at documenting things, and I think the majority of the people that are abusing the shit out of these glitches are probably software developers. Apologies to anybody who isn't, but that's the case for me. That's my excuse. I don't know what everybody else's excuse is. That's the one I'm going to roll with. Documenting things is hard. I mean, why doesn't everybody just know what I know automatically so that I don't have to document it? It would be so much easier. I mean, engineers probably also don't like documenting things either. But at some point, I think I'm going to try to set up proper documentation for this, like maybe a spreadsheet of how different back items interact. We're going to go over a few of those cases in a bit. But first, let me check my notes to see if there's anything else useful to show here before I go into the more technical stuff. So we showed shops, we showed crust items. So I think we're going to dig into the technical nitty-gritty of this. So I explained the entity IDs. Basically, there's tiers of understanding for this glitch, and what you can come away with, if nothing else, is that player 4's back item can be duped by players 3, 2, and 1. Player 2 could be duped by player 1, and so on. And then coffin players can dupe any back item that was in the level already when they respawned. Like, if you needed to take anything away from this, that's what you need to do. Those are the items that you can dupe. However, the actual technical details of why this works are way more complicated than that. So we'll just keep using this seeded level because it doesn't really matter. We don't need to use this jetpack though. So let's see here. How do I explain the actual substance of the dupe? Why it works, what is happening with the state machines in the game. So this is your only warning. Anybody who is afraid of seeing just a console dump of what is happening in the game's state machine on every frame, now is your chance to leave, because this is going to get very scary and intimidating here. Because I have a bunch of these awful mods that I've made for the sole purpose of debugging garbage like this. So let's see, where is it? Entity tester. This bad boy tests a lot more than entities right now. There are a lot of features built into this mod, and I'm going to show some of the critical information about this. So before I do this, any other questions about the stuff I showed already? You just like discovering stuff and get bored. Yep, that's exactly what's going on with me. I'm like, oh wow, this is awesome. I can remember this. I hope everybody else can remember this too. Oh yeah, the level tile thing. Let's see. If you destroy tiles, it would create a bunch of empty slots in memory. I don't know. That's my simple answer. I do not know how the memory manipulation works in this game. Like, it doesn't, as far as I'm aware, it doesn't have anything to do with where the back item spawns in memory. If we're talking about the stale reference manipulation, we're getting into a dangerous territory here that I don't fully understand, and I'm not confident in going over that on stream right now because I'd probably be wrong about a lot of stuff. I need to actually learn how this game works, like internally, which is just not something I've done. I haven't set up like Ghidra. I can't go into the actual binaries for this game and understand what it's doing. But it's based on entity ID, not the spot in memory. I'm like 99% certain that the dupe itself is purely based on entity ID order. So you don't have to worry about destroying level tiles and then like taking an item from a shop. It's going to probably generate in the spot where all the tiles were, but the entity ID is still going to be higher. And that is, as far as I'm aware, the only thing that controls the order in which the game processes these state machine updates. And that's the thing that matters for performing this glitch. That said, it would be fascinating if we knew how entity management works in memory, because that might allow us to use the stale reference manipulation to do something other than crash the game. So there's definitely some potential there to just break this game even harder than we already did with this discovery. But that's something for another day. For now, I'm going to go ahead and show, like, from the game's perspective, without memory management, what is going on in this situation when you perform these back item dupes. So I guess we could actually just showcase it with this jetpack because it's right here and I don't have to leave the level. So let me go ahead and spawn that in. And meanwhile, just to give you a basic idea of what this is not a released mod. This might never be a released mod. This is just a crappy, well, it's not really that bad. It used to be, but it's basically just a hacky logging system that I made with callbacks so that I can go and say, like, I want to see callbacks for a jetpack with all of these specific like virtuals that would get called by the game engine. So I've set up this script for myself to do this because this was the only way I could like figure out how to actually understand this nonsense. It was very difficult otherwise to like hard code a script for every single one of these. But just to give you an idea of what's going to be happening in the console here, and don't worry, you're not going to have to read the white text. I'm going to actually pop open a white on black console for you to read, so you don't have to worry about reading this illegible white text with a bunch of light colored like nonsense behind it. I'll show you the actual game console. But what we're interested in right now is a few different things. So for the player here, we have the state machine, and what the state machine is, just to go over this really briefly, is every frame that the game is simulating something like this right now. As I move through it, every single one of these frames executes the player's state machine. It'll execute the rock state machine. Every entity state machine executes when you see anything happen in the game, pretty much. There's a few weird exceptions with like loading and fade-ins, but for regular gameplay, every frame is a state machine execution. And we're interested in getting a few like tidbits of information from the player. And then let me shrink this one down. We want to know some stuff about the jetpack as well. And then the rock is what we're going to use. We're not going to use a whip. We're actually going to use a different object to do this because I said it works with anything that can knock back the jetpack. It doesn't have to be a whip. The whip is just easiest. You can technically do this stuff solo, and I might show a few edge cases once I've demonstrated like the actual mechanics behind it, where you can do this in a single player game under the right circumstances. But for the rock, we're also interested in On Collision 2. I don't actually know what On Collision 1 does. It never executes for the rock. But On Collision 2 is something that we're interested in, and you'll see why in a bit. And then we also want the rock state machine. It doesn't show anything useful, but it helps you understand the order in which these things are executing. Let me check chat again. Again, please, if I miss a chat message because I'm rambling, you can say it again if it was directed towards me, and I will try to pay attention the second time around. But let's see here. If you spent the time to document things, I guess to be fair, I do document things, but the documentation is just like really crappy and only I can understand it. It's like the equivalent of a doctor with bad handwriting is like the notepad files that I write when I do have to document stuff, where I'm just like, I can read it. So this is fine. I'm embarrassed to show it to anyone, so I guess I'm not a real doctor because they'll just submit that shit, put it in the photocopier. But I do have documentation for some of this stuff. It's just bad and vague and only makes sense to me. And every single time I do it, I have like inconsistent formatting for it. What the state machine is janky. Oh, it's very janky. Like this is state machine jank at its finest that we're about to see right here. The whole reason this glitch even works is state machine jank. Like anybody who's watched the stream where you had the misfortune of Cosine joining a viewer co-op and start complaining about things, I guarantee I said state machine jank at least once during that stream. And that's exactly what we're about to witness right here. Like down to the nitty-gritty details of the order in which the state machines execute for each entity. You said you never got EXEs. I'm disappointed that they didn't support the modding system as much as they did, but I mean, at least we have a system in place for it, so it's better than nothing. But it would be cool if we had extracted assets so we don't have to do this unpacking and repacking nonsense. I mean, I say we, I didn't program any of that stuff, but I understand the pains. Anyways, I think we've covered all the chat messages here. Yeah, when I hop on Poison's co-op, it inevitably becomes me complaining about something. So if you ever do a viewer co-op and you don't want me to complain about things, just keep me muted. That's my professional recommendation. I try not to be toxic about it though, but it's hard sometimes. You play a game for 3,000 hours and really you've got nothing left to do but like find all the faults in the game. However, we have a fault in this game that is a lot of fun right now, and we're going to abuse the shit out of it. So let's get a few things open here. We've got this. We don't actually need to see this right now. I just wanted to show you what I was logging there. And then as far as the variables I'm going to be printing on the console, I think, which ones do I have? This is just, I'll explain what this one is when it shows up. Argument 2 is just going to be a parameter for the callback. And then entity selector variables, which is basically I want to see what the jetpack is overlaid onto, and I want to see the flags for the jetpack. This is important. So we need to see that information. So I can put this bad boy up here. And then I want to also see like Overlunky's built-in information about this jetpack. So its state and its position. So we just need this information. I'll shove it over on the left. I'm tactically on the right side of the level because all the crap is going to be covering the left side of the level. Actually, I need to put this here because I'm going to block your screen in a moment with a console. So everything that matters is going to be happening on the right side. So yell at me if I'm blocking something, but I shouldn't be blocking anything when the time comes. And Rafi can just stand over here and watch because he's not important for what we're doing here. Alright, so I'm going to show a couple cases. Basically what happens if you do this correctly, and then what happens if you perform the glitch, because it's good to see how it works normally. So first I need to find if there's any rocks in this seed, because it's going to track a specific one, and I need to get rid of all the other ones. Let's see, we already have a rock in the level, so I'm going to get rid of that real quick. Now we can just destroy all these, spawn in a new one. It doesn't have to be a rock, it doesn't have to be a whip, but it's a very easy way to test this. So go ahead and refresh that. There we go. This is the rock we're going to be tracking now with my callback printer. I'm sure I could find a better way to do this, but it's these things, I develop these tools over time as the need arises. They improve over time the more I have to use them. So first, let's look at a normal garden variety equip scenario for a back item. Nothing special is going to happen here. We're just going to put it on. So let me go open up this. Hopefully this captures. There it is. Alright, so I tried to make the font a little bit weird here, but it looked readable on stream is the reason why I went with this particular font. It's a little bit like odd looking, but hopefully you can see what's going on. This is the information that's being logged in the game, just in a Windows command terminal instead. So let me put that over here somewhere where it's not blocking my actual game. And I'm going to do everything that matters on the right side. So let's get this over here a bit. I think we're good to go. Okay, and it should be scrolled to the bottom. Alright, so we're going to equip a back item. So I've just paused the game engine right now. I'm just crouched down so you can see I'm about to do it. So the jetpack is attached to nothing, and we'll eventually want to see the flags. Actually, we don't care about the position. It's attached to nothing right now, and it's got this set of flags. Don't worry about remembering these. I'll point out the ones that change as the circumstances arise. But anyways, I'm going to put it on this particular frame now. So if you look over here at the console on the left, which is it capturing my cursor? I need to wait for the stream to update. I think it is. I have to click on it, don't I? Okay, now it should be capturing my cursor. Alright, so if you pay attention over here, these little asterisks, you can't see the flags. They should be wrapping to the next line. Or are you talking about in-game? Oh, I see. There we go, got it. Thank you. Thank you for the call out. Okay, so now I think we're good to go here. We got it. So anyways, you should be able to see my cursor over here on the console. These asterisks indicate fields that change, and these field IDs are just IDs I came up with. These aren't like actual pointers to anything in like the scripting library. This is just, I just wrote these down because they uniquely identified all these parameters. But this is frame 80,362, basically. These are called updates in like Overlunky's API. Frames, updates, it's basically the same thing as far as we're concerned right now. This is one execution of like the 60 frames per second that the game engine uses to simulate everything that happens. So what we've got here is the entities are updating in entity ID order. So we've got the jetpack, 209, does some state machine stuff. We'll come back to that. The player entity, 3903, executes. We're skipping all the stuff we don't care about. And then don't mind the line wrapping. And then the rock entity, 4154, because I spawned it in after the level started, is the last one that executes. But this isn't going to actually matter. We're going to see something else in a bit. You can't see rock. Oh god. Alright, let's try this. We good now? A little more. I told you this would be scuffed. I apologize. This is difficult. Alright, a little more. Is that everything? There we go. We got it. Alright, good. We got it, folks. There it is, the whole console. We can actually see what Cosine is talking about now. I need a third monitor. Started a GoFundMe to get Cosine a third monitor so he can actually manage Windows correctly, because I couldn't see my stream preview while I had all this stuff on my monitor. Don't actually do that. I don't deserve it. Give your money to something useful. Anyways, there's the rock. So I think you saw everything except that. So jetpack, player, and then rock executed. Now let's go into what actually happened. You need 3 monitors for event organization, I can imagine. But anyways, so nothing notable happened here. We put on the jetpack, and what happened was the player state machine is responsible for equipping the jetpack, and that's what you see here. So this is the player entity that did this, not the jetpack entity. We're just checking what the flags are, and basically the player's pre-state machine executed. I think I can highlight this to make it a little easier to see, but the player's pre-state machine executed right here. Nothing changed, no asterisk. The jetpack has this set of flags. Don't worry about ARG2, it doesn't matter for this callback. Jetpack overlay is what the jetpack is equipped to, and that is currently nil. Then on the next frame, after the player state machine, where basically the game processed my grab input for the jetpack, the flags changed. And I'll just tell you which one is going to change in this situation. It is this bit right here. This one here, which is bit 32 in Lua, 31 if you're using zero-based indexing. This bit here changed to a 1. And what that flag corresponds to back over in the game is use overlay draw depth. So this is just a rendering change that basically will make the backpack draw behind the character that's wearing it, but otherwise on the same layer. So it'll draw my character, and then it'll draw like whatever stuff is equipped to me, which in this case is the flag entity here, and then the back item, because I technically have both of those in my inventory. So this is the only one, render dupe. I don't think we've got render dupe going on here, but this flag doesn't actually matter. Like this is irrelevant for what we're testing here. There's a different flag, however, that is going to be important that you're going to see in a second that did not get set on this frame. So that's a bit of an omen for things to come here. So going back to the console here, then the rock executed and nothing changed because I didn't move it. So this was the kind of control test where I just show you what normally happens. And if I didn't mention it, the jetpack's overlay is now my player character, Valerie. So it went from nil, which just means nothing in Lua. It's null, nothing, undefined, whatever your favorite programming language is. It went from nothing to something, and that something is my player. And the jetpack's overlay, it's a little bit of a weird term that I think the Spelunky devs picked before we fully understood what that did. But that is what this is right here, back in the game. That's what this attached to means. Basically, it's attached to my character now. That's a normal backpack equip, but there's actually one more frame of things that need to happen for this backpack to equip correctly, and that is where this bug comes in. So I'm going to advance the game engine one more frame. You just take my word for it. I did it. I advanced it one more frame. Where's my cursor? Come on. No, I froze my game. That's what I did. I thought something was going to happen there, and I froze my game, apparently. Hold up. Hold up. There we go. Okay, got it. I still had the console in select mode, so the game was frozen. So now we're going to advance it. Or did it actually take it? Okay, I think it actually took it. Yeah, it took it. Okay, so go look back at the console again. I don't know when it updated, but now we're on this frame here. Let me just freeze the game again real quick. We advanced one frame. So on the previous frame at the top here, this is where we did the first stage of equipping. The jetpack has an overlay. This is the next one now. And there's one thing that changed in the jetpack state machine, and this is the critical aspect of why this bug works. The jetpack changed its flags one frame later. And the flag that it changed is this one right here. Flag number 4 for Lua indexing. Changed from a 0 to a 1. Flag number 4 is passes through objects. And that's what makes this whole bug work. There is a one frame gap between when I equipped the jetpack up here in this whole block, and then when it actually updated that flag. And if you can hit the jetpack before it does that update, you can initiate the back item glitch. So that's how this works. That's the technical detail of what the state machine is doing. So let's go over this exact same scenario, but we're going to hit it with a rock instead and show what happens when things don't go the way the devs had planned and people are able to do frame perfect inputs by just spamming their whip button. So I'm going to pause the game engine. I'm going to stick the rock up here. And right before it hits the backpack, I'm going to pause and explain what's going on here. So on the next frame, this rock is going to collide with this jetpack, and I'm going to equip it on that frame. This is the equivalent of the whip spawning on the jetpack on the frame that I hit it. And you'll see in a moment why it doesn't actually matter what the ID of the rock is, because it's not going to do anything in its state machine. It's going to do something in collision 2, and that's why we turned that one on. So one frame later, equip. And now we've done something unholy to the game. So go pay attention to the console that we've got over here again. Let me set it up for highlighting. Okay, so jetpack state machine. Nothing notable happened. The jetpack doesn't actually do anything on the first frame because the player comes after it. So the jetpack pretty much does its processing. It says, okay, everything is fine. Don't do anything. Don't change any flags. Then the player picks it up. So the flags change for the overlay bit, which is this one right here. Again, we don't care about the overlay bit. That one doesn't matter. And the jetpack sets the overlay like pointer to Valerie. That is the one that does matter. The jetpack now thinks Valerie is wearing it. And I'm not showing it here, but Valerie also has the jetpack as a power-up. So if I actually just really quickly pop open the player entity and go into, I think I can see this in special attributes. Yeah, so this is Valerie here. She has a jetpack in her power-up list, is what this is here. So the jetpack has a pointer to the character, and the character has a pointer to the jetpack. But you'll notice here, this jetpack's not attached to anything, and that's because we need to go back to the console and look at the rest of the things that happened here. So I equipped the jetpack on Valerie, the rock ran its state machine and didn't do anything, but then this bugger right here executed. On collision 2, for whatever reason, the way that this game works is it runs all of the state machines, which is what these are here. It runs all of these in order of entities, and then it goes back through all of the entities in the game and it runs on collision 2 for the things that have collision functionality. So the rock basically does another call later on, and it runs on collision 2, and for whatever reason, that is capable of knocking the jetpack off of Valerie's back if the jetpack does not have the passes through objects flag set, which it doesn't have yet because the jetpack's state machine already ran on this frame before I equipped it. So the jetpack doesn't know until next frame that it needs to set that flag. So what happened here was this argument, which I said not to worry about, it matters for on collision 2. This is the thing the rock collided with, and it was the jetpack item. And then at the end of its collision execution, it undid the overlay for the jetpack. It knocked it off of my back, but Valerie still has a pointer to the jetpack that you can see here. So that's the bug. Those are the frames in which it happens. And then if I go ahead and advance one more frame, so back to the game, I advance one more frame like this, and then if we look at the console again, other than this pointer changing, which doesn't matter, this argument is irrelevant for the state machine, nothing else happened. The jetpack did not set the bit that it's supposed to be setting here, which is this one right here. Like I said, it would have set it here, but basically the jetpack is not equipped on anything anymore, so it did not change this bit, and it did not update its physics correctly because it was knocked off of my back during that frame, during that particular frame, during the collision execution. That is why this glitch works. For whatever reason, if the jetpack is hit between the time that you put it on and the time that the jetpack entity state machine runs, you can get it knocked off your back by basically anything in the game within that window. So if I unpause my game again, I did not mean to do that. I think I accidentally clicked on something. Whatever, take my word for it. I had the glitch initiated. Now I guess it's worth noting at this point that now I can't do it anymore, because I have the wrong entity ID. So let's showcase what happens when I have the wrong entity ID, just so you understand why it doesn't work in those cases. So again, I'm going to go to the right side of the level. I need to get the jetpack back on my ID list. All right, let's see if this is out of the way so people can see it. We want that one, and we want the flags. Okay, so let me make some room to drop another rock on it, and then let me go check and see which rocks we have in the level here. And what did it select? Okay, we do have rocks in the level, so I need to spawn in a new one. Luxury, thank you for the follow. I hope you find this interesting, because I certainly do. We have a lot of rocks in this one. Let's spawn a new one. Alright, so we got a new rock in the level. Oh, I didn't look at chat. Oh, whoopsie. No, that wasn't a nice follow at all. What can I get from this? Let's see. We can get viewers, followers, views. I don't know why that's different from viewers and chat bots. I get those for free. Fucking scammed, man. You already gave me a free chat bot without me doing anything. I can't believe this. Let's see. How do we... Where's the funny... Oh, not that one. Oh my god, Twitch, please, whatever, just type it in. I don't know how to navigate Twitch's awful UI. I'm gonna get rid of that shit. There we go. Okay. Yeah, the bot baited out the lurkers. That's apparently what happened. Hey, Rad, Neb, and everybody else who was just lurking to make fun of the bot. I love when these bots show up. It's just always like, it's just a fun random event that can happen when you're Twitch streaming. Alright, anyways, that did derail what I was doing here. So anyways, I need to get the new rock. Alright, so we have all of our logging set up again to perform the glitch, but we have the wrong entity ID order. So we have Valerie 8814 and then the jetpack 8817. Want to become famous? I don't know. I try to do that like by doing cool content, science videos and stuff, but I don't know. I guess I could also just purchase those things if I really wanted to. I mean, with convenient websites like that, that'll probably just steal your information and get you banned from Twitch. I mean, who could say no? Alright, so on the next frame, this jetpack is going to get hit by the rock. So let me make sure all my windows are back in place here. I had to tab out for a second to ban the bot. Thank you for the follow, though. I do appreciate that. Just pad my stats real quick. Get us to 512 followers. I mean, every bot helps. I'm just not going to pay for them or ask for it in any way. I'll just let them naturally come in. They probably get banned and removed from my followers anyways by the end of the stream. I wonder what the lifespan of these bots is. It's probably not very long, since I assume every streamer that gets one just bans it immediately, and that sets off a red flag on Twitch. I've never seen the same one twice in a row. Alright, so, anyways, next frame. The backpack's going to get hit, and I'm going to try to equip it, and it's not going to work. So let's do it. There it is. And here's the execution for what actually happened on this particular frame. Player 1 equipped the backpack. The usual business. So it set the flags for the overlay, which is just this bit here. And then it set my overlay to Valerie. So now Valerie's holding the backpack. But this is the reason why this didn't work. The jetpack was able to execute before the rock hit it. So On Collision 2 ran after the jetpack state machine executed, and the jetpack successfully was able to toggle the bit right here, bit number 4, which is the one that sets it to not collide, basically the passes through objects thing over here. That is the reason why this doesn't work if you have the wrong entity ID order. And then everything else I've explained so far in this stream just boils down to knowing what order things spawn in. So again, players 4 through 1, and then coffin players. And the players spawn along with their back items. Basically, the player spawns, and then their back item, and then player 3 spawns, and then their back item, and then player 2 and 1, and so on, and then coffin players in the middle of the level. But this is why that matters. So any questions about that before we move on to some of the implications of this entity ID order and why it's possible in certain situations and not others? And we will talk about Osiris fairly soon here, because that's an important part of this. I'll hydrate, so just give me a second here. Okay, we can get this off the screen in the meantime. What has to spawn before what? So the back item needs a lower ID than the person trying to perform the dupe. Basically, the person trying to equip it at the same time it gets hit needs to have a higher ID than the back item. And IDs in this game just go up incrementally. They start at, I think, 0, and then every entity that spawns into the level during level gen takes up an ID. And then after that, anything that spawns in while the game is playing just takes up the next ID in the list, and it resets when you generate a new level. You need the back item to spawn in before the person trying to dupe it. It needs a lower ID, like whatever is the easiest way to remember that. And then you have to remember the exact opposite for the player count, because player 4 spawns before player 1. For whatever reason, the players spawn in reverse order, but entities spawn in incremental, like increasing order. I don't know why it's like that. I did not program this game. It is what it is. So if player 4 has a back item, everybody else can dupe it, except player 4 can't dupe their own back item because player 4 generates right before their equipment that they're wearing. Any other questions? Often players spawn after player 1, so could player 2, yes, that's what I was saying with coffins. Coffin players spawn with the level. So any back item that was in the level, when you revive a player, can be duped by the person who got revived from the coffin, because they spawn mid-level and they have a higher ID than the back item. So yes, that is correct, and that's important for like online co-op and stuff. because you can have people like actually tactically die and then get revived mid-level to duplicate stuff like shop items. So if you have a shop with a jetpack in it, and you have like a ghost player in the level, you could get the jetpack from the shop before you revive them, and then they can dupe it on the same level that you revive them. Because as I explained earlier, the shop items basically generate a new entity when you purchase or steal them, but you could still just spawn a player in after the jetpack has been created in the shop and then perform the dupe that way. So it all boils down to when these entities get created in the level. If you have a higher ID, you can perform the dupe. If you have a lower ID than the back item, you cannot. So anyways, anything else? Because we're going to talk about Osiris now, and why Osiris takes everything I said and just blows it out of the water, because Osiris is cursed and weird, and does not follow the rules that any of this other stuff I've been talking about does. Alright, well, if you do have questions, feel free to ask them later, but let's go to Duat for now. So let me undo this real quick. Loose Chalk, thank you for the follow. That's a real player, not a bot. Well, I don't know if you're a player, but that's a real person and not a bot. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for not trying to sell anything when you joined. So in 2-player co-op, player 1 can do player 2's jetpack, assuming that player 2 entered the level wearing the jetpack. Like, if we're in, I don't know, I'll keep repeating myself because I do want people to understand this, but for instance, if we got the jetpack or cape or anything like this, it's not like now player 2 puts it on and then suddenly player 1 can dupe it or anything. It has to do with when the items generate. So if we go to the next level, Valerie can dupe this cape, but Valerie can't dupe it right now. It all has to do with when the entities spawn in, not like who's wearing them. Once they spawn into the level, it literally does not matter what happens to this cape. Like, people can die, items can exchange hands, it's completely irrelevant. All that we care about is the entity ID order. So let's go to Duat. And feel free to ask questions along the way. I'll go back and like recap stuff that people didn't understand, or if anybody came in late. Like, to a reasonable extent. Like, I'm going to be posting this video. I don't know if I'll post the video. Maybe I'll link to it on the Science channel for anybody who wants to see this. But I will be making like a VOD of this on Twitch. Maybe someday I'll get a YouTube channel, but it will just be a Twitch VOD initially. So you could review this. If you like really want to like show all your friends this and all the weird nonsense you could do and impress them and, I don't know, become famous and make a video or something. I don't know who would do that. You're free to watch the VOD. Like, you're not stealing any of this content. It's for the community. I'm not going to be making a content-related YouTube video on this, so feel free to knock it out before Xanadu does. Xanadu is a world-famous YouTuber, though, so you've got your match made. Anyways, here we are in Duat. Rafi doesn't matter. We're just going to leave him down here. Let me go up to the top. So like I said, Duat is weird, because there's a jetpack in Duat, and this is actually, people have known about this for years, that this jetpack had some weird, like, duping properties. This bug in general has been known about for years. It happens a lot in, like, online games, or online arena games, and it happened in Duat in single-player games. But nobody knew how to abuse it. It wasn't consistent. Just in arena, you could occasionally hold a back item that you were trying to equip. And it was because people were accidentally doing the dupe, where you would all spawn in with a jetpack, and just by sheer chance, player 1 would try to pick up the dead player 3 jetpack as they were getting whipped, and that would result in them like initiating the glitch just because they happen to do frame perfect timing. Oh my god, Soviet, I've answered this already. You could skip it by glitching yourself against the wall. Like, there is a chair and a table to the left side of the door, and you can clip through the wall if you wedge yourself between the chair and the table, hold crouch, and spam jump. We have been over this before. I don't know why you keep asking this question every stream. Some people just don't understand. Anyways, I'm memeing, by the way. I don't even know if that game exists, or if that's just like a Simpsons meme. If you keep failing it, go watch a video. I'm sure somebody has one. Maybe I'll make a video on it someday. I'm not toxic, I promise. Anyways, so callback printer. Let's hide this for now. We're not going to use the callback printer just yet. Let me turn off the print messages. Let me just show it in action first, and then I will show the breakdown of it, how exactly this is actually happening. So Osiris is weird because there's Anubis 2 in this level, who drops a jetpack, and Osiris is also in this level and can hit you with his funny meaty fists. But that jetpack spawns after the player does. It's not in the level beforehand, because Anubis 2 spawned in just now. He's up there above Osiris. Like, if I zoom out a bit, you can actually see him. He spawns in, like, right here in the center of the level and just comes down to you immediately. But he has this entity ID, 5437. Way higher than I am. So in theory, I shouldn't be able to dupe this anyways, because he's going to spawn a jetpack, which is going to have an even higher ID. So if I skillfully kill him with a bomb cook and get him to drop his jetpack, that jetpack ID is way higher than mine. I should not be able to dupe this, and yet I can. Through the magic of this game's jank, I am capable of duping this jetpack. So if we go zoom in a little bit and then do some frame advance here to get the fist to hit it, I can use this fist in order to hit the jetpack. It's okay if you get hit by the fist as well, as long as you do this on the correct frame. But ideally, you would just get it to skim the back of the jetpack and not actually hit the player. So I'm going to stand like about here. All that matters is that it's overlapping the jetpack as it gets put into the equip slot. So if I stand here and bait the fist into doing a punch, and then move forward a little bit, just so in theory I wouldn't get hit by it. Though again, that doesn't actually matter. Then I need to pay attention to when I think it's going to hit the back item. I don't think it collided, so on the next frame, I believe it's going to hit the jetpack. I don't think it collided yet. Let me zoom in a little. Yeah, there you go. You can see right here, it has not collided yet. So on the next frame, it is going to hit this jetpack, and I'm going to perform the same glitch. I'm going to just equip it on this frame. And by the way, I've been doing frame perfect equips this time. Normally you'd be holding down and you'd press whip to grab this, but you can press down and whip on the same frame, and it will actually perform a one frame grab without visually appearing to crouch down, but it's functionally identical. I'm just using frame advance. So I've been doing one frame grabs, but you can hold down the whole time. You don't have to do like a frame perfect like down grab. You can be already holding down. The only thing that matters is that you pick it up on the correct frame. So I am now, as I said, holding down, holding whip, frame advance. Did I? No, those are overlapping. So now I have a glitch jetpack. It's the same exact thing. And now we have the question to answer. Why in the world is Osiris able to do this, but you can't do this otherwise? I showed this with like a rock. I showed like failing to do this with getting like Valerie to whip it while Rafi picks it up. But for some reason Osiris is capable of doing this. So we need to do the breakdown of what is actually happening. So let me spawn some border tiles so he can't break any terrain here. And we're going to do this again with the callbacks displayed. So just spawn a few of these. This is just so the fist can't break them while I'm setting this up. Alright, so put the jetpack like right here. Get my character to turn around. Okay, this will be our setup position. So let's get the callbacks up and running. So in this case, we're not using a rock. We're using Osiris hand. How convenient, Cosine. You already set this up. You're brilliant. It's almost like I did plan some of this in advance. I just wasn't sure when I was going to stream it. So we're interested in both of these things, State Machine and Collision 2. Unequip the reference. Yeah, good. Thank you for reminding me. I'll do that before his fist gets to me. But we're interested in both of these, Collision 2 and Update State Machine. Collision 2 was where the magic happened with the rock. But that's not how Osiris hand works for some reason, because the jank in this game knows no bounds. So let's unequip the back item. Again, I had it was still glitch equipped, so now it's actually not equipped to my character anymore, so I can just stand under it like this. Right there, that should be a good spot. And let's turn on the print spam. So we should have player, jetpack, I need to select the correct entity, players, already Valerie, and Osiris hand. Which one did it pick? It's got both hands, I don't know which... I guess we can just watch both hands and see which one actually triggers it. I don't know if left or right is going to get picked. I think left is actually going to get picked, so I'm going to just do this with left. I can just delete these, right? I deleted Osiris. Overlunky devs, why does that delete Osiris? You can absolutely just kill his hands. Alright, let's get the level back open real quick. That wasn't supposed to happen. Alright, do it. I don't know why that deletes all of Osiris. You could definitely just destroy these hands. I've seen it happen before. You can get them glitched in border tiles and it'll actually kill the entities. Let's just do all this real quick here. Get our explosion, get our jetpack back, and then we're going to show the frame by frame with the console of what actually happens in this situation. So let's zoom out. Let's skillfully kill Anubis 2 again. Easy video game. I don't know why people have so much trouble with it. And then we're just gonna have both of them. You could telefrag them. Okay, I was like, I was sure I had seen them killed even outside of these circumstances here. I guess I just, let's see, how do I get rid of these? Entity. I just want to destroy these without crashing my game. 67 kill. I think false. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. God damn it. Expected Boolean received no. Okay, it's the other way around. I don't remember the syntax for this. There we go. Alright, so you see you can just kill these. I don't know why that destroyed all of Osiris when I deleted a hand. Now we have just one hand. So refresh the entities, it picks the correct one. The jetpack, we pick the jetpack. Player 1 should already be set. So now we're ready to log this. So let's go ahead and open this bad boy again. And I'm going to fix the camera in just a second so you can actually see what the heck is going on here. Because obviously this entire half of the screen is going to be taken. So let's just parent the camera to this entity. There we go, that should do the trick. Alright, so put myself right there. Okay, that should do it. Is everything visible? Looks like it is. Let me get the jetpack to show up in the console as well. Attach. Put that right. Maybe I can move the camera over a little more. There we go, that should do the trick. I think you can see all the critical details of what we're doing here. There we go. Okay, so I think we're good to go here. Anything in chat before I start? Cyrus hasn't been the same, and it's rough, but these things happen. You know, at least he's got one hand. Poor guy. Alright, so this is why it works with Osiris. So pay attention to the frame thing on the left as I slowly let his hand come down here. So he's initiated his punch. I'm going to step forward a little bit so I, in theory, wouldn't get hit by it. Again, you can get hit by it. It doesn't matter. But it looks cleaner if you don't. So, and he hit it too early, so let me set it up again. I didn't think he would hit it on that frame, so I could just do it again. Right there. Alright, so he should initiate another punch. I'm just gonna let him hit me this time. It's hard to predict when he's actually going to collide with it, because the hand moves really fast. Okay, I think he's gonna hit it on that frame, so we're gonna go ahead and carefully monitor what's going on as I equip this. Alright, so we equip the item, and he didn't hit it because he's trolling me. Alright, Osiris, come on, you can do this. Don't make me move the camera more than I already have. Alright, come on now. I don't want to have to do the math for when he's actually going to collide with this, but I will do it if I have to. His hand goes up a different distance every time, I believe, because of the way I'm, like, standing under it before it's raised the full way, so that's why it's inconsistent. But he's going to hit it on the next frame, so we can do it now. So let's go ahead and equip right as he hits it. And then let's go look at the console to see what happened. Alright, so I've tabbed out. Let me move this a little bit just so it's easier to see what's going on here. It's hard to get everything I want to show correctly, but this is good enough. I think you can. This should be reasonably legible. Move this a little bit. And a little bit more. There we go. Okay, all the important stuff I think is visible on screen now. Alright, so this is why Osiris works, but seemingly nothing else does. Osiris did not execute Collision 2. Osiris executed pre-update state machine. And for some reason, that is when he detached the jetpack. So that's why this works. Player 1 right here, this is the same as usual, equips the jetpack. The flag for rendering gets set. We don't care about that. It's this one right here. It gets changed from a 0 to 1. But this one, it gets equipped to Valerie. And then down here, Osiris, after his state machine executed, not his collision, his state machine, which executes in between the player and the jetpack, unequipped it from Valerie's back. This is why the glitch worked. I don't know if it matters why it's owned. It's not owned twice. This is last owner UID and owner UID, and I don't know the exact nature of what those variables mean. But as far as I'm aware, ownership doesn't actually affect this at all. I believe it is the act of something hitting the jetpack, applying velocity to it, before the passes through object flag is set. That is what I think is the root cause of this glitch. If you can get a back item on a player and then hit it before this flag gets set, that's what initiates this bug. It basically knocks it off of their back, but it doesn't unequip it from their power-ups, so they have the reference to it without the backpack actually staying on their back. And that's what's going on right over here. Osiris is able to, in his state machine, knock it off of Valerie's back. That's why this works. And I think if we look at the velocity, no, it didn't get velocity, but it would have if it was just sitting on the ground. But the act of knocking it off the back, for some reason, just detaches it instead of applying velocity. This is a situation where somebody who understood this game's code better might be able to provide some insight into why this happens, but I don't actually know what call the game is making. I don't know what function is responsible for undoing the overlay for the jetpack if this flag is not set and it gets hit by something. But that's why it works for Osiris. So the question, the open question that I leave for anybody is, are there any other entities in this game that have this property of applying knockback to a back item during their state machine and not their collision too? And the general rule for this that I've figured out so far is that it depends on how the damage is applied. Is this damage a result of a flying object like a rock, like falling or moving horizontally? Or is it the result of like a damage event? And for some reason, there's like, I guess there's also like whips and things like that, which seem to apply knockback in their collision frames. But for some reason, Osiris's fist, like, it's not a physical collision. It's more like if the fist is its attacking state and it hits a back item, then it knocks the back item. So it's probably something in the state machine itself that's basically saying if this fist is in the attacking state and it collides with this like collection of entity IDs, or this mask of entities, probably like anything that could take damage, then knock it back. That's probably what the game engine is doing here, but I would need to look into the code to know for sure that that's what's going on. But either way, the reason why it works is because Osiris hand is executing in update state machine, not in collision 2. So if anybody finds any other entities that have this property and can knock back items, then it's quite likely that it would also work with those entities, because then all you would need is for the jetpack to spawn in after the thing that's hitting it. It's worth noting that at this point it would matter what the ID is of the thing hitting the back item. So normally with like the rock, for instance, it didn't matter because collision 2 runs all the way at the end, no matter what. Like collision 2 runs after all of the state machines. But in this case, if we have a state machine here that's responsible for initiating the glitch, it has to happen in between the jetpack and player 1's like state machine executions. It's worth noting that if we had a jetpack that was before player 1, the glitch would still work. So like if you take all of this and pretend that this executed before player 1's state machine, like we entered the level with it and player 2 had a back item, you could still do it with Osiris because its state machine already executed, and it wouldn't be until the next frame that the back item's state machine executed again. So basically between Osiris hands and jetpack, you would insert another entire frame, and that would still be capable of performing the glitch, and the flags would fail to update, and you would be able to get the stale reference to it. Or not the stale reference, but just the glitch reference. It's not a stale reference until the jetpack is despawned from the level. They're not quite the same thing. Alright, so I'll take any questions from chat now, because I think I showcased like almost everything that I know about this. There's a weirdly elaborate April Fool's joke. Yeah, that's what this is. None of this actually works. Nobody has done this on a stream. This is all just a huge prank that the community as a whole has been setting up for the last like 2 weeks. You all got baited. Just get wrecked, nerds. Total prank. Completely different game binaries. We've all been cheating this whole time. I didn't want to have to say it like that, but I mean it's April Fool's. The big reveal. No, this works. You could do this. Any console, any game, as long as your entity IDs are correct, or if you do some weird Osiris jank, you can perform this glitch. It still works. And I don't know if they're going to patch it, because this game is like running on a skeleton crew right now, and I don't know if they're going to fix anything. And last time they fixed this game, they made it worse. So I don't even know if I want them to fix anything at this point. So this might be here to stay. It really depends what Blitworks feels like doing, if anything. And I guess I didn't actually prove this point here, but the jetpack is in fact glitched now. So if I take this down, I get rid of that, unpause. I have to also undo, oh, not that, There we go. There you go. So you see, I have the glitch state. It did indeed work. Looks so silly when I'm holding it like this. Let me fix the camera. There we go. All right. So yeah, any questions about this? I'm gonna just take this opportunity to hydrate again. Okay. Alright, no more questions. So let's go over what you can do with a back item that is in the glitch reference state, which is what I have now. Okay, now we got a question. Can you make as many as you want? You can make, I believe, let's see. Unless there's like a weird case I'm not thinking of. Basically, if you had 4 players in the game and 1 jetpack, you could make 3 more jetpacks. You could give every other player a duplicate reference to a back item. I'm not sure if there is a order of operations where you could make a 4th one as well. Like off the top of my head, I can't think of one. It might be possible, but you can do this as many times as you want, like between levels, as long as you have enough people to like store the references. You can just keep getting new ones. I explained a little bit earlier about how to exchange the glitch reference onto a different player, and you can abuse that to give this to a bunch of people in the same level. It doesn't just have to be one person per level, though that's usually the easiest way to do it, especially if your team's not coordinated. Let's see. Yeah, okay, it probably is possible. Well, let's think about this. Let's articulate this a bit before I move on. So if you have player 4 enter, then players 1, 2, and 3 are capable of performing the dupe. So let's see, what would happen here? The person who duped it unequip it, and that would... Let's do it with 2 players and see if we can figure out how to get 3. I think that'd be the easiest way to do this. So let me go to 1, 1. It'll basically look the same. Let's see if we can get... Or not 3, let's see if we can get a... Let's see, yeah, it would be 3. Let's see if we can get 3 references to this. So let me give this to Rafi. A little theory crafting here. My brain's not working correct, so I had to get up way too early in the morning to do that Russian roulette-like event, so my brain is like half turned off right now, but I wanted to get this stream off because people have been wondering about this stuff, and I figured I was the right person to show it because I know how to do it, because this is my job in this game, and I'm actually good at this game, so I can just break it and let other people like feed off of the success. And you know what? That's okay. That's why I made Super Kill and Skip Turbo. Check out my mods at superkillandskipturbo.com. That's not a website. Don't go there. I don't know what that is. Not yet it isn't. Maybe I'll make a domain for that. So anyways, I put on a great show. I'm happy that I won 2 rounds. Like I was afraid I would just get it excluded at the very beginning, but I managed to clutch it on a technicality, and you know we take those here. So anyways, let's see if we can get more dupes. So we have 1 jetpack. Let's see if we can get 2 dupes and have basically 3 jetpacks leaving this level. It would be the same procedure with 4 players to get 5 total jetpacks at the end. Yeah, the dice incident. The thing is, I have my Rafi binds figured out, like, well enough that I could get Rafi into the game and go do it before they had canceled that particular one, but then they canceled it anyways. They re-rolled it, and then I got the new one, whatever it was. I don't remember. It was something easy, I think. But I have my binds set up for these science shows, so I could just control Rafi on the keyboard and perform the thing that I needed to do there. I didn't even have to plug in a controller. Kill 3 sisters, is that what it was? Was it kill 3? I already don't remember doing... How did I kill all 3 of them? Oh, it was independent runs. Yeah, that's what it was. Independent runs, not all in the same run. That's how it worked. Because otherwise that would be a lot harder. You'd have to kill them all at Olmec, because if you kill one, the others don't spawn. Anyways, I'm babbling. Let's go ahead and... So Ruffy needs to unequip. I need to remember what button that is. And Valerie needs to do this. Ruffy, you get over here, you little munchkin. Alright, so this is the normal procedure here. You do the whips, do the grabs. I could honestly try to time this normally. So yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to try to time this normally to show what this would normally look like. Basically, Rafi is whip spamming. And as Valerie, I'm trying to pick it up on roughly the frame that I think Rafi's whip is going to hit it. So you usually want to be doing this as fast as possible to reduce the odds of accidentally equipping it. If the back item is only on the ground for 1 frame and you miss the pickup, it's easier to spam your inputs and grab it again. Whereas if Rafi is whipping really slowly and I grab it between whips, I have to unequip it before we can continue the glitch. This is obviously easier There we go, I got it. This is obviously easier when you're the same person pressing both buttons. But that's what it looks like in real time. It's basically just try to pick it up on that frame. And then hypothetically, if I had screwed this up, so if it was unequipped like this, and then I had Rafi continuing to whip spam. Let's see, did I do it again? No. Okay, so if I had accidentally done this, the glitch wouldn't have worked, and I have to unequip it manually with door, and then Rafi continues to whip. Didn't work. Didn't work. There we go. And this is, if you're spamming your whip button to pick up the item, this is what you'll see if you're spamming it. You do not want to spam unequip, because if you spam your door button to take off the back item when you got the glitch, you'll undo the glitch immediately, and you have to do it again. So you want to be spamming your whip button, but if you see yourself equip the item and it's obviously not working, then you unequip it, like you consciously notice that you unequip it by pressing door. Let me get the stupid bar out of the way. You unequip it by pressing door, and then you try to do the glitch again until you get it. And again, I'm making this look easy because I'm pressing the two buttons on the same frame. It is much easier to do that than it is to coordinate it in online co-op with like rollbacks. But you can definitely do it in online co-op. We've been abusing the shit out of this. So anyways, now we have the glitch back item, and I guess the question is, can we dupe it again? So the real one is there. I have a glitch reference to it. It is technically consecutive frames, but for the purposes of trying to execute the glitch, you just want to try to time it on the same frame and adjust depending on whether or not you think you're missing the window by getting it too early or too late. But it is technically one frame, because the whip spawns, I showed this earlier, but I'll show it again. I just pressed whip on Rafi, but his whip is not here, and if we actually go look at this real quick, Rafi has a whip entity that has not been initialized correctly. So I can go look at this whip entity, and it's in the more flags, I think. It just spawned is what this flag is. And it needs to switch to done spawning before it appears, which is going to happen on the next frame. And there we go, it just appeared. And this is the frame where Valerie would need to be grabbing it. So Cloyce is right, it's technically not the same frame, but for the purposes of just trying to do this in a real-time run, you're aiming for about the same frame. Hey, Elia. But technically, no. And technicalities are important, so that is a good thing to point out. It's not the same frame, it is one frame later. However, if it's getting hit by like a rock or something, it does need to be the same frame as when the rock collides with the jetpack. There's probably other ways to do this. I can showcase a few of them later. Anyways, what we're trying to articulate right now is it possible to get another glitch reference to this back item? So I think what I would have to do is exchange the reference to Rafi. So in order to do that, Rafi needs to pick it up. I have the glitch reference. Rafi has the real reference. If I, as Valerie, unequip this item, it knocks it off of Rafi's back. Rafi has the glitch reference. And Valerie doesn't have a reference at all. So now I think we just dupe it again, I think is what happens here. So yeah, whoever said you can do it with more people, I think, Cloyce, you were correct. You can do it with 2 players. There's no reason why you can't do this with 5. It's just mentally, it's a little bit hard to figure out what it is that you're doing here. But if we whip spam with Rafi again, get him to hold, not him. There we go. Alright, so if we whip spam with Rafi again, did I get it? No. There we go. So now I have a glitch reference to that jetpack. Rafi has a glitch reference to that jetpack. And then either of us could pick it up in our hands. The reason why you could pick it up, by the way, is because the game thinks you're already wearing a jetpack, so it does the default behavior when you pick up a second jetpack of just putting it in your hands. But we both have a glitch reference to this jetpack now. So I can go to the end of the level, which I'm not clipping into the walls because I'm afraid I'm going to like drop it in an arrow trap or something and have it blow up. But if I go through this door, now we have 3 jetpacks. So yes, you can in fact get one for every single player in addition to the original that you came into the level with. So you can get a lot of jetpacks by doing this. This was just with 2 people. You can go from 1 jetpack to 5 if you have a 4-player run where everybody is coordinated. And I think the only requirement is that one person is able to dupe the jetpack and then give the glitch to somebody else and then dupe it again. And basically you just hand out glitch references to other players until everybody has one. And you can also throw one in, you can throw the original in Waddler, and then everybody will have a real one in the next level, and Waddler will have the real one in his storage. There's obviously no way to give Waddler a glitch jetpack because a glitch jetpack is not an entity, it is just a pointer to the same jetpack. And I'm going to show that in a second here. So let me get rid of the ones that we don't need. This is another technicality that I might as well demonstrate now because it is kind of important, and it lets me show off another tool that I wrote. So if we go to this bad boy right here, which some of you have seen this before because this is associated with my AI range viewer that I also am a scumbag and haven't released yet. But just to quickly show what's going on with the power-up system here, I should be able to get 2 players on this. Rafi is going to be... There we go, Rafi. And by the way, the 2 entities that I said were in between the player slots are player indicators. So basically when you go off the edge of the screen and... come on. And go down! There you go, this player indicator here is actually an entity. So that's what those are, by the way. The things that spawn in like after Rafi does. But anyways, that's not what we're interested in. So there's the Rafi pointer. We go all the way back up here. Put this over to the side where we can see what's going on here. And what we're interested in is these power-up lists, which they're bugged. Of course they are. Yep, I broke something off stream. Okay, well never mind. We'll look at it we'll look at it without my broken tool. We don't talk about that. No one saw that. We'll just look at the power-up lists here. How lame, how uninteresting. Alright, so detach both of these. And it's the special attributes, I believe, is what we're interested in here. So the left one is Valerie and the right one is Rafi. Special attributes is just power-ups, I believe. So specifically the jetpack is a power-up, just for whatever reason, that's how that was programmed. So if we perform the dupe, just to reinforce the idea that it is a reference to a jetpack and not a real jetpack, we brought this one in with Rafi, so that means Valerie can dupe it. Rafi could whip it, we could knock it back with anything. Whip is easiest. Let me see if I can knock this out real quick. Alright, first try. Let's go, first try. Alright, so Rafi doesn't have a reference to this power-up, but Valerie does, even though nobody is wearing it. And then if I go over here with Rafi and equip it normally by picking it up, this is the crux of the glitch. We now have 2 player entities with a pointer to this jetpack. The player 1 pointer is an entity, yeah, it is all the UI elements. The compass pointer is also an entity. It spawns in, I think, right before all the players do, if I recall correctly. But the UI compass indicator is always there, even though it's not even visible. It's a bit of an aside, but FX compass, this entity right here, exists even if you don't have a compass. It's just always there. It spawns in around the same time that the players do. And if I had a compass, 4615 would be the entity that shows up. I can just do that now real quick. Myself a compass, and what do you know? I had it selected, that's where it was the whole time. It just sits there invisible. They don't spawn it in when you get the compass, it's just always there. Completely irrelevant to what we're doing, but I thought that'd be an interesting tidbit for anyone who cares. I wouldn't be surprised if the game will crash if I delete that, so we're just going to leave it there. But anyways, this is the glitch that we initiated here. I just tried to unequip the compass. Whatever, chat, you saw it. We had 2 pointers to the same jetpack. That is the reason why when you leave the level, you get 2 jetpacks. Can you give Wadler the compass point? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure FX entities are not accepted by Wadler. I think Wadler only accepts items, is my understanding. And he accepts any item as far as I'm aware, which includes like blood droplets, which are technically items. But he doesn't accept like live cargo or FX entities or anything, or mounts or anything like that. He doesn't teleport players. He accepts blood because the blood entity is item_blood. It's just, it'll despawn by the time you get to him in the next level that you see him. But he does accept blood. It's very bizarre. Can I dupe weapons and throwables? Not to our knowledge. We do not know a way to do that with this glitch. This glitch is fully dependent on the back item pointer, like the power-up reference. We don't know of any way to like glitch a pickup into getting put in your power-ups but not actually getting equipped, and pickups also swap to a different entity when you collect them anyways. They change from item_pickup_compass to item_power-up_compass. Yeah, you can deposit blood and leave at the same time. I think I've done this before. In an old stream, I believe I showed this. If I didn't, I can show it, but it's a little bit of an aside for what we're doing here. It's not very interesting, but I guess I could show it real quick, so let me just do that, just for the hell of it. Alright, brief intermission so that I can show that Wadler can transport blood, because this information is extremely important. Let's just go to Olmec. Excuse me, old Mac. Busy. Alright, go to Waddler. I'm gonna put something in here that I'm going to kill so that it drops some blood. So let's just spawn like a bunch of cavemen. We're gonna kill these guys and they're gonna drop a bunch of blood and then we're gonna leave the level. So let's see your scripts. Finder, caveman. Kill all of them. Alright, so let's wait for the blood to hit the thing. It needs to settle before he'll take it. You just heard the sound right there. He accepted the blood. It is an item underscore blood entity, and as you can see here, Waddler's thing lit up. He's okay with this. He's going to transport any blood droplets that are on this right now. So if we go ahead and leave the level now, and just go to Tide Pool or something, and then go check the game state, we'll see that he has that blood in his inventory now. So if we can avoid crashing the game for once and showcase something. Let's see here. I need to turn off the callback printer again, I think. What else is my callback printer? I have no idea where the window went for the callback printer. Now, whatever. This is why I have a reset button on all my mods. I'll have to fix that later. Alright, so let's get rid of that real quick. Nah, it still didn't work. Why is... Oh my god, that is embarrassing. Everything is broken. Chat, everything is terrible. Whatever, I'll figure that out later. Anyways, just ignore the print spamming right now. I can fix the settings in a moment. I'm a liar. I am a liar. I say a lot of things that definitely aren't true. Anyways, this is true, however. Waddler storage. There they are. It looks like we captured 9 blood droplets in the Waddler storage when I left that level there. So in theory, if you can like get a co-op teammate to take damage or something in Waddler, like right as you leave the level, this will happen. It'll just drop a bunch of blood droplets on it, and I mean they're there. What I can actually do here, I think, let's see here. I'm gonna actually let's go check it out in Ice Caves. So we're not gonna go to Ice Caves yet. I need to set something up here. I need to get this thing to stop spamming. Hold on a second here. So callback print, there it is. I don't know why that wouldn't work earlier. Whatever. Anyways, now we got rid of that, so it's gonna stop spamming the console. Alright, so anyways, if we were to go to the ice caves now, those blood droplets are actually there. Just get this asshole out of the way real quick here. We're gonna go to the exit. I'm very good at this video game. That Crocman's gonna knock me off the door while I set this up. Alright, so let's see. We need to pause the game when we get to the next level here. Here's a little bit of on-the-fly scripting for anybody who was worried we weren't going to do any programming. I'm like, get out of here, asshole. I knew this guy was going to show up. Go away. Alright, so anyway, let's see. So on level, I think, is what we want to do here when we get to the ice caves. And then we want to set an interval and pause the game engine after a few frames after we get into the level. I think set interval only runs if you're not fading in, so this should work. Let's try maybe like 3 frames or something. Yeah, let's just try that. If this doesn't work on the first try, then oh well, I'll get over it. Okay, let's see if that bad boy works. Are we gonna get this first try? Professional software development? Yo, let's go! It actually worked on the first try. We paused the game. Hey, knees. See glitches, you click? Oh, you came to the right stream for that. I think I actually have a script for this. Where's my Waddler storage script? I need to move this into my entity utilities. I need the camera to catch up. There they are. There's the blood droplets. So you would only have like maybe a split second to see these. But Waddler did indeed transfer the blood droplets. Isn't that exciting? I can't unpause my game for some reason. Overlunky, please. I can't unpause my game anymore. Oh, what have I done? Whatever, I'm holding down the frame advance button, and they're gone. So there you go. You can, yeah, it respawns them full size. Waddler only has a little bit of metadata that he transfers, and in the case of the blood droplets, it's not used for anything, so it's just set to 0. You asked the silliest questions. Yep, I have tested this before. I don't know if I streamed it or not, but I did now. I'll make a little mini VOD of this, I guess, if anybody cares. It's not useful. Like, you can't get in here in time to get the blood droplets. Like, I don't think you could even get into the door fast enough to pick these up, even if you teleported to the door immediately. They should be gone, I think, by the time you get in. Even if you had, like, a teleporter and just, like, went straight to it and a UFO blew it up or something. Anyways, back to our regularly scheduled broadcast. First of all, my game is frozen right now. We good now? Nope, I broke it somehow with that callback. Oh, you know how I broke it? Because... Wait, that's... I said an interval. That was supposed to be a timeout. Hold on. Let's just... Yeah, we're just gonna shotgun this. Get rid of all the callbacks. I think one of these will eventually get it. Okay, that should cover it. Let's see, are we good now? There we go. Alright, we fixed it. I saved it, chat. I don't have to restart my game for like the 8th time today. Knees, thank you for the follow. But yeah, I had a bunch of like loose callbacks because I set it to an interval instead of a timeout. So every 3 frames, it was just pausing my game again. That's not what I meant to do there. I just wanted it to pause immediately when the level started, so I didn't have to worry about manually pressing the button. Alright, we don't need this mod anymore. I'm going to move that storage utility into my entity state viewer thingamajig anyways. Alright, let's get rid of that bad boy. Okay, so any other questions about Waddler Blood? Because what I'm going to show now is what happens with all the back items when you do the dupe with them. So I need to go back to the main menu and get player 2. So now's your chance for questions here. And we don't really need the state viewer anymore because like you all get the gist of the glitch here. Unfortunately, it's still going to print a bunch of stuff, but those will fade. You don't really care about those. Waddler cannot transfer critters. He only transfers things with the item mask, as far as I'm aware. So basically any entity in the game that is just item something or another. I believe any of these items that can be standing on the Waddler tiles can be transferred. So stuff like the whip, for instance, is technically an item, but it can't stand on the Waddler tiles. Neither could like rope segments, so you can't do it with those. But blood droplets you can, things like the idol. You can actually transfer the Ushabti with Waddler, and he will remember which Ushabti it is, even though it's impossible to normally get an Ushabti into Waddler, but for whatever reason they programmed it like that. So I wonder if maybe they changed the order in which you get these items at some point during development. Because Waddler actually remembers which one you put in there. Any aspiring map makers, if you want to add that as a puzzle or something, you can do it. He'll transfer it. And of course, in the spirit of spaghetti code, the game remembers that by just remembering which frame of the sprite sheet the Ushabti is. There's no like ID for the Ushabti, it's literally just which frame of the sprite sheet it is. We're going on more non sequiturs here, so it always spawns in as this particular Ushabti, and then you can just change it to get a different one. It should be in textures. Oh, let me detach that. Animation frame, there we go. So here's the Ushabtis, and there's like, I think, let's see, what's the size of a sprite sheet? There's 100 Ushabtis, but I think the sprite sheet is 12 by 12, so you have a few blank ones that just don't have anything in them. But yeah, this is how the game actually keeps track of which one you brought. It's literally just the animation frame. It's one of those like software development things where it's like, yeah, this is kind of cursed, but it gets the job done, and no one would notice this or anything. It's not like using user interface and like display parameters to control game mechanics is bad design, but it is what it is. So now we have an invisible Ushabti that Waddler would also transfer if he felt like doing so. Anyways, that's not what we're here to do though, so back on track. Back items. What actually happens with each different back item? So let's just do them in the order that I think of them. So we'll start with the jetpack and show all the interactions for what happens when you have a glitch reference jetpack. Now I'm trying to think if there is a fast way that I could do this with one player, but I think we just do this with 2 players because this will be the most consistent way to set it up. I could use commands to like detach the back item, but I'm just going to do this consistently, the way that we're all familiar with seeing it. So Rafi needs to unequip it. Hopefully I'll remember the key bindings by the time I'm done doing this. Put that there. Rafi, you just sit over here. Yeah, let's see. He's not in position. So yeah, we've seen jetpack before, but I want to get this all in like one condensed block. So we're going to show what all the back items do. So I need to unequip, and then I need to put them on the same frame, which I'm just going to do manually because I don't feel like trying to do the key bindings for that. Got it. First try. Okay, so we have a glitch jetpack here. This is what happens with the jetpack. So if nobody is wearing it, I could fly like this. When I run out of fuel, which is 100 frames of pressing jump, that's it. I can't fly anymore. We're done. So somebody has to pick it up. I could pick it up in my hands. All the jetpack cares about is that it is overlaid onto a player, so I can pick it up. It'll run out of fuel until I touch the ground, but basically the jetpack is saying, am I overlaid onto a player, and is that player standing on the ground? And if both of those things are true, then the jetpack refuels to 100 frames. That's how that looks. Now, if Rafi goes and equips this, the flame particles spawn on Rafi, but the player with the glitch reference is the one that flies. I have infinite fuel because Rafi is on the ground and it's going to refresh it every time that it runs out. Or if I wait in between puffs, I don't think it'll ever run out. I think it'll refuel as long as it's not active. So you have infinite fuel. You can literally fly around the level by doing this. Very abusable. And then we've done this in co-op runs. Oh man, main path Uja room. You love to see it. We've done this in co-op runs before where people like basically are keeling and you just go to Tiamat and you fly up through the lasers with a glitch jetpack and that's how you finish the level. Very silly. But anyways, if Rafi is also flying, we run out of fuel twice as fast because we only have 100 frames of fuel and each player is independently depleting the fuel on the real jetpack. So that's how this interaction works. I don't believe there's anything else to show for the jetpack. If anybody has more questions about this for stuff I didn't try, I can look into it later, but let's move on to the next back item for now. So, Rafi, you equip that. And let's do Vlad's Cape, because Vlad's Cape is also a fun, broken item with nonsense that you can do with it. That's Vlad, that's not Vlad's Cape. It's got something attached to it. There we go. Okay, so let's get this into the next level. I'm just going to do this in Olmec because it's an easier place to showcase this stuff. So let's go down here. Why did I change the beak color? Because I decided it's a crow. It was never a penguin. It's canonically a crow now, and I'll ban you if you think it's a penguin. Or I won't. I don't care that much. But it was a generic bird until I was like, you know what? No, it's a crow. Because crow sign is too good of a pun to like pass up. That's the lore behind this character. That's literally the lore. Somebody said crow sign in chat and it stuck. I'm not gonna ban you, it's okay. No, have no fear. So anyways, let's get rid of that. I could just delete that jetpack, but it's much more fun to place it in the wall. So now here's what happens with Vlad's Cape. Vlad's Cape is weird. So Rafi brought this in, and we're capable of performing the dupe with it. So let's go over here, and equip it. And I think that's the right spot. I didn't mean to delete that, but that's fine. And no, Rafi's not far over enough. There we go, that should work. Alright, so get ready to pick it up. Second try, we take that. Okay, so now we have a glitched Vlad's Cape. I have this slow fall. You also saw the cape flicker for a second there. It kind of like tries to update the animation.
Mental attitude.
Yeah, positive. I mean, I'm pretty stoked about this. So yeah, I have a positive mental attitude right now. This is a very exciting glitch, and I'm happy to share it with people. But anyways, the cape is different. Like every back item is a little different. You'll notice I don't have a double jump, and that's because for whatever reason, Vlad's Cape doesn't give a double jump via the power-up. Vlad's Cape like receives the function call that says apply a double jump to whoever is wearing it. So if it's sitting on the ground, I can do the slow fall function of the cape, but I cannot double jump at all. Now, if Rafi goes, or actually, first of all, if I pick it up, I still can't double jump, so nothing interesting happens if you pick up Vlad's Cape while you have a glitch reference to it. Now, if Rafi equips it, there we go, I can actually make Rafi jump. I am only pressing jump on Valerie. If you actually look up here, you can see an input display. These are Rafi's inputs, these are Valerie's. S is the sprint input, so it's always held down because I run by default, and I don't know how people play without that. Valerie is the only one jumping. It actually makes Rafi perform a jump instead. And specifically, I think, let's see, if I give myself a little bit of air to mess around with, I can make Rafi jump every time he touches the ground. So Rafi touching the floor here refreshes the double jump. And if I, as Valerie, press jump in the air again, I can just make him jump another time. So if I spam it like really hard like this is basically what you see Rafi doing there. It's weird, but you ultimately get the slow fall. And then from Rafi's perspective, it's a functional cape except if the other player consumes the jump while he's in midair, he just doesn't get the jump. Get a block above you. Yeah, you could do that too. Like, spawn a tile. Make him hop constantly. It's not as fast as I was hoping it would be. If I do it myself like this, not terribly interesting, but very silly. So that's how that works. And again, Rafi has full control over the lad's cape as he would normally, except if the other player consumes his jump, it just gets used, and then he doesn't have one for his own uses. Just the Valerie. Well, Rafi, the limiting factor here is Rafi has to touch the ground to refresh the jump. It's not how fast Valerie could jump, it's how fast Rafi could touch the ground and renew the jump and allow me to do another one. That's the thing that matters here. Rafi's holding jump, you get a big jump. Now, do you? I'm going to press jump on the same frame for both characters. Let's see what happens. It looks like it's just a normal jump. Or do you mean like... I don't know, what's the frame order for this big jump that you're talking about here? That looks fairly normal. That was just the equivalent of Rafi jumping. Or do you mean he jumps and then one frame later I jump? Let's try that. So Rafi just jumped on this frame, and then we're going to both hold jump. Rafi just holds jump. Well, that doesn't seem to be happening. Let me try that. Oh, I see. Okay, I see what you mean. He has to let go of it, though, afterward. But if you force him to jump, then I think he basically gets a full height jump because he has the slow fall physics from holding his jump key down. Not really a big jump, but I don't know. Let me try it with spring shoes. I'm curious if maybe there's something interesting going on here. But this just looks like a normal Vlad's jump. Alright, so if we give it to Rafi here, this is what he would do normally. So he goes up to about the third tile. That's how spring shoes generally work. If he double jumps, he can get like 6. Now, if Valerie performs the jump for him while he's holding jump, yeah, it's a little. You're right. It is a little bit higher. Yeah, he goes up a little bit higher, like maybe half a character or half a tile higher than normal. So yeah, it is a big jump. You are correct. Weird. I don't know why. I'm not sure if that's more useful than Rafi just pressing jump twice by himself, because again, he only gets one more air jump. But, video games. Like, I guess the Vlad's jump is a little bit higher than the default one. So he just gets a ground Vlad's jump. Not useful, but you know what? Not all the science has to be useful. Sometimes we just do this just to see what happens. Maybe in a year somebody will figure out how to weaponize this glitch. Anyways, we're not done with Vlad's cape though, because we've got something fun that we can do with this item. Door cancel. So with the jetpack, you cannot force the player to jump. But with Vlad's cape you can, and if anybody understands the basis of how door cancel works, you might remember it's weird. Door cancel is initiated by being able to initiate your back item's jump mechanic while you're entering a door, and incidentally, I have a way to force a player to perform a jump. That sounds abusable, so let's abuse the shit out of it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the cape on Valerie here. Rafi has the glitch reference to force Valerie to jump now. And if I'm going into a door, let me get my hands in position to perform this. So I need to force Valerie to jump while I'm entering the door. There we go. So by spamming jump with Rafi, I have forced Valerie in a door cancel state, which interestingly enough has the property of Valerie being able to do infinite air jumps. So I've stopped pressing jump with Rafi, but for whatever reason, when you are in this state, your Vlad's cape refreshes its jump every single time you use it. I don't know why. I'm not standing on anything. I'm not sure why actually this happens, like what the internal details are of it. But I think it has to do with this. I think it's the fact that the ground still exists. It hasn't been destroyed yet. So I have infinite jumps because all the game is checking for is that I'm standing on something. And in fact, I wonder if I delete this tile, this one right here, I wonder if I lose my air jumps. So I just deleted this tile. I'm no longer standing on anything. I have no more air jumps. So yeah, that's what it is. It's the fact that the game still thinks you're standing on the tile. Normally you would initiate door cancel by destroying the tile in order to get into the glitch state that lets you use a cape or a jetpack or a telepack if you want to crash your game. But in this case, we don't destroy the floor tiles, so we actually still have a standing on and can jump infinitely unless this tile is destroyed by something. At which point it's basically the normal door cancel state, except you have Vlad's cape instead of a jetpack or a normal cape. And you can get eggplant with this, and we're gonna go ahead and show that right now. So let me, I need to reset this. Alright, so, oh, by the way, we duped Vlad's cape. Again, it's the same dupe for every item. Leave the level with a glitch reference, you get a real one in the next level. But anyways, let's go do that to perform this fun glitch. The ultimate illegal eggplant. If you thought the illegal eggplant run wasn't edgy enough and you weren't breaking enough laws in order to do this, then boy, have I got some news for you. It gets even worse. That is not where Waddler is. He's over here. I knew he was here the whole time. So you don't even need, if you have Vlad's cape, you don't even need to, like, bomb out the caves. You can do this from literally any door in the level. You do this from the mothership door, inside of the mothership. In fact, let's just do that, just to show that we can. All the way down. Hey, you think I could first try this? Let's go. First try. Nope. Second try. Got it. Easy every time. I'm just trying to prove a point. You could do this from any door, but I want to do it from this door because I'm a dumb idiot and I just want to. So if we go back over here and ignore the shopkeepers, ignore the riffraff, let's perform the glitch. So Rafi has the cape. Unequip it. Get him in position real quick. I think that spot should work. A little bit more. And again, God mode doesn't affect any of this. Like, I've had God mode on this whole time. The only thing that God mode would affect is that I could, like, get stunned by Rafi while he's whip spamming. Which I think actually works if you grab it on the frame that you get hit by the whip. Let me turn off God mode and showcase that once, because I haven't actually gone over that detail. It's just harder because you get stun locked if they're whip spamming. But if you have frame perfect inputs, Rafi performs his whip. I'm still wearing the back item. Hold on. Okay, so Rafi performs his whip. And then I grab on the frame that I got stunned. But as you can see, it played the sound and we still initiated the glitch. So you can do it even if you get stunned. The problem is, if Rafi is whip spamming, you're going to get stun locked. So generally you don't want to be in range of the whip, but it doesn't actually prevent the glitch from happening. The player getting stunned is irrelevant. All that matters is that the cape is equipped and then unequipped on the correct frame before it processes its flags. Anyways, now that we have the glitch initiated, let's see, I need to transfer it. So let me have Rafi equip this. Alright, so Rafi's wearing it. Now Rafi has the glitch state, and I have the real reference to this. So if I go ahead and enter this door here, while Rafi is spamming jump. Here we go. And we can go all the way up. I hope my spacebar mashing isn't too loud. We can go all the way up. We can say hello to the Yetis. Whip some things. Get a hired hand. All the way up to the top. Anger Waddler. Don't worry, I didn't kill him, chat. I'm a buster, but I'm not that much of a villain. And go get the eggplant child. So if you thought, like, the original strat for doing this was difficult, like, we have an even easier way to do this. If you have Vlads and players who know how to do this glitch with the right entity ID order, it's literally free. And if you want to guarantee that you can do it no matter who's in the level, just put a duplicate Vlad's cape in Waddler's before you leave Olmec. And then you'll have a cape that anybody can dupe in the level with Eggplant Child in it, and can do the glitch from there. And then in this case, like, Rafi would have to leave the level, which we can't do because local co-op, and I don't know how to do the jank, where you can, like, have the other player at the exit in the wrong layer. There is a way to desynchronize the layers, but I don't know how to do it. Can you unequip Vlads? I think Rafi can. If Rafi unequips Vlad's, then my game will crash, so I don't want to do it. Like, I can't unequip it because wait, oh, never mind, no, I can. Oh, shit. You can. Okay, you're right. Oh, you know why? Because I'm on the ground. Yeah, you're correct. You can unequip. Alright, so anyways, my game crashes if I don't leave this level immediately, so we're going somewhere else. But yeah, you're right. And by the way, we have the Eggplant Child now. If Rafi is whip spamming, you can equip spam and it'll work. It'll eventually work, but if you equip the cape properly and don't get the glitch, you have to take it off manually and then go back into the whip spamming to try again. Yeah, we have an Eggplant Child. This would have worked for anything. Yeah, the classic 1-1 Eggplant Child. I don't know why more people don't do this. And he's gone. Alright, so anyways, that's Vlad's cape. And by the way, you can do that with a jetpack as well, but again, you can't force the player to jump, so it's just your regular garden variety door cancel. I guess I could show that real quick, because the jetpack is the other really, really easy way to do this. So, you know, we've got two ways to do door cancel now to get the eggplant. So if we take this loadout, bring it over to the ice caves, and this time I'll just use a normal door like a normal player. I didn't turn God mode on. I'm surprised I didn't just get myself killed there. I need my crutch. I need my God mode. It's the only way I can play this game now. I'm washed up. Alright, one of these two is... Oh, it's the push block one. There we go. Never mind. Rafi. I don't remember Rafi's bomb button. Let's see. Is this your card? That's a rope. Is this your card? There we go. I'm terrible. I'm just gonna delete the block. Alright, I did it. I bombed it open, chat. You saw it. You all saw it. Yeah, I have no idea what I have buttons bound to on Rafi. It's weird. I have him like crammed over to the right side of my keyboard, so his movement keys are like Y, G, H, J. His whip button is K. I think L is... No, K is jump, L is whip. I don't want to press any buttons that'll anger Waddler. And I is door, and I don't remember any of the other ones. Maybe that's all of them. Bomb and rope are like M and N or something like that. But anyways, you can do the glitch with this as well. So all you need is somebody with a glitch jetpack. So if we go ahead and perform the same maneuver. So I do this. Is Ruffy's whip going to hit it? It will. Okay, so if we do that, let's try this. First try. That's jump. Rafi, you jumped. You idiot. Whip. I can't believe Rafi doesn't know how to whip. Alright, so now we have a glitch jetpack here, and in this case, you want to do the opposite. For the one with Vlad's cape, the person getting the eggplant child needs to wear the cape so that the person with the glitch reference could force them into the door cancel state. But in this case, that's not what we want to do here. So let me get this on Rafi, and then unfortunately, some doofus with a bomb blew up the Yeti cave door, so we need to do this with the bottom one. Which is a little bit harder, but we can make this work because I'm a cheater and I'm just going to give myself paste and bombs so that I could do this. So let me bomb bet. There we go, bombs. You could do it with... I guess you could do it with a Matic as well. Now let's just do it with the Matic because I just want to show a variety of different things. Anybody who hasn't seen door cancel, you can also do it with a Matic. But all that matters is that you get in the door cancel state and you have infinite fuel because the person wearing the jetpack is just standing on the ground, constantly refueling it. So if I go ahead and do this, just put Rafi. Rafi could be anywhere in the level. All that matters is that he's standing on the ground. Dude, shut up. Stop making noise up there. So if we initiate door cancel, which is going to require me to do this. It's a little hard with the ice physics. I'm trying to get on the very edge of the door. Alright, we swing and we should be able to jump. So it's swing, enter late, and then spam jump. There we go. So if we initiate door cancel like that, and Rafi stays on the ground, I could just hold spacebar and just fly up out of bounds and go get the eggplant child like that. And if for any reason you were doing this and you needed to drop the Matic after you initiated it, you just need to get in a ledge hang, which is a little bit finicky to do. I'm trying to align myself. It's very difficult to do, but if you have infinite fuel, it's not too bad. Oh, I had it and I lost it. Come on. Oh, I don't have climbers, that's why I'm having trouble doing it. I have to do it here. It's surprisingly difficult to get this alignment when you don't have climbing gloves to do it. Try down here. Oh my god. Please, don't make me give myself climbing gloves just to get the stupid state. Okay, I'm about to give up on this. This is awful. The ladder rope, yeah, I'll just try to do this the manual way. Okay, fine, you win. Frame advance. You win, game. You showed me. There we go. Alright, so if you have a ledge hang state, you can drop the item that you're holding, and that's how you would get back to the whip. You can't swing the Matic while you're in this state, but you can whip. So if that was useful for some reason, like you were in Abzu, if you were trying to go to Abzu and you wanted to whip like the idol at the bottom, you would need to make sure you weren't holding an item, so you could deposit something like that. You can't swing the sword while you're in that state either, because the sword also has like the non... Well, you could swing the sword, but the sword won't hit anything because it also gets the door cancel state. But the whip is fine. The whip spawns in without the door cancel state, so you can still just hit things with it. Could you swing the Matic with the Vlad's one? That's interesting, actually. Oh, good. I just accidentally got the fucking ledge hang when I wasn't even trying to. Go figure. Let's try this with Vlad's. So, back to 1-1. Also, we have an eggplant child again. Actually, let me instant restart just to get rid of all the cruft. Alright, put that on. I didn't mean to mess up my camera. Let's just warp to... Let's see, we're gonna use the Matic. Let's just do it in Olmec, because Olmec's an easy level that doesn't have a bunch of crap in it. Alright, so I wonder then, can you actually swing the Matic while doing the Vlad's Cape version of this? Because the game kind of thinks you're standing. My guess is the answer is going to be yes, you can, but we'll find out. We're going to do the science. Alright, we'll do it in the front layer so it's not all dark and hard to see anything. So I need to initiate the glitch. So Rafi, you come like right about here is usually the right spot. Alright, so equip. There we go, we got it. So Rafi needs to put this on. No. Rafi. There you go, hold down. Now I unequip it. And then put it on. Now I have the real one. And let's go ahead and do door cancel with Rafi spamming jump and see what happens. I need to make sure Rafi doesn't get stuck in the ledge hang state. Well, I guess that doesn't really matter. Right here. There we go. Alright, so... Alright, yeah, well, there you go. This is cursed. Oh my god, this is cursed. Oh no. You can do this. Well, there you go, folks. Co-op score strat. Just go into the walls and get all the gems out. It's very hard to do this because you lose the ability to, like, consistently control yourself. I guess maybe if you're slow falling? No, I can't even slow fall. It won't let me. I can't do the slow fall until I destroy the tile that I was on, and then I wouldn't be able to swing the Matic, I'm pretty sure. So, like, you have to do this janky, like, jumping mechanic here. Because the game is basically only giving me the double jump and not the slow fall functionality of the cape. But there you go, folks. This is a thing you could do. Oh, it is so difficult to get this to work. Okay, I'm having Rafi also press jump, and it's a little bit more consistent. Like, I'm mashing Rafi's jump button as well, and you can get way more height if Rafi also jumps. Yeah, every single time I do this, I'm jumping off the ground, and it's just so janky. This is so cursed. Thank you for suggesting this. I wouldn't have thought to look into this. Oh, by the way, if you didn't know, you're immune to lava when you're in this state. This isn't just the God mode doing this. Like, I turned off God mode just now, and I'm still immune to the lava. If you're wondering if I have God mode on, check right here on the HUD, and you can see it. So, there you go. It's on, off, and so on. I'm going to leave it on just so I don't accidentally die while I'm doing something. There we go. I broke the Matic. The Matic head immediately got pulped by level geometry. And then for some reason, I could just unequip it, I guess because I'm still on the ground. While I'm in this state, does anybody... I paused the game here, it didn't crash. Anybody else... Can anyone think of any other ground-based items that I could test while I'm doing this before I move on to the other back items? So, like, we've got the Matic, for instance. That's something that only works on the ground. We've got, like, double jump shenanigans where it's being refreshed constantly because I'm airborne while in the grounded state. But what we have here is a way to be standing on a tile while also being airborne. And I'm wondering if there's any other game mechanics. Can you freeze Olmec's lava? I think you can, but there's a lava imposter underneath it, so it doesn't really matter. But Freeze Ray, you're saying I could probably do it. Let's see. Alright, so let's see. I'm trying to remember the way to do this. I think it's pick up. I need to check the command for how to put this in my hands while I'm in this state, so just give me a second here. I think it might be pick up. Pick up. So who picks it up and what are they picking up? That should work. Oh, you know, I wonder, yeah, you're right. Can I pick anything up? So I can crouch, as you can see here. Let's try to do this with frame precision. Can I pick this up while I'm crouched like this? Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, this is a doozy of a bug here. It's frame perfect. We have a Spelunky 2 air crawl. For anybody who doesn't know, this is a thing you can do in HD. You can pick stuff up while you're in the air in HD. Not to be confused with HD, the chat member. Hello, HD. New drain mech strats right here in development. Co-op drain mech. But yeah, you can pick shit up, and if you need to drop the item you're holding, oh my god, I just realized, look at that. It's not in the door cancel state because I didn't bring it in the door with me. So if you've ever seen this weird interaction sometimes where the item's just like stuck on the wall or like behind Olmec or something when you're going into a door, this is what it is. This is the game basically trying to not put the item behind the wall, but the item also can't be crushed while it's in your hands. So the physics engine is desperately trying to find a spot to put it. And then it does this like hilarious looking interpolation where it just like slides back over to you when it gets back. This is so silly looking. This game is silly. It's a goofy game. I can get all the way over here to just look at it just slide back over to where I am. This is so stupid. I love this stuff. Here it comes. There it is. Yeah, freeze ray. Worth noting, the freeze shot originates from the freeze ray and not my hands. And yet, how did I just freeze that snake? What is... This is so cursed. What is this? This is the stupidest thing I've done in a long time in this dumb video game. Give me freeze ray. Come here, buddy. When you turn around, it looks like it snaps to you. Can you freeze yourself? Yeah, sure, why not? Let's try that. I would think not. I don't think you can get hit by it until it deflects off something. Okay, I need to do this with frame precision, so let's try that. Plasma cannon. You could normally shoot the plasma cannon in this state, so I don't see why it wouldn't work with this glitchy pickup. It might originate from the plasma cannon, though. Okay, yeah, if I turn around, it doesn't work anymore, so let me, Nah, if you can hit yourself with it, it doesn't... You know, it shouldn't work because I'm in the door entering state where you can't normally get hit by projectiles. So yeah, that wouldn't make any sense. I don't think you can actually hit yourself with it. Alright, so anyways, let me see if I can get back in the ledge hang state. Not quite. It's very precise. There's a very small window where the game will latch onto a ledge. It's not like perfect, it's not pixel perfect, but it's like 1/100th of a unit in either direction. Can I not just drop? Oh, you're right, yeah, I can just drop the item. I keep forgetting. I was thinking of the jetpack. Yeah, I can just drop it, and it's actually still inbound, so we don't even have to lose it. So if I go ahead and give myself a plasma cannon now, let's stick around with that for a bit. Plasma cannon I'm expecting to work like it would normally, except it'll originate from the plasma cannon. Alright, I didn't grab it. This might be like a sub-pixel thing where you have to be really close to the correct height to actually perform the grab. There we go. Okay, yeah, you can definitely do it though, but you'll probably have to try multiple times. I would imagine it's difficult to do it in real time. But I mean, you can just do this. But this is something you were able to do normally. It's just this time we have a really cursed plasma cannon that's like stuck on a wall. And yet the shot originated from me. This is the weirdest thing. But that one originated from the plasma cannon. You know what I wonder? I wonder if the shot exists for one frame on top of the player, and then it gets teleported to the plasma cannon. Knowing this game, I wouldn't put it past them for it to work like that. So let's try that. So let's get this in a weird state. We're gonna do 2 tests here. So first one, the plasma cannon is back here somewhere. Alright, so let's see. The plasma shot is over here on the plasma cannon. It might happen within the frame, which is or the plasma cannon emitted this light, but I think the plasma shot is inside of the cannon. Yeah, let's see. Actually, we don't have a... What is this entity called? Is it plasma shot? Yeah, it is plasma cannon shot, but it doesn't exist yet. I think it does exist, but it can't be found. Like, the entity finder can't select it yet. I could probably guess what entity ID it is, though. So let's see. Let's do a little bit of hacker man's here. Let's see. I think it's next entity UID. All right. So my theory is that it's 19443. Let's see if that's correct. Yeah, there it is. So the shot does exist, but it can't be found by the entity picker because it's in this weird state here. It's in this just spawn state, and it won't be like a proper entity until it's in the done spawning state. But you can see the hitbox of it here. It's that green box, so it does exist where the plasma cannon is. And if we just advance, then it shows up on the next frame. This is so silly. Alright, so let's do the second test then, which is what happens if I'm in the wall when I shoot it. It's a boy. Yeah, I don't know, is that what that plasma shot was? Who knows? It could be anything it wants to be. Alright, so let's see here. I'm gonna fire it. Oh, you know what? I know what this is. I've seen this before. This is a weird, like, fail-safe mechanic that the game has, where basically if the front of the weapon... This has something to do with the player being in a wall. I've seen this with the freeze ray in water, where the freeze ray shot spawns in a different spot if you're underwater. The game does some check where it basically says, like, if the player is in a spot where the projectile would immediately collide with something, then spawn the shot on the player and not the weapon that fired it. That's the best way I can describe this. I actually saw this with the freeze ray when I was developing Spelunky Nautica because I was having issues with getting it to spawn in the right place. But it, like, appears on top of the player in certain circumstances, and being in a wall appears to be one of those cases. Just your usual garden variety Spelunky jank. Alright, any other stuff we want to see? Any other items that you want to see me try to exploit with this? Yeah, there was another one. It might be that if the front of the weapon is pressed into the wall, it spawns on the player. That could be what it is, because that's what we're seeing here. Displaced Matic. Wait, we showed that, or am I missing something? The Matic... Did the Matic... Oh yeah, right, we didn't do it with a Matic that was in the level, so... and not brought with us. Let's try it with a Displaced Matic. Let's see how this... Let's see what the jank is for this. We just put our plasma cannon down. Let's see if I can do this. First try! Let's go! First try! It's air grab. What was it? What's it called in HD? Is it called air grab? I need to get the terminology right. Air crawl, that's what it is. First try on that. And it looks like the Matic is stuck in the wall, so let's see what happens. It swings where the player is, so... Not sure what we can do with this. Let's see. Yeah, it goes to the player when you swing it, it seems. So I'm not sure if there's anything we can utilize with that. Let me do it with frame advance just to see exactly how this looks. It looks very cursed, but I mean, that's everything we've been doing here looks cursed, so I'm not surprised. Alright, I'm going to swing it now. Let's see what happens. Yeah, it teleported to my player immediately. Now what I wonder is, if you have it in this glitch state, and then you pull it through the wall, but before it hits, where does it land? Does it go back into the glitch state? So let's try that again. I'm going to swing it as I go into this next wall and see if it gets pulled back and hits the wrong spot again. Alright, so we spawned it in our player. I fell too far. Let me try that again. Alright, so let's try that again. We get it glitched. And we swing it. It gets teleported to the player. Nah, you can see here it gets pulled through the wall, like before it actually hits. It basically just says, like, okay, I'm gonna go through tiles after the backswing. It's the same shit as Excalibur. The backswing physics for the Matic are just... The backswing doesn't go through blocks, but the front swing does. The same shit happens with Excalibur, and it's infuriating because it's like impossible to kill hermit crabs with the backswing in certain situations because it just will not collide with them. I mean, in general, it's hard to hit things with the backswing with Excalibur when they're above you. I think the machete has the same problem. Just your usual garden variety Spelunky jank. Okay, any other items we want to try here? Unfortunately, Displaced Matic isn't terribly interesting, but at least you can drop it back in the level when you're done. I do need to hydrate, thank you. You know what, I have an idea. Let's see here. If anything here seems interesting, then shout out. There's like web gun, but I think the web gun, shotgun are going to do the same thing as like the plasma cannon and freeze ray. Clone gun as well. I don't think we're going to see anything interesting with any of those items. Teleporter. Teleporter you can use normally in door cancel. It kills you if you would telefrag yourself. It doesn't. I don't believe it's going to do anything interesting in this displaced state. Could swap your back item. Let's think about the implications of that. You would still be in the grounded state. I wonder if you could use a jetpack infinitely. Yeah, let's try that. We're going to try it with a jetpack. But let me see if there's anything else here first. So these are just all weapons. Nothing interesting here. Shield is just going to be a shield. It's just going to crush things when you touch it. Mirror Blade stuns you when thrown with Mitt. Yeah, we could try that. I don't believe it's going to do anything interesting. And by the way, throwing it with the Mitt doesn't open the portal to the Cosmic Ocean. It has to be a bow. But it is interesting. We can still see if that behavior like works in any consistent way. I wonder if you can get stunned while you're in this state. We'll try that last because I think that might break the state that I'm in and cause issues. So let's try the jetpack. I'm wondering if I could swap for a jetpack and then get infinite flight because I'm technically still on the ground. Second try? Third try? Please? This is hard. Okay, I don't want to do this anymore. Alright. That frame should do it. There we go. Okay, so now we have a jetpack. My game crashed because I unequipped the cape. I'm not sure how you would do this without it. Yeah, Vlad's fell through the ground and went out of bounds and crashed my game. How would you... I don't think you can swap the back item. Make Rafi unequip it. If Rafi unequips it, it's in the door cancel state though, so it'll fall through terrain. I think that's the problem here. The back item is in the door cancel state. It's going to fall through terrain if it gets unequipped for any reason, and then fall into the void. What do you mean that's fine? That's not fine. My game crashed. That's a bad thing. We don't want that. You can't make more Vlads if your game is gone. Rafi equips Vlads. Okay, let me think about this. So, this would be so hard to do then. So I unequip Vlads, which would put the glitch state on Rafi. That doesn't work. Or, no, it wouldn't, no. Rafi still has the glitch state. Let's see, Rafi unequipping it. Yeah, I guess we get rid of it. Okay, I see. I see what you're talking about. So if I unequip it, that would not work. But if Rafi unequips it, it knocks it off my back, but... Well... No, that doesn't make sense. Unless both players unequip it, maybe. I think if both players unequip it in quick succession, then you're fine. Because, okay, so I'm wearing the real one. Now, let me go back to the Olmec level. Let's theorycraft this a little bit. I think we have a way to make this work, but my brain isn't working correctly, so let's go back into the level and try it. But yeah, I think both players around the same time is going to be what we have to do here. Coco, thank you for the follow. Alright, so we need to get a Vlad's Cape, put on Rafi, do the usual. Again, there is a way to do this. You can manually, like, edit the overlay on the entity to unequip, but I am doing it, like, the authentic way. So let's get Rafi to pick this up, and let's go to Olmec. There we go. So now Rafi has the correct ID for the cape. Let's go over here to our favorite glitch initiation point. I think my playlist ended. I'm just going to shuffle it and play it again. I only have, like, 2 hours of science music. I need to beef this one up a little bit. Actually, I didn't shuffle it at all. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Alright, so let's get rid of these tiles. This pesky nonsense out of the way. Alright, Rafi, you take that off. Remember, I have trouble controlling Rafi because he has very janky keyboard controls on my setup right now. That's why you'll see me like struggling to figure out how to get him to move, because it's cramped. There's only so many keys I've got available, and I'm too lazy to plug in my controller. It causes issues with player one for no apparent reason, so I avoid doing it. Alright, we got the glitch. So let's get Rafi to put that on. There we go. So I unequip it and put it on. Rafi should have the glitch state now. That's not what I meant to do. Yeah, Rafi is... There he goes. Okay, Rafi has the glitch state now. So if I go into this door, I can get back into that state. And then let's see what jank we can use to get this. Assume that we don't care about losing the Vlad's cape. Let's think about how this is going to go down. So I go into the door, Rafi spams jump. Now I can fly. Also, I think... Oh, you know what? I just realized why this happens. The game is getting me off of the ladder because I'm touching the ground right now. So every frame that I'm not actively climbing it, the game is like, oh, you're touching the floor. Get off the ladder. Because that's just normally how that works. So that's why I can't stay on that. Alright, so let's go through the scenarios. Valerie unequips the cape. If I unequip the cape, Rafi keeps the glitch reference. It falls out of bounds. Game crashes. If Rafi unequips the cape, Valerie, it gets knocked off of her back, but Valerie still has a glitch reference. Game crashes. So we both have to unequip the cape, and it falls out of bounds, and then nothing bad happens. So let's do that. So both players are holding down here. So I'm going to have Valerie unequip first, because my keyboard is going to ghost these inputs if I do too many at once. Alright, so Valerie unequip the cape, and then we need Rafi to do it. It's worth noting that this would be like a frame-perfect maneuver to grab the jetpack and not fall out of bounds. So this would be very hard to do. I think I need to stress that. You're probably not going to be able to do this in a real run. This is just like a theoretical, is it possible scenario, I think. So anyways, Rafi is going to unequip his back item now. So... hold on. Yeah, Rafi, you are holding down and door. No, he's holding... Oh, I'm an idiot. He's holding right. I'll check his reference in a moment and make sure. Oh, you're right. Yeah, I could... Let's see. Yeah, I still have a pointer to the cape. Well, let's see. No, the second Rafi unequips it and it's off my back, I can't double jump anymore, I think. Anyways, I'm focused on getting Valerie to grab the jetpack right now. Interesting. It didn't actually grab. Okay, let's try a few things here. First of all, let me get Rafi's reference off of the cape. So, Rafi needs to hold down. Do I have ghosted inputs? Why is Rafi not holding down? No, don't go in the door, you idiot! The game's gonna crash! Get out of there! That's why he's doing that. Oh god, Rafi, get out! Get out! That's why he was just walking right. Rafi, get out of the door. This is important. We do not have long to live. Okay. Hold down. There we go. Rafi unequipped it. So we're not going to crash anymore. Let's check Valerie's entity state. Ideally, this would have worked better. Well, I can't jump anymore because I'm not wearing a back item. Or can I? Actually, no, that's a valid point. Let's see. Oh, never mind. I can jump. Alright. Okay, well, never mind. I'm a dumbass. See, this is why I have chat here to tell me things. I could have just been pressing jump this whole time. It wasn't the Vlad's double jump that I was using. It was the ground jump. Vlad's was just the way that I was able to get into this state. That's actually really good to know. So it actually doesn't matter what back item you have, but you need Vlad's in order to get into this state to begin with, because Vlad's is the one that'll force you out of the door entering state. So this is not the Vlad's jump. Anybody who needed a correction for that, we're not using the Vlad's double jump. This is actually a ground jump that I'm performing here. Because, just to reiterate, Valerie is currently standing on the ground. This tile right here, this floor-styled stone, which is this tile right here that I'm hovering over. So these are regular jumps because the game thinks I'm standing on a floor. Very interesting. So now the question is, can I put this jetpack on and get infinite fuel because I'm standing on the ground? It is still very difficult to do this. Let me just deal with frame precision. Okay, we didn't get it from that one. Try it again. Won't be able to use it because I'm on the ground. I guess we'll see. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's just a matter of whether it would give us a smoother flight. Yep, you are correct. I cannot use it because I am on the ground. So me wearing the jetpack here is completely irrelevant. Nothing interesting happens because I'm on the ground right now. Alright, good to know. So we can unequip that. Anything else? I guess I could try to pick up Rafi. No, that sounds pretty cursed. Let's try to pick up another player and see if I can bring him with me. Alright, so you're coming with me, buddy. This is interesting. If anybody could think of a co-op abuse for what I'm doing right here, be my guest. Come up with the most cursed thing you could do with a player in your hands in this state. Because God, I just turned God mode off, by the way. Yeah, you could throw him in the wall and kill him, but I just turned off God mode. He's not going to die. You can just take him anywhere in the fucking level. This is amazing. I'm so glad we're looking into this. Thank you, whoever pointed this out. This is incredible. There we go. I just picked him up without a setup. So you can do it. It's just difficult. But I can literally just take him anywhere in the level. That said, I think the lava will kill him because normally things in your hands are killed by lava. Like if you've ever held like a pet or a mount in the drill in Volcana and you smear it against the lava, it blows up. So I strongly suspect, not blows up, it dies to the fire. So I strongly suspect he will die to the lava. We don't need him anymore though, so let's find out. Rest in piss, forever miss. But yeah, so yeah, he's not dying to the crush because he's in my hands, and crush is inconsistent about that. I think like regen block could probably kill him in my hands, but I don't think like regular terrain can kill a held entity. There's just specific edge cases. If I put him through a force field, he would probably get knocked out of my hands as well, if I had to guess. But in any case, you can just carry him around the vanilla level, and everything just works completely fine. And I am invincible in this state because I'm in the door entering state, so literally nothing could kill her. So lava and force fields are to stay away from. It's possible that some other stuff could happen. I think like if you picked up the ghost jar, for instance, stuff could probably hit it. Can you enter a door? Oh my god, actually, that is such a valid point. Hold on. Can I enter a door because I'm technically on the ground? Because if so, that means we have a way to leave a level with door cancel. Alright, and I probably missed that one. Let's try that again. That input felt like it would have done it. It's possible that I can't do it because I'm in the door entering state. Yeah, this doesn't look good. The prompt isn't showing up. I don't think you could do it, and that might be because the game has me flagged as already trying to enter a door, so I can't enter a new one. I wonder if I can enter the door that I was originally targeting, if I get in position for it. Doesn't look like it. This is interesting. Yeah, the game doesn't seem to understand what I'm trying to do here. Wait. That's weird. I was actually standing for a frame there. I stopped teetering. No, that looked like it. I think that would have worked. The fact that I go into the standing animation makes me think the game is actually trying to put me in the door, because you'll notice everywhere else that I am, I go into this like teetering state. But when I'm in front of this door, I just start standing when I'm trying to walk into it. Like the game wants me to go into this door, but it won't actually do it anymore. Can I hold a teleporter? I can telefrag myself. I know that already from basic door cancel. We'll dick around with the telepack afterward, but I suspect the telepack is going to crash the game. So interestingly enough, I can't teleport down because I'm going to drop the teleporter. I suppose that's going to be inevitable. So yeah, you can't teleport down, you're going to drop it. It's worth noting that. Also worth noting, I think the tech for grabbing the item is going to be to have the peak of your jump here. That'll give you the most frames. You want to be moving slowly. when you perform the grab. And even then, it's very difficult. Come on. I think I'm doing it too early. Okay, this is... never mind, it's not easy at all. I'm a liar. I've done nothing but deceive chat this whole stream. There we go. First try. Alright, so... Alright, teleporting works fine. I have infinite teleports because I'm standing on the ground. Remember, folks, I am standing on the ground right now, according to the game. So I have infinite teleports. But if this is anything like regular door cancel, then I will die in a situation where I would have telefragged myself. Now I can teleport up. I can't teleport down because I will drop it. You have to be at the bottom. I'm pretty sure that you have to be like this, lined up with the floor, on the frame that you press grab. I don't know what the lenience is on this, but it is... There's very little lenience on your height when you pick up an item, but it's not exact. It definitely doesn't have to be perfect, it just has to be really close. So it's probably frame perfect under most circumstances. Can I telefrag into a wall? I'm going to try that, but I think that's going to kill me. I wonder what happens if I have the Ankh in this state. You know, we can get back into this state. Let's start doing the things that'll kill me. So I'm going to do two things. I'm going to give myself an Ankh. And I can't actually drop it on my character. I can't interact with the Ankh, and I wonder if I could pick it up as a duplicate item. Hold on, this is interesting, actually. Never mind, let's try something here. Like, you know how in co-op you can pick up items that you have a duplicate of. I can't grab it like this, but I wonder if I could pick it up. No, that was a whip, so I think that was just misaligned. Oh my god, this fucking game, dude. I had a feeling that the game was gonna be like, well, you didn't equip the power-up so you can hold it. By the way, folks, everything I'm doing here is theoretically possible in a regular run, and I think that means if you did this in the back layer, you could put the Ankh in Waddler. Yeah, you cannot clone the Ankh, for anyone who was gonna ask. If you spawn in the clone gun, it just doesn't work. But I think you can put the Ankh in Waddler. If I had grabbed the real one in the back layer, I think I could drop it in Waddler's room, and he would transport it because it's an item. Can I carry it to the next level? I will probably equip it immediately if I bring it to the next level. That would be my guess. Oh, there's so many branching paths for what we can test here. So let's see, what's on the list? Telepack, telefragging, Ankh resurrecting. And then, let's see, bringing the Ankh to a later level would be another thing that I'm interested in. My guess is that yes, you will bring it in the next level and you will immediately equip it when the level starts. Possibly you would equip it in the level transition. So keep that in mind, folks. We're gonna dick around with the Ankh. I dropped it for now. Let's try telefragging. So I need to give myself an Ankh now so that I can actually survive this. We're gonna combine the telefrag and the Ankh res into one test here. So we're gonna go into this one and give ourselves the Ankh power up. There it is. Alright, so now we have that. It is a pity the clone gun doesn't work on it. It would be normally impossible to do it, but in co-op, if somebody disconnects with the Ankh, they drop it as an item, so there is a scenario where that can come up, and for whatever reason, it's just not a clonable item. The devs just made it not like that. Don't know why, but it is what it is. I hate this. Oh god. Another fucking frame perfect glitch. There we go. Alright, so I don't have God mode on. I'm going to get myself telefragged. Frame by frame, I want to see what happens if my game doesn't just straight up crash. Is there a tutorial anywhere about how to do door cancel? Funny you should ask. I have a VOD for that exact thing that you could look at, so that you too could learn how to perform door cancel. It is somewhere on my channel. I don't know if anybody cares to go dig that up. I'll get it in a moment if nobody else does it for me. You don't have to if you don't want to. Teleport. Alright, so let's see what happens here. Our game has not crashed yet. Okay, so the Ankh cutscene kicks in like a frame later. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, stinky. I think we're fucked. Interestingly enough, you could pause during this cutscene though, which I don't think you can normally do. I've ascended. This is it. This is what you see. This is what's at the end of the tunnel. So we're not frozen, we're soft locked. I can't fucking read. I can't read that. I can't read that. It's white on white. Hold on. Oh god. Oh, come on. Expected string. Just make a string yourself. 3. Okay, I can see it. It's we got a 2 and now it's a 3 because I'm paused. So wait, can I? Let's see. Maybe that was the overlunky pause. Hold on. Okay, there we go. All right, we're fine. We're fine. Oh fuck. Oh god. Oh no. Yep. I don't think I had control when that happened. I'm not sure if I had control over my character. I tried to press jump like once. I was still in the door cancel state, which is consistent with what normally happens. Let's do this again. Let's dick around with this again. Good teamwork, indeed. We need another Vlad's. So Vlad's is the gateway to bullshit. In case anybody needed another reason to go Volcano, this is it right here. So Vlad's is our gateway to this bullshit. That's how we start this off. So let's get Vlad's. That error message is going to be haunting me forever. There we go. Don't think I could jump anymore. I want to try that. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to test that. So now we know how telefragging works. Give myself an Ankh. Just give one to Rafi for shits and giggles. Alright, perform the bug. Rafi, get over here. Alright, that one. Alright, got it. When I revive, I'm not on the ground anymore. I wasn't paying attention to that, is the thing. We have a way to definitively see whether or not we're on the ground, and it's this bad boy right here. Standing on. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go out of bounds with this glitch state. So let's see here. Rafi needs to pick this up. Alright, you grab it. I unequip it. Then I grab it. Rafi spams jump as I go into the door. Alright, so we got the glitch. We don't actually need the cape anymore. But I'll just keep it on because it doesn't... Well, actually, no, I don't want the game to crash. So yeah, I'm going to unequip it just so the game doesn't crash. Victoria's soundtrack is perfect for this shit. Alright, so I'm going to unequip it off of that. And then I'm going to unequip it off of Rafi as well, who hopefully isn't going to go into the door this time and almost crash the game. Alright, so the cape is going to fall out of bounds now, but it won't crash the game. So we're good to go. We have an Ankh. We do not have God mode on, so I'm going to go out of bounds, which kills me. Let's see what happens. So we're still standing on that tile. The game has not actually updated that information. Is this going to kill me again? It just killed me again. Okay, we need to do it with a telefrag because it just killed me a second time. So let me restart. Yeah, I have to do it with a telefrag. If you go out of bounds, you respawn out of bounds and just die again 1 frame later. Not ideal. So let's do this again. I think we can cheat at this point, so let me go over here. Okay, I think the only thing I need to actually do to get this cape off my back is just hit it with something while it has the flag. So I'm basically bypassing the way that you would normally do this by just setting this flag. So let's see, it resets itself every frame, but I bet if I hit it on the frame that I set the flag, it'll probably come off. So let's try that. This might be a more consistent way to set this up. Alright, so on this frame, I need the Vlads again. It's 7835. Alright, so let's see. On this frame, let's see what happens here. I don't know if this is going to work, actually. No, it got set back. Oh, whatever. I'll just do it with Rafi. Hey, Rafi, come here. Let me turn God mode on as well. I need to think of a faster way to initiate this glitch state, but I don't have anything in mind right now. So let's go to Olmec one more time. Hold on, let me do a quality of life change for everybody involved here. Let's see, I think it's level flags. No, it's not level flags. Where is it, level flags? One of these flags is like shortcut, and maybe my brain isn't working correctly, but I can't find it. Somebody tell me if I'm stupid and I'm missing it. Maybe it's just one of the unexposed ones. I know there's a flag that sets whether or not you entered via shortcut. Oh, there it is. Yeah, shortcut used. Okay, that should prevent us from getting the Olmec cutscene every time we come back to this level. Yeah, there you go. That's what spawns you at the bottom. Alright, so this will be a little easier to do because I don't have to skip the cutscene. Okay. Can't you just drag the item off of someone's back? I could try that, I guess. Now let's see. Let's just try it. Okay, there you go. Okay, yeah, so for Spelunky, they also did not fix this bug, so you can just drag the item off of somebody's back. Okay, there you go. Thank you for mentioning that. That'll be a lot easier than what I've been doing here. And adventure, go to Olmec from the camp. Look, I could do that. That is the correct way to do this. But that's not how I'm going to do it, because I need to show off my hacker skills as often as possible to make people think that I'm cool and epic or something. I don't even know. Thank you for the suggestion, though, but... yeah, it's just that flag. I just didn't know which of, like, the 5 flags variables had it. I'm in. Alright, so we got the glitch state. So again, both players unequip the back item. And then I'm going to try to grab a teleporter and telefrag myself again. So let's see here. I'm thinking about what Rafi's going to press. Alright, so both of us unequipped it. So it's not going to crash the game anymore. Would Rafi being on the ladder affects in the same way? Probably would. Well, let's see. Well, what does Rafi do? Rafi can force me to jump, but he's not doing anything once I've initiated the glitch. I don't think Rafi being on the ladder is useful for what we're trying to do here. You don't refuel on ladders, but you do get your Vlad's jump back. But I don't think it matters for Vlad's, because we're not using the Vlad's jump for this glitch. We're using the regular ground glitch. So, let's spawn a teleporter. And an Ankh. Well, I'll give myself an Ankh. And then we're going to see what happens if we survive the Ankh res. Can I continue the glitch state? This isn't useful, but it'd be interesting to know. Oh, I already had one. Okay, anyways, we have our Ankh now. Yeah, I forgot I didn't reset. There we go. Alright, so I'm going to turn off God mode and go pulp myself in the wall over here. Actually, does the +3 rule work? Yeah, the +3 rule does work, even though you're in the wall. Alright, let's see what happens. So pay attention to what I'm standing on, if anything. Nope, I can still do it. I just apparently didn't press jump fast enough last time. But it looks like it's basically I just lost my Ankh and nothing else of consequence occurred. But everything else is fine. If I had brought this teleporter into the door cancel state with me, it would have fallen through the ground. But in this case, it's inbound. It's not in the door cancel state, so the teleporter can just be grabbed again. Yeah, all of this can be done. Also, my audio is fucked because Ankh shenanigans, but whatever, it doesn't matter. I think that has something to do with Rafi actually having an Ankh, I believe, is what causes that, so it's kind of on me. Because normally you wouldn't be able to do that. So, let's see. Before I crash my game with the telepack, any other questions about this? I'm about to crash my game, so anything, like, not unstable that you want me to try while I'm doing this? I'm gonna pause my game. Ushabti. What about it? What do you want me to do with the Ushabti? If Rafi was on the ladder, could I TP down? Rafi doesn't affect anything I'm doing here. Can I mount something? Probably not. We'll go ahead and try it. But Rafi doesn't affect anything right now. Rafi's literally irrelevant at the moment. He is not affecting anything Valerie is doing. He's not connected. We disposed of the back item that we both had. So yeah, let's try a mount. I'll just make a turkey in a pit. Yeah, this is about what I was expecting. You can't normally do this, so I didn't think it would work. You could whip the mount. You could telefrag it, I'm pretty sure. Good audio, but you cannot ride the mount. He was the one who went back to door. Oh yeah, you're right, he teleported. Yeah, this is Ankh shenanigans that caused this. It teleports, I think, everybody with an Ankh and like fucks up the audio when you do this. Transport the Ankh and Wobblers. That's what I'm gonna want to do at some point here. I guess I could do that before I crash my game. But yeah, I don't think Rafi has any other like interesting nonsense that he can do right now. Everything I'm doing here should be possible in online. It should be easier in online because you can go to different layers. What about ball and chain? Ooh, we gotta try ball and chain as well. There's so many things to try. Won't be able to teleport with the telepack. Yeah, we'll see about that. See if anything works. All right, let's start crashing the game. Oh fuck. God damn it. Does anybody else hate that fucking Windows feature? Where if you move your cursor to the corner of your monitor, instead of going across the corner, it sticks there. Right where the X button is on my fucking playlist. So now I have to reopen this shit because Windows is a bad operating system and can you believe they want me to update to Windows 11? Astonishing. Flabbergasting. All right, let me just get the song I had up a moment ago. Where is it? There it is. Thank you, Windows. Very cool. Not possible to turn that feature off unless you turn off all the arrow snap features. Good operating system. Gotta adjust the orientations. I'm not sure if you understand what I mean here. Unless you're talking about your monitor positions, but like my monitors are left and right. And if basically I have all my I have all my browser stuff on the left monitor, and that's where the playlist was. That's also where chat was. And if I move my cursor along the top of my screen onto the right monitor, it gets fucking stuck in that corner because Windows thinks I'm a geriatric and I need help adjusting my cursor to the corner of the screen without it wrapping to the next monitor. And if I click back into my window while my cursor is stuck in that spot, it hits the X button on my Chrome window. Shit's stupid. But it is what it is, I suppose. Maybe Windows 11 will fix it. Probably not. I don't think they're going to fix anything. But in order to turn that feature off, you have to turn off arrow snap, which is the feature that lets you like put Windows on like on half of your screen, which is really useful. So I'll just go fuck myself, I guess, because it's either all or nothing with these features. Thank you, Microsoft. Very cool. So anyways, what are we going to try? I was going to try Telepack before I was rudely interrupted by Windows. So this is probably going to crash my game. So Telepack, we need to try Ankh, and we need to try Ball and Chain. Let's dick around with the Telepack first. So I'm on the ground, and the theory is that I'm not going to be able to teleport, which is a sound theory. Let's see if it's true. Okay, I've had enough of this. I'm just going to do it the way I know how. Like a casual, like a pleb who can't do frame-perfect inputs. Yep. You just keep jumping. You went for dinner. Anything important? Yeah, I don't know when you left, but we've done some illegal things with this. But yeah, the Telepack doesn't do anything. It's just, you're correct. Basically, I'm on the ground like every frame, so I'm not actually going to be able to use the teleport jump. And I presumably can't use the safety teleport because I can't take damage in any way. Yeah, you can't take damage, and even if you could, it wouldn't trigger because I'm not airborne. The Telepack can only activate if you're not standing on something. So the Telepack doesn't actually let you do anything interesting, and it doesn't crash. So Hover Pack, I think, would also disengage automatically. Yellow Cape would disengage. Basically, every back item would disengage. What happens if you get bubbled? I don't think you can interact with axolotl bubbles in this state. Yeah, it also just sits there because the game doesn't give it a timeout. But I could put one on Rafi. You can see that is a valid way to spawn an Axo bubble, but I can't collide with it, so I just don't interact with it in any way. I can whip it though. Is my audio still bugged? I'm gonna have to restart the game anyways. Chat, I need something that'll crash my game. Anybody else? Can anyone think of something that'll crash my game so that I can get my audio back? If I had a puppet telepack, that's an interesting thought actually. If the other player could force me to teleport. I'm trying to think how you would do that. You would have somebody else with a glitch reference to the telepack. We can actually do this. Go to Tiamat. Now what do you want me to do in Tiamat? I'm trying to do stuff in Olmec right now, if there's anything left. So I think if I can get Rafi to glitch this telepack, which I should be able to do. Alright, so Rafi is holding it, and I'm going to use Overlunky to just pull it off his back and get it in a glitch state. Now, if Rafi jumps, the game will crash. Rafi cannot whip me. He can't interact with me at all. If Rafi tries to initiate the telepack, the game will crash. Well, yes, I want the game to crash, but I want it to crash here. But yeah, you can see Rafi cannot whip me. I do not have God Mode turned on. But if I put this telepack on, let's see what janky interactions we get. I think what'll happen is Rafi could force me to teleport, and that might crash the game because that usually is unstable in door cancel. Okay, that didn't do it. Let's try that again. So let's fall into it. Being able to pick up a no-clipped play, that's interesting. I'm not sure how you can do that. Nah, that's not going to work, is it? No, that one's a bad alignment. There we go. Okay, so we got it equipped. I can mash jump. Let's see what Rafi does. Alright, so it doesn't crash. Rafi can just force me to jump, is what's happening here. Which means I can probably teleport down. Yeah, I can teleport down because of that. So, I mean, we do technically have a way to do that. It's stable, believe it or not. It actually doesn't crash the game when you do this, which was not a development I was expecting. If you clone a glitched item, does it also gain any effects? I doubt it. It should just spawn a copy of the glitch entity, like just a normal version of it. Should be the same as like just spawning in an item. Okay, let's see. We've got a very long laundry list of stuff to test here. This is the only telepack interaction with door cancel that doesn't crash the game. Here, I'm going to crash the game myself. There, that was Rafi air jumping that crashed the game right there. That's how you, if nobody is wearing the telepack and you perform the glitch, my guess for what happens here is the telepack says, I'm going to teleport the person that's wearing me. And nobody is wearing the telepack, so it goes and it just dereferences a null pointer and the game crashes. That's my theory for why the telepack crashes if nobody is wearing it. Because it's looking for who it's attached to. Because normally you wouldn't be able to call the jump action while you're not wearing it. Have I seen the split hover pack behavior? I have not. I was actually going to go through all the back items, but we got derailed by Vlad's cape, back layer jank. And it basically turned into the science session that we're doing now. This was supposed to just me going over all the other ones. I haven't seen such a null pointer since your MOS rankings rank. That's true. Your MOS ranking rank is in fact a null pointer, Soviet. If that's like a shot at mine, then A, how dare you, and B, I deserve that, because I'm not even ranked 69 anymore. I'm washed up. I don't know what to tell you, chat. If you interrupt it with a teleport, you teleport normally. What do you mean, like with True Crown? With Telepack, it almost always just crashes the game. What? Oh, with a puppet teleport. Okay, actually, Telepack, or True Crown doesn't even work when you're in a door entering state. It just doesn't activate. It waits for you to get out of the door. And then it teleports you before it processes your left and right inputs, so you can't turn around, which is great, because it's not great. It's a sarcasm. It's bad. Anyways, let me set the shortcut flag again. No, not that one. Okay, do I remember which one it was? West flags. The names of these don't make any sense. I think this is just basically a block of flags that the Overlunky devs tried to name, and they just kind of guessed, and a lot of these don't make sense anymore. They probably noticed these flags getting set requests initially, but then it turned out that there's just a bunch of crap in there. Who knows what the original variables were called? It is a mystery. Okay, so, let's see here. We had clone a glitched item. I'm going to do that real quick here just to show that nothing interesting happens. So let's just spawn another Vlad's Cape. And I'm going to use the Overlunky to get it into the glitch state. So now I have a glitch cape, and we just have it sitting on the ground here. So we're going to get the clone gun. As far as I'm aware, the state of the cape now is indistinguishable from normally performing this glitch. Alright, so I have a glitch state here. This is just a different Vlad's Cape. Yeah, nothing interesting seems to happen here. It's just another Vlad's Cape now. That's kind of what I figured would happen, but you know what? I was wrong about some of my assumptions, so it's always good to test these things, but it appears that we just have a brand new Vlad's Cape with no additional jank associated with it. Not surprising, but good to know. Alright, so let's see, what other questions? We wanted to do some Ankh sign. Oh, that's interesting. I can't go through this platform. Like, I have a glitch reference to the Vlad's Cape. I cannot... There we go. Okay, if I spam it really hard, I can get through the platform. It's very janky. Have Rafi verify... Well, I mean, I can't clone it if Rafi's wearing it. Or do you mean have Rafi wear the cloned one? So let's see, which is which. The one on the right is the cloned copy. So if Rafi puts that on, it's just a normal Vlad's. I still have my weird slope ball, but Rafi's just wearing the normal Vlad's cape. Yeah, it's just a normal cape. It doesn't have any special properties by the look of things. Alright, so I'm scrolling back up in chat to see if I missed anybody else's questions. Let's see, I did the axolotl. If I did miss your question and I don't cover it, just ask it again if you want to see it still. If I didn't, like, accidentally do it. Mong, thank you for the follow. Alright, so... Let's see, does glitch equip the telepack? We'll get back to the telepack later, but I want to investigate the door cancel shenanigans first. Let's try to bring an Ankh to the next level. Let's do a theory crafting run where we bring an Ankh to the next level. I think that's what I want to do here. And ball and chain. Those are the two that we want to do. So we'll try to test both of those things. Ankh and ball and chain. So let's see. Rafi is wearing a Vlad's cape. I am unequipping my glitch cape. Let's go to Olmec. Where I must not... I either didn't set this flag correctly or it got unset for some reason. Don't really know how that works. Hold on, actually. Oh, you know, it might also be checking the start. Whatever, it don't matter. None of this matters. Alright, so let's do a theory crafting session here on how we can abuse the shit out of this. So, you go down to Waddlers, like so. As one does. Alright, so Rafi needs to take off his cape. I'm going to turn off God mode for this to make this as authentic as I can. Like, this is a reasonable situation. Player 2 is wearing a Vlad's cape, and you go to Olmec. Nothing out of the ordinary going on here. Alright, so get ourselves in position to get the glitch state. Let's see, it should be... Oh, yeah, there we go. Second try. Okay, so now we have a glitch cape. And Rafi's wearing the real one. No, Rafi, the cape. Thank you. Okay, so let's see now. The idea here, I think... Oh, this is gonna suck because I'm stuck in the back layer. In online co-op, you could do this, but I guess the goal is to just put it in Waddlers, and then I guess I could just die. Yeah, Valerie could just die once I put it in Waddlers. What we're testing here is two things. Can Waddler transfer the Ankh? And can you bring it to the next level in your hands? Because we have the ability to pick up the Ankh with this glitch, which is incredible, and I really hope we can find a way to weaponize this. But anyways, I need to transfer the glitch to Valerie. So Valerie is going to unequip the cape, and then put it on. Now Rafi is in the glitch state. So if Rafi jumps, it forces Valerie to jump. So now go into the door. Now let's see what happens here. We need to discard this Vlad's cape because the game is going to crash otherwise. So Valerie needs to take it off and Rafi needs to take it off. Oh, thank you, Terrapin, for the raid. Welcome, everyone. We are doing some extreme science right now. So kind of, God. Is that the raid message? Oh, hello, Sunset, Goblin, Terrapin. Well, thank you for stopping by. These are some cursed things we're doing here right now because there's more to this like back item door cancel state than we had initially thought because I got some really good ideas from chat for things to try out. It's possible to pick up the Ankh by doing this glitch. Let's see if we can do it. I'll just open up with that and then there we go. You can pick up the Ankh with this glitch. We have a way to do this now. You can actually do an air crawl like in Spelunky HD. That bug is in this video game. Does that have any use? That's what we're working on. You came just in time. That's what we're trying to figure out right now. So for instance, I can put the Ankh in Waddler, and I'm 99% certain he will transfer this. I could also bring this crate. I'm going to do this with frame advance to make sure I don't accidentally whip it. It's very precise. It's like almost frame perfect. I want to also do this with frame advance so I don't hit Waddler with the crate. There we go. Alright, so we should be able to bring both of those items. Yeah, the crate gets re-rolled. Like, this is known already. If you use a telepack, you can put that crate in Waddler's room and it gets re-rolled when you go into a different level with it. So anyways, I'm in local co-op, which means I can't go to the front layer. So if you were doing this in local co-op, Valerie needs to die. However, Waddler should transport the items normally, but I'm trying to make this authentic. So for this, in the scope of local co-op, what I need to do is get rid of Valerie so that I can leave the level. But if Valerie dies and this cape falls out of bounds, the game will crash. So what I need to do is Valerie and Rafi both need to unequip the cape so that we break all the references to the power-up, and then Rafi needs to leave the level. In theory, you would have duplicated another Vlad's cape by now, so you wouldn't have to care about that. So I'm going to have Rafi unequip first, so he needs to hold down. There we go. So we both just unequipped it. Nobody has a glitch reference. The game is not going to crash, and then Valerie can just fall out of bounds and die, and we'll gain control as Rafi. And now I can leave the level in local co-op. So I'm going to turn God mode back on just so I don't die here. Alright, so then Rafi would just leave the level, go into a different one. You need some advice. In Notepad, every time you type W, it will put L instead of W. That is not something that is supposed to happen. If your W and L keys are nowhere near each other, then that sounds like you got a shoddy connection somewhere in your keyboard. You spilled some Mountain Dew in it or something. But that's not supposed to happen, and I'm sorry to hear that. If this is a joke about, like, getting L's instead of W's, and you're making fun of me, then touche. Because I didn't think of that initially. I took your comments seriously at first. Could go either way with my chat. I still love all of you. So anyways, we are now in the next level, and what I'm interested in is, did Waddler transfer the Ankh? So we have two ways we can do that. We can check the data, which I'm going to do because I just enjoy showing off all the shitty mods I made. Now let's just use this one. Enabled. Now we want the game state viewer. Let's check the Waddler inventory. Waddler has the Ankh and the crate, so yeah, that works. He will actually transfer those items. Why are there two coffins? One of these is probably the hired hand coffin. I think you can get those in local co-op. This one should be the hired hand. And then this one should be a player coffin. I believe local co-op is the reason why these are here. Nobody plays local co-op because none of us have friends in real life, so you don't usually see that, but that's what this is here. And that room up there is just the usual room for hired hand shenanigans. Anyways, this guy needs to have an accident because he's going to cause issues, so sorry dude, you got pulped. Rafi's the leader now. Sorry Rafi, you also got to go, dude. There can only be one. Yeah, the camera is shitty. Local co-op sucks ass. It's not just not having friends in real life, it's also just shitty because the camera is really bad. It doesn't play well. There's no split screen function. I think Switch has like a dual view functionality, but I don't believe any other console can do that or switch screen, so local co-op's just kind of garbage. I'm not sure how it works on Switch. I don't know if it's actually local co-op or if it's just online over a LAN connection. Hello, Captain. You know, two people playing in the same place. Honestly, anybody who plays Spelunky is probably incompatible with other human beings. I know I am. I couldn't possibly live with another human. It's disgusting. They smell and they fart and do other gross things. That's my job. Anyways, so we can transfer the Ankh, or it looks that way. Let's go to the ice caves and find out. Yeah, those are the things that humans do. They smell weird and they fart. Those human things. Am I right, chat? Fellow humans? Relatable? Alright, so let's go check on Waddler. But we should have an Ankh in Waddler, which is extremely cursed if we manage to do that. I have God mode back on just so I don't die and have to reset all this. Oh, there it is, folks. And by the way, the crate has a random item in it, and we got paste this time around. Because if you bring the parachute crate in here, it gets re-rolled. And again, that strat was known about. You can use the telepack to do that. This, however, this is cursed. I don't know if this has ever happened before, but we now have a fully vanilla way in co-op to put the Ankh in Waddler. Why would you do this? I have no idea, but you can. And you know what? Science is about figuring out whether you can do things, not whether you should do them. Give me that. So, the next thing that we want to test Can I carry the Ankh to the next level? So let me reset the game. Well, the run, not the game. So let's give ourselves a... Watch, I can just initiate the glitch when I'm in the level. So let's go to Olmec. Put the Ankh in Wilder without disconnecting someone. Oh yeah, you know, you're right. Yeah, it was possible before, because if somebody disconnected in there, you could do it. So yeah, you're correct. This is not the first time. This is probably not the first time someone's done this. But now we have a way to do it without anybody leaving. You cannot clone the Ankh. I'll show that right now, actually. I wish you could. That would be so cool if you could. It goes through. Like, it doesn't even interact. You can see here, it does like an impact projectile. Like, it hits, and it just doesn't do anything, and it just goes through and clones the next item. It's an incredibly disappointing development. But it is what it is. We don't have a way to clone the Ankh. At least not any way that anybody knows about. Maybe someday we'll figure something out. What I'm wondering is if there's a way to do like a weird coffin dupe glitch to get like a duplicate Ankh if somebody like carried one in the level, but I don't think you can do anything like that anymore. Coffin dupe is kind of dead, but I don't know, who knows? There's a lot of weird stuff that we've figured out how to do here. So I can pull this off. I have the glitch state now. Let's see. Actually, I need to do this in the back layer. Hey, Ruffy, come here. Ruffy's just kind of here for emotional support. He's not doing anything particularly useful yet. So if I unequip that now, I should be able to get this to work. Okay, now Ruffy's doing something useful. Okay, so I'm going to turn God mode off to make this more authentic looking. Ruffy's going to spam jump. I'm going to go into the door. Now I'm in door cancel state with Vlad's cape, infinite jumps. Anybody who just like checked in late, the reason I have infinite jumps is not because of the Vlad's air jump, it's because I'm actually standing on the ground right now. Because that's just how this game works. The tile I was on didn't get destroyed when I got into door cancel, and the game doesn't update the tile you're standing on when you're in door cancel state. So you're just always standing on the ground. You could jump anywhere, forever. Make that look easy. This one is easy. This one is literally, I have like 40 frames to do this if I walk into the edge of the door. It's literally just the other player presses jump as I'm walking into the door, and then I spam jump. So that one is easy. I'm not going to pretend that one's difficult. This, however, is frame perfect, and I just got a second try. That one I made look easy. That one's not easy. That was a second try. So here's where things are going to get a little bit gross. In local co-op, you'd be able to... You can't really get Valerie out of this layer. I can't go into this door. But what I want to do here is I think I could simulate this if I just put Rafi on the exit. But in online co-op, you'd be able to do this. I might actually be able to move both of us to the opposite layer. Let me try that. Let me try to move both of us to the other layer to simulate what this would look like. So let's see. Can I change my position? Okay, so Valerie's in the front layer. I should still be in the door cancel state. Rafi is right here. Rafi's in the front now. Now I should be able to leave the level with Rafi. So let me do that real quick. And let's see what happens. That's how jumping works. You need to be on the ground. Well, you see, Abstract, in this wacky game, you could be on the ground without being on the ground. And that's why we have air crawl in Spelunky 2. It took us a long time to find it, but it's in the game now. Isn't this game great? Fantastic. Alright, let's see what happens with this. So, I have an Ankh that I think I forgot to clear off of my character, so let me get rid of that so we have an authentic situation. Let's see, entity. We get rid of this power-up. I crashed my game last time I did this, so actually let's do this. This is how this actually works. I need to go look into Overlunky and figure out why this crashes. And type that, let's see, it's item, power up, Ankh. There we go, it's actually gone and my game did not crash. So Rafi, you go ahead and leave the level now, buddy. It's worth noting we also duped Vlad's cape, I believe, while we did this. Just why not? I'm still holding it, so it actually doesn't auto-equip. Alright, I wonder what's going to happen in the next level then. Let's see if we're still holding it. It auto-equipped like the second I gained control. So short of like maybe a frame perfect throw, I'm not sure if you could actually do that because of how this works. It's basically because my player is colliding with the Ankh. And once you throw it, you'd have to do this again in every single level. Maybe buffer a throw. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm going to try to buffer a throw. Because it's easy to buffer a throw. You literally just hold your whip button as the level is loading in, and you'll instantly whip. Can you clone Ujet? I have no idea. Let's find out. I think you can't, but we're gonna check on that real quick, just for funsies. I don't think you could do this with anything you get before Vlad's Cape, but you could have the player carrying it drop it, so you could technically do it anywhere in co-op. Nah, it's the same interaction. You can see it hit, but it doesn't actually do anything, so no, you cannot clone Ujet. I don't know why you'd want to do that, but I mean, I don't know why you'd want to do a lot of this stuff. Alright, so anyways, let's try this again. So let's go to just Olmec, because it's easy. Can you clone the Ujet chest? I'm going to also go ahead and say probably not. I think it's called locked chest, because we can't have anything be consistent in this game. Nope, well there you go. You can clone the locked chest, but not the fucking thing that's in it. Video games. What a useless, like, just thing to be able to do. Alright, so anyways, let's see here. How am I gonna do this to get it in my hands? I could probably put it in my hands during the level transition. Let's try that. Alright, so let's spawn an Ankh and put it in my hands during the level transition, because we know that I couldn't pick it up there. And I believe this will actually get copied over into the next level, if I understand how this works correctly. I don't know if the player shorthand works for this, so let's just try this. Actually, no, I just have to do this. Pick up. Alright, my game crashes if I do this in the wrong order, so let me check the syntax. It's who picks up what is how this is ordered. So, player picks up Ankh. Alright, so I'm going to buffer a whip input on the next level, and we're just going to see if I could throw it. Yeah, the chest doesn't go through doors. Because why would that be? Why would they allow us to do that? That would be fun if we didn't have to bring the key all the way back up to the top of the voice echoes 1, 2. This is why you should just reset if you get that shit. It's not worth it. Alright, I'm gonna buffer the input. Oh, fuck. I think it's technically possible. If you get a player to pick it up and throw it on every single level, all the way up to the end of the game, I think you could bring this with you to Tiamat. Oh, no. Oh, that's horrible. This is the worst meme category ever. It's not hard to do this. You literally just hold whip. You just buffer the input, and you'll throw it immediately. I have an Ankh. Wait, did I pick it up? No, that's because I picked it up. No, don't worry. Don't worry. We didn't dupe it. I picked it up. Well, don't worry. I would love it if we duped it. We didn't dupe it. I believe I picked it up, is what happened. And then I spawned in another one to show that test. Let's do this for one more level. Let's be meticulous about this and see if we duped the Ankh. But I don't think we did, so don't get your hopes up. At least not yet. I need to remove the power-up in the way that doesn't crash the game. So there we go. The Ankh power-up is gone. So we can do this in the front layer. Once you get the Ankh out of the back layer, the jank is gone. You can just do it in the front layer. So I'm going to turn God mode on just so that we don't ruin this somehow. Get off of there. Alright, so let's see. How would I go about doing this then? So I would need to clone the cape in every single level. So let's just do a pretend authentic run on like 6.3 or something. So let's see. How do we do this? I just have an Ankh. You might be right, actually. I had an Ankh. Okay, you know, here's what we're going to do. This was not a rigorous test. Let's do a rigorous test. We're going to do everything legit except spawning in the Vlad's Cape. Like, you're right. That might have been because I was holding the Ankh. Why didn't Rafi pick it up? That's why I think there was a chance that this works. I'm thinking now that if Rafi didn't pick it up, that means that he didn't collide with it, which means I might have gotten it out of the way fast enough. Alright, so we're going to do a rigorous test of this. So we have our players wearing our items. We got it from Vlad's Cape, and we step into Olmec. So we're going to do the whole procedure, except I'm going to teleport both players to the front layer to see if I can get this to work, because you would be doing this in online co-op normally. In local co-op, this is going to be an absolute pain in the ass. Alright, so go ahead and put this over here. Get Rafi in position. That should be good. That's Valerie, what are you doing? That's not how you play this game. Alright, so we have a glitch cape. Rafi, you go put it on. And I unequip it. And then I put it on again. Then I enter the door. And this is the thing that isn't difficult to do at all. Literally, this is me pressing the door button, and then Rafi has like 30 or 40 frames to jump. Task the Onk to 799. Oh god, I would maybe do it to Tiamat just as like a glitch exhibition, but that's about it. Anyways, Rafi's gonna press jump as I go in the door, and I'm out. And now Valerie is jumping instead. This grab I think is frame perfect, most if not all the time. I have to be basically right at the bottom of the item to pick it up. So this is not easy to do. Okay, I'll just do this with frame advance. And sometimes it's impossible. You fall too far on a given frame. There we go. Alright, we got it. So I'm going to do the same thing I did before, where I teleport both players to the front layer. So let me let's get Rafi in front of the door. Just put Valerie over here. There should be empty space there. And this will allow me to leave in local co-op. You would not have to do this in online co-op. So Rafi, you go to the front layer. And you go to the front layer. Alright, then Rafi would have to leave the level, because I would still be in door cancel state, but I would be in the back layer while doing this, and the other player would be leaving. Much easier to do online. You know, we tried. I cannot figure out how to get into the door with somebody in door cancel state. It just doesn't seem to work. Alright, so let's pay attention to what happens here as we load into the level. So, no one has an Onk. Or at least nobody should have an Onk. I'll actually check both players' power-ups right now to see if anybody has an Onk. So, let's see here. Special attributes. I have a Vlad's cape. Rafi should have one as well. He should be... There he is. Nobody has an Onk right now, but we're holding one. So, it's actually right there. You can see the hitbox of it. I'm going to open this level and buffer a whip input. Well, there you go. It does work. It doesn't matter that I had one in the last test. It still works. Theoretically possible. Actually real. The game is stupid. So basically, you can't have anybody holding it for more than the first frame of the level. I see a hydrate by sunset that I missed. Thank you. I need that. I'm going to use that now. I'm going to cache that hydrate. You can theoretically, I think you can do this with any item that you can get after Vlad's cape. Because Vlad's cape is the thing that gives you the air crawl. I don't know of any other way to get air crawl. Maybe we'll find something with the other back items, because we're not done with this yet. But for now, we have a way to do this. Dude, chill out. Again, I've got mode on, so that's why I'm not taking damage from anything. But anyways, let's say we wanted to do this again in a normal level, in the front layer. And then I'm going to skip the Tiamat, and we're going to do it at the very end, and prove that you can carry the Onk in the Tiamat cutscene. And thus, a new category was born. So let's see. So Rafi needs to unequip this. Perform the dupe again. That should work. First try. Again, it's very easy to get this first try when one human is controlling both characters. I'm not pretending that I'm good at this. It's very easy to press two buttons on the same frame, but two different humans pressing buttons on the same frame is much harder. That said, it's possible, and that's all we're here to determine. Is it possible? Can I make a category that's worse than Epic Meal? Because it looks like we might have one. Alright, so anyways, let's see. I need to exchange who has the back item, so I take it off. I being Valerie. Rafi is basically not me. Rafi is Rafi, Valerie is me. Baba is you. That's what we're doing here. So I need to find a layered door, which luckily, it doesn't have to be a layered door. You can do it with the exit as well. There's always going to be some sort of door on the level. Except for, like, weird cases. Well, let's see, actually. I guess Hundun, but even then you could use the exit. Yeah, I think there's a exit door at every level except Duat. Duat is the only level in the game, I think, that doesn't have a door. Well, you're not going to be able to get here without using the Ankh, so Duat's a bit of an irrelevant case. But yeah, I think every level in the game except Duat has a door that you could perform this glitch with. So I'm going to do this with frame precision, make sure I don't accidentally leave the level. But Valerie just pressed enter door. Rafi presses jump. And then he presses jump in the air, and that forced Valerie's air jump to happen. Have it smashed via platform. That's the thing, you could throw it and it just goes directly into a bear trap or something. Like, it's very much possible. This is a terrible game, and these things happen. But anyways, I think the idea here would be now Valerie goes up and gets the thing, and then Rafi leaves the level. So let me fly up there. First try, let's go. And then Rafi can leave. So now I would have to throw it again. So what we're going to do after this is we're going to skip to the end of the theoretical run. But I'm buffering a throw input right now. If you had a wall next to you, it would probably bounce into a player. But yeah, this is definitely possible. So we're going to simulate the rest of this because I'm not going to do the whole thing right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to 6-3. Oh, fuck. It's going to go into the water, so you're going to have to react fast on the Tiamat level, or it's going to go into the water. If you had the mid, I wonder what would happen. Okay, before we do this, let's scout the Tiamat level to see how this would play out. Maybe we can get rid of this. That's the no-clip interaction. I need to test ball and chain, and I need to test arrow of light. Like, don't let me forget, chat. Ball and chain and arrow and light I need to test with the no-clip interaction. So if I were holding the Ankh in this level and I threw it, I think it would land on the island. And if I spawned on this side, it would hit the wall. The problem is, it would hit the wall and bounce back into the players, I think. Where's the door if you get the right spawn? So let's test a few Tiamat levels to see what this looks like. That might work if you don't get trolled by the blocks. It might work. And try it with a different passive, just spawn a bunch of spike shoes. Wait, did I miss part of the conversation? Wait, why do we need spike shoes? I think I missed something here. To test the trajectory. Oh, just try a different item. Yeah, you're right. Just try a different item in general. I mean, I could try with Ankhs, because I think you can pick it up after you have a few. Yeah, we can actually test this with Ankhs in our hands. Normally you wouldn't be able to do this, of course, but we have a vanilla way to do it. So let's just try a few. So I'm throwing. Cutscene is going to end. The buffered input didn't register. That's concerning. I guess Rafi wouldn't have one here. Like, obviously I didn't pick it up because I already have an Ankh, but we're trying to just see if I can throw it. We're going to try Mitt. I think Mitt might be the way to go because I think Mitt will always land all the way over there, and if you spawn over there, you should be fine. Yeah, this is a little bit concerning. Let's see here. So how do I buffer the throw during the cutscene is the question. Assuming that I won't auto-equip it during the cutscene, which I might. Cutscene buffered inputs are possible, but it's janky. Well, let's see. Yeah, there's a few considerations I need to have here. Alright, so I'm holding the button down and I'm letting the cutscene end. I did throw it. It looked like a normal throw. Obviously I didn't pick it up though because I already have an Ankh. Let's see, what else? What other scenarios could I think of here? It's also worth noting that it bounced back into the players. So what's going to have to happen here is you either have a first frame down throw, I think just results in the item getting thrown with normal trajectory. I'll show that. Let me try that real quick on a normal level where I can just buffer the input. So I'm going to hold down and whip during the fade in. It does not. Is it just bombs that do that? I'll try it. I'll try it if that works. Or maybe it gets a better trajectory. Let's see. Let's see what the down throw trajectory is for the Ankh. Nothing, because I had the UI open. I need to press escape. That looks like a normal throw. That was me holding down and throw on the first frame of the level. That looks pretty normal. And then my character crouched afterward. I thought bombs are the ones that are weird. Or just in general, like, you can't drop it. I don't know, does somebody who knows more about the one frame down throw know how this works? When you enter the level, I thought what happens is you throw it, because I think just in general, one frame down throw is if you press down and throw on the same frame, which is what I'm doing here. You can see my inputs on the top left. That's down, and then whip is this button, so I'm holding them both down. And that results in a normal throw instead of placing the item on the ground. Even though I was holding down and drop item, I need to be holding down one frame before I drop the item. That's how that interaction works. And when you start the level, if you buffer both inputs, you basically get that interaction every time, which is a first frame down throw. Incidentally, the first frame down throw is how you throw the mitt is how you throw the arrow of light with the mitt without getting stunned. Though it does not open Handan's eye. I've tested this before. So I think it is. Let me try, actually. It's either that or it's landing. Let me try it. So, yeah, there we go. So I actually have God mode on. Let's be diligent about this. Oh, I almost hit myself in the head with it. That would have been silly. Let's try the one frame down throw. Yeah, there you go. So without God mode turned on, the game prioritizes the throw input, but also doesn't stun you for some reason. But normally if you throw the arrow of light, you get stunned. But I could probably just do this in real time. Come on. Come on. There we go. Yeah, you can do this in real time. It's just press down and throw on the same frame. But that's the gist of how that glitch works. So I don't think that gives us any interesting opportunities. However, now that we have a mitt, we might be able to see if there's something funny I could do with the Ankh. So if we have a mitt, are the physics preferable for Tiamat? Because Tiamat is causing problems here due to the way the doors are laid out and the other player, or the original player, potentially picking up the item by accident. So let's unequip our Ankhs. Again, that is going to crash my game. I need to actually just remove them like this. Now, this one should be players. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so neither of us have Ankhs anymore. So I'm going to go to the level transition for Tiamat, and then I'm going to put one in my hands, basically, like I did last time. So I turned God mode back on. Let's go to the exit. Try a buffer jump up throw for Ankh. Oh, command, is that what we're going with? Try a buffer jump up throw. What would that accomplish? I guess, would that just you think that would just give me a different throw trajectory? Because the problem here is I think we're trying to make it not bounce wildly off the wall. Okay, well, let's try it one thing at a time here. So first, we have a mitt. Let's try a mitt throw and see what happens. So I can spawn myself an Ankh and put it in my hands. Let me wait one frame. I pick up Valerie. And this is basically just simulating me doing the glitch properly in a previous level. So now I'm holding the Ankh, and I will enter the Tiamat level with it. So I'm going to let the Tiamat cutscene play out, and I'm going to buffer a throw input and see what happens. Oh, no, not like this. No, it gets fucking picked up in the cutscene. We were so close. No, not like this. I feel it. It gets picked up in the cutscene. The only thing I can think of is if there's a frame perfect cutscene skip you can do. Alright, let's see here. Let's think about this. I had a bad feeling. I had a very bad feeling that it would happen, but I was hoping it wouldn't. But I believe the player entities are active during the cutscene. So if let's just warp to it and pause. I was just hoping this wouldn't happen. I knew that there was a chance. Alright, I need to get the game to actually pause. Alright, so that's the fade pause, so nothing's gonna happen here. Let's see. Can I get the camera to cooperate? Okay, so we got the fade in pause, so nothing's gonna happen here. If I were to just like drop an Ankh on top of the players, and then let the cutscene play out, Yeah, it just gets picked up. So the players are interactable. Undone has no cuts. Oh god, you're right. You have to take it to sunken. No, dude. You can't do it with Tiamat because of the fucking cutscene. Well, no. Okay, here's what you do. You put it in Waddler. You play through the game, and then on 7-1, you use the glitch to pick it up again, and then you beat Hundun by transferring it like this in every level. You would have to get it to fucking survive the spike floor, because you need to throw it when the level starts. You always start on the bottom left side of the level in Hundun. You would have to get it to survive the spike floor. Oh my... Oh, this is awful. I hate this. Oh, this is disgusting. But I think if you get a good enough Hundun layout and keep him in the middle, you could then have somebody pick it up after the Hundun ascents, because you're not going to be able to do the glitch properly until you open the exit door. So you have to defeat Hundun and then send a player back down to pick it up for the ending cutscene. This is disgusting. Let's see if it's possible. So I'm going to reset my run because I have a bunch of illegal crap. Let's put the Ankh in Waddler. So again, another trial, but this time we're going to do it with Hundun. So you acquire Vlad's cape through whatever legitimate or illegitimate means necessary. You probably would have multiple of them, because you're going to lose one on the Waddler level if you're doing local co-op. So God mode is turned on. Let's go to the exit, just to get it to register our items. Ball and chain. Okay, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to finish this Ankh thing, and then we'll do ball and chain. Ball and chain right after the Ankh thing. Don't let me forget. What was the other thing I was going to try besides ball and chain? I need to not forget. I don't want to derail, like, everything I do here. And we're in the middle of the Ankh thing. But what was the other thing that I promised I was going to show? If anybody remembers what it is. Arrow of Light. That was it. Arrow of Light while you're in the thing. You have a notepad. Good, because I have one, but I haven't been writing things in it because I'm busy streaming. But okay, But I don't want to keep derailing this, because this is already a very just incomprehensible, like, science session we've been doing here. Alright, so let's go ahead and do this. I'll keep God mode off as much as possible to reduce the odds of doing something that wouldn't normally be possible, but this we know is possible to do. So God mode's irrelevant for that. That said, I have it turned off. Rafi, get out of there. Alright, so you unequip. Put that there. Let's get the camera fixed. Default, there we go. Alright, so get Rafi in position to start whip spamming. Alright, we got the glitch. Rafi, put that on. Then I unequip it, and then I put it on. Now I'm in the glitch state. And we could use the death trick to make this more authentic, where I could basically drop the Ankh in Waddler's box and then die. And that'll allow Rafi to leave the level. So we're actually going to do it like that. Do that. There we go. Okay, so let's go pick it up. It really does feel good when it's zoomed out. I feel like if the camera was just a little further away, this game wouldn't be so damn frustrating with stuff like just arrow traps. I'm going to do frame advance for this one to make sure we get this correct. Like, it's going to do drop physics. There we go. Okay, so it's in. Alright, so what we would do here, theoretically, is we would ditch the Vlad's cape at this point and have a duplicate one on Rafi. So I'm actually going to simulate that. Like, pretend that we came in with 2 Vlad's capes. We would have a second one sitting in here with Waddler because we duped one earlier. And then me and Rafi would both unequip what we have now. Let me make sure Rafi's in position for this. So Rafi unequips. Alright, so the glitch cape is gone now, and Valerie can just go ahead and die. This is, again, just for local co-op, and online you wouldn't have to do this. And then Rafi can leave the level. Okay. So we go in the door. I'm going to turn God mode back on now so we don't lose the run. But that's the gist of how that would go down. And then if you needed to, you could kill the person or get your Vlad's cape back or whatever it is you need to do. That's the hired hand coffin. I got baited. Where's the real one? Funny local co-op moment right there. Okay, so now I'm back. I'm gonna just take Rafi's thing so that I can have the camera on the player with the proper controls. So sorry, Rafi, you gotta go. He served his purpose, and he served it well. Let's go get him back. Alright, so 7-1 is the next level that matters. We play the run normally. And if you go to Ice Caves and actually check on what's in there, I've God mode back on, so I'm not going to die here. We can go back to the Ice Caves and verify that our Ankh is still there. Thank you, UFO. Or landmine, or whatever that was. I hate this. Uh, 21, 92, 0, or 1. No, actually, it's 0, 0, 0. Never mind, it's move entity, isn't it? It's move entity. Love it. Love local co-ops. So good. Alright, so there it is. That's all I wanted to do was just show that the Ankh is still here. So we've transferred it. We don't have to worry about this thing for a while now. So I'm gonna go to the end of the level just to make sure that the water items transfer correctly, though I think they will. I believe on level unload is when the game like saves the waddler inventory, which should happen no matter where I warp to, as long as I do a proper warp and don't mess with the game state along the way. Alright, Sunken, 7-1. So we did everything correctly. Up until this point, we got the Sunken City. Waddler still has our Ankh, and potentially like a second cape or something, but you'd want to be very careful with that. So let's see what he's got here. And unfortunately, this is going to be more layer shenanigans due to the local co-op jank, but we're not doing this online right now. I need Overlunky for this. I need my crutch. So there it is. Need to lab the frame 1 Ankh throw on these SC entrances. Probably needs MIT. You're probably right, but I think what could also happen is if both players are coordinated, you throw it and then you hold left immediately, and I believe that it would not hit either player. If everybody was coordinated, like whoever's not holding it runs to the left, it's always going to go right. The players always spawn facing to the right when you enter a level, but you can't buffer the left input if you're the thrower because you're going to turn and throw it on the same frame, which I believe will throw it to the left, which you don't want. Potentially you could like react during like the Tiamat cutscene or something, but generally speaking, I think what you'd want to do is everybody else goes left, and the person throwing it makes sure that they pitch the item, and then they also run to the left, and you should have a few frames to get out of the way of it. But anyways, let's see if we can get this to work. Using the run of syncing. I mean, nothing happens during syncing. If anything, that would give you time to maybe assess which like spawn you got. It might actually be better to have syncing. It might be the only thing the syncing is good for in this game. Or it might ruin everything, but the game engine's not running during syncing, I'm pretty sure. I don't have a way to test that since I'm just doing local, but I'm pretty sure the game engine's not running. So, hold down. I missed it that time. Come on, I'm better than this. I said this was easy. Who had the cape? Valerie was wearing the cape. I can't do it. Okay. Your run would be over if you fucked this up like that, but luckily our run is not over because I could just do it again. So let's just go back to Ice Caves to make sure to spawn one in. Like, Waddler's not going to have his items under those circumstances, so I do need to spawn one back in to the Waddler inventory. It's just the way that it works. On 7-1, it clears Waddler's inventory and it doesn't persist it anymore, so I need to put a new one in there. So not as authentic as I was hoping this would be, but we're achieving the same goal here. Alright, so I go back in, and I believe this will get transferred if I just go straight to 7-1. Alright, so now the correct player is wearing the Vlad's cape, and we could actually dupe it. Imagine getting that far and the wrong person was wearing your back item. If nothing else, that's a good reason to put a backup in Waddler, just in case. Alright, there it is. So, in theory, this all works. I would really like if these weren't in my way. Alright, so Rafi, you do your thing. Which is the correct position. There we go, first try. This time it was actually possible to do it. Alright, Rafi, equip the item. Then I unequip, and then I grab it again. Okay, so here's another local co-op moment where we can't actually leave the level because I'm in the back layer, and Rafi needs to be in the front layer, and this game is stupid. So you could theoretically get this person killed again. So if we once again theoretically had another Vald's cape, which you probably would, you'd be duping these, or you'd have more players, so you wouldn't have any shortage of these. Let's see, Rafi's gonna have to unequip his back item. Yeah, this should be fine. So I just need to initiate the glitch now. So let's get ready to go in the door. Rafi's gonna press jump, I'm gonna enter. Alright, so I'm in the glitch state now. We need to discard our back items so that I don't crash when I die. So Rafi first. Alright, so nobody has a reference to the glitch cape. Not possible in local co-op because you will die. And therefore don't bring Ankh. Oh, you're right, yeah, I was thinking I need to hold it. Okay, yep, so yep, I gotta add my layer. Not possible in local co-op because of that. Oh, I'm sorry, Ton. Something wrong? Yeah, that verifies what I thought, by the way. It will get knocked out of your hands. I wanted to verify that real quick, because I was right next to a laser. But yeah, you're right, you cannot do it in local co-op. That's disappointing. Or at least not yet, not until we figure out a way to desynchronize the layers consistently. Because I do believe there's a way to do that. Maybe with like 3 players, I think. I'll have to do research. I believe it is possible in local co-op, but not with my current setup is the issue. Yeah, in 2 players it's not possible, but I think you can do it with 3, but I don't know how to do the desynced layer glitch. I've just never dug into it. But yeah, we're not going to be able to do it with this setup, so I'm going to just go ahead and warp. Skill issue, yeah, skill issue. I technically have enough buttons on my keyboard, but I don't want to screw with that. I would definitely come up with a better way to control multiple players. I would probably do some like on-the-fly input swapping with a script so that I could control them all with the same player. Because I do not have enough buttons or controllers to do this. But anyways, we're gonna just warp to the other layer and pretend that this is online co-op, where the person in the back could just stay there. Technically, I think I could put Rafi on the exit door and just have him leave even without the camera. I'm pretty sure it's possible to do that. Actually, I could probably do that. Let's see. What is the name of the entity? I could probably just put Rafi on the exit door and just have him leave. So the name of that entity, I think, is just like exit door or something of that nature. Or it isn't. Never mind, pressing enter didn't work. Floor door exit. Alright, so we can get where this entity is. And just put Rafi there. So the exit door is positioned at 39-117. 39-117. And that'll be the front layer. I'm just going to set this to the actual enum so it's easier to tell what I'm doing. Rafi should be able to leave the level now. So let's see, we're going to get a cutscene. Nothing's happening. Nah, I was afraid of that. He still can't leave the level because of the way the... Did I screw it up? Oh, okay, I'm just a dumbass. You know, I like that better because that means I can actually do it. 39-117. As I was saying. There we go. Okay, yeah, you can still do this. So let's see. Then I would need to throw it immediately. This is going to be hard. I'm going to try to set up the frame advance. Or maybe I could just do this manually. I think I could just do this manually with my shitty human reflexes. I'm just going to throw the Ankh to the right, and then both characters are going to be holding left right after that input goes through. Okay, didn't need to, but I think that would have dodged it. Man, you're fucked if you like throw it into regen blocks. This is such a cursed category. Holy shit. We don't even know if this is going to work or if there's some technicality that's going to break it. And you're hunned on RNG. If you get a bad level layout, you're just not going to be able to do the glitch at all. Like, you're screwed. This is a very cursed glitch. Alright, so let's see here. This is a very HD category, isn't it? So we can no longer assume... Oh. Excuse me. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I go into your fucking challenge? I'm surprised she didn't shoot. I guess I was close enough to just get meleeed. Luckily I had God mode on. That would have been annoying. So anyways, let's think about this. So you could definitely have 2 Vlad's capes. We don't have to ditch a Vlad's at all while we're doing this glitch. So what would happen is I would have had my own cape, and Rafi would have been able to pick one up with the glitch reference. So we would actually have 3 Vlad's capes coming into this level, I believe. So yeah, that should work. We'll always have enough Vlad's capes to perform this. Could you two shut up? Now we need to dupe the one that Rafi had, again. So put that over here, run into the corner. No chance it'll be throwable through CO. I just want to get the Hundan ending while holding the Ankh. Let's one thing at a time here. Can we get the Ankh to the Hundan ending without picking it up? That's what we're theory crafting right now. So far it's theoretically possible in online co-op. Am I breaking down that glitch? Oh, I already broke down that glitch. We are making more of it than anybody had ever anticipated, because it turns out you can do some terribly illegal things with this glitch, besides just what has been demonstrated with like duping back items. There we go. Alright, so now I have a glitch back item. And what I would do in this situation here is, let's see. Rafi picks it up. I unequip it. I pick it up. So now Rafi can force me to jump. I can do door cancel with any door in the level. And then while this is all going on, Rafi would go over here and grab the other Vlad's cape, and that'll ensure that we have extras if we need them in the subsequent level, but otherwise we would just have 2. Rafi would get one when I left the level, and Valley already has one. But we could technically dupe it while we do this glitch. How would I beat 7-4? There's a door in 7-4. Doesn't have to be a back layer. We just need to make sure the Ankh survives the trip up the spikes, which, by the way, would be absurdly difficult to do. But technically possible. And technically possible is all that we're aiming for here. I need to test this for tubes. Okay, ball and chain, arrow of light, and tube cancel. I need to test tube cancel, because I think that might be a thing that you can do. So anyways, here's the door that we would use. So Rafi, you do whatever. Right, so I would go into this door. I'm going to use frame advance to make sure I don't mess up the inputs. Then Rafi jumps, and then he jumps in the air, which will force Valerie to jump. And then Rafi goes and stands on the door and waits for the okay from the player that's going down to get the Ankh. Okay, good. He can leave. It'd be easier to bomb above the spikes. It probably would. Maybe if you had paste, you could bomb out the left side of the level. Potentially. We're probably going to mess this up the first few times we try to... Oh, that was first try. The first few times we try to do this on Hundan, I'm probably going to mess it up. But maybe you could throw it to the left and then just like use just rabid paste bombs to get a tunnel all the way up the left side of the level until Hundan gets to that spot to make sure your Ankh doesn't get destroyed. Because Hundan is going to be scary throwing it to the right. So I would need to buffer a left throw. But anyways, Rafi can leave the level. Next level, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to throw it to the right, and then I'm going to have both players input left after the throw occurs. Okay, we got a good level for that, but if there was a wall there, I think we would have dodged it if both players were holding left at the correct time. So one more level of this glitch, and then we go to Hundan, and I'll spawn it in for Hundan if I mess this up on the first try here. And as you can see, we have a surplus of capes to mess with, no shortage of capes, so you're not going to run out of these at any point while you're doing this glitch. So we need to clone Rafi specifically, though I could also clone the one he was holding, not just the one on his back. So Valerie's cape goes over here. That'll be the one... Oh my god, Ton, would you fuck off? Nobody cares. Nobody likes you. You're not contributing anything to this. All I did was no clip into your back layer, and you're throwing a tantrum. What a crybaby, honestly. Some people. Alright. Let's go over here, use the whip. There we go, second try. Good enough. Alright, Rafi, you put this on. Don't worry, we're not going to be doing too much of this tedious step-by-step stuff anymore. This is just a proof of concept run. Can we do it? Then we'll go back to the other back items, and then probably end the stream after that. But we've still got a little more science to do with the ball and chain and arrow of light, and I would love to find out how all this stuff works. Alright, so anyways, Valerie unequips, puts it on. It doesn't have to be Valerie, by the way, or player 1. Anybody can be in this glitch state. The only thing that matters in this situation, as far as I'm aware, is that I'm able to control the player. and my good controls are on Valerie. There may be a weird edge case depending on like who's holding the Ankh, where like the wrong player picks it up. The only thing I could think of is like if player 2 was holding it, would player 1 be able to pick it up because of the entity ID? So I do need to test that. I need to test one where Rafi is holding the Ankh, but I can do that with a level transition. It might be that you actually need player 1 to have it. You can't pick things up. Okay, then we're fine. If you can't pick it up out of people's hands, then we're fine. That doesn't matter. So yeah, you're correct. Then it doesn't matter which player has it, just they have to throw it immediately because they will pick it up if it's in their hands. Alright, so anyways, let's see. Rafi has a glitch reference to my cape. So once again, I could do this with any layered door. In this case, I'm just going to use the exit. I could use a frog as well if I wanted to. So let's just pop our way up there. And we got a left exit, lots of tubes, love to see it. Alright, and then I will once again just use frame advance to make sure I don't mess this up. Alright, so Rafi has forced me to jump. And then he's positioned on the door and waiting to leave. Head down and grab our treasure. Okay, I'm just gonna do this with slow down. There we go, got it. Yeah, the HUD vanishes if you're leaving the level. It just stays gone forever for everybody. It do be like that. Yes, yeah, this is a valid point. I cannot put it in Rafi's arms, but I can pick it up if it wasn't for the fact that I'm in the door cancel state where I'm not allowed to collide with pickups. Alright, so, Hundan. Yeah, you stand near the edge to give yourself more time. You could technically do it from like right in the middle, but it's almost frame perfect. And if you're doing it on the exit and you screw it up, you leave the level and everything is ruined and you have to start over. Can you get eaten by the frog? Interesting thought, because like the ghost was able to be eaten by that. Okay, we have put this on your list of notes. We have 3 things to check now. Ball and chain, arrow of light, getting eaten by frog. Alright, so here's what's going to happen on Hundan. You always spawn on the bottom left corner of Hundan. We could throw the Ankh to the right and just be at the mercy of the shitty level generation. I could buffer a left input, but the problem with buffering a left input is I have to be moving in that direction, and there's a very good chance I'm going to re-grab the Ankh. So I think the better thing to do is throw it right, and then just use bombs to clear the path. Like, have a bunch of paste bombs and basically clear the path. How does the state interact? You don't touch the ghost. You're invincible in the door entering state. That doesn't change. We're just wondering if the giant frog can kill you, because the giant frog used to be able to kill the ghost, because it just deleted like any entity that was in front of it. So it's possible that you can get eaten out of the door entering state by the giant frog. But for the ghost, it doesn't touch you. Neither does the jelly, I believe, because you can exit the level with it passing through you and nothing happens. So yeah, I'm going to throw it to the right. Both players are going to hold left, and then we're going to pause, and we're going to think about like what would I do in this situation to make this possible. So, buffer my throw input. I held left. Alright, so let's try that again. Again, this is a fake run, so we can just try this again to get one that works. So you would go in with these. Yeah, I held left too early, so I threw it to the left. I need to make sure I've thrown it first. So once again, we go through the level transition, put one in Valerie's hands. Where's my pickup command? There it is. We can probably just do this. And then the Ankh I just spawned, 254. That's 250. What is it? Where is that was the wrong entity. I need to get off this level immediately. Okay, the game didn't process that. Okay, we're fine. The game didn't process that. Yeah, I needed to wait a frame. I know it went wrong in retrospect. But I thought I had the entity ID was the problem. I did not have the entity ID. There it is. I could probably equip it while it's spawning in, but let's not do that. That's silly. That's dangerous. I'm surprised, honestly, I was able to pick up a floor tile and not have my game crash. I suspect that if I had allowed one additional frame of the game to execute, I would have probably crashed by doing that. Thankfully, that did not occur. Alright, so same thing as before, except I need to make sure I have thrown the Ankh before I hold left. Let's go. Okay. So, this would be a... This is a good layout that I have here. Let me use this version of the pause. This would be a good layout. I think Honda might actually be able to save this one if you can keep him on the left side of the level. So like the hypothetical scenario here would be that you'd have like paste. So let me give myself paste, and you'd have like a shitload of bombs. Like we're assuming that this is like a perfect scenario. Everything in this run goes perfectly. Yeah, Hundun is going to actually save that. So all we have to do in this level is basically just make our way up to the top. Let me get myself some ropes. Let me just do it a completely different way for no reason. Alright, so you have a bunch of items. Let's see how we're doing. Yep, the Ankh is just sitting down there on the floor. We got a bunch of items. You would just get Hundun to go up. And theoretically, you could probably stand on the floor and fight him, but you don't want to. That's risky. I have God mode on, but I'm trying to do this in a way... Well, I would have died right there. Well, goodbye, Rafi. You know what? Rafi is going to keep Hundun busy for me while I listen to this water park. Where's the Ankh? The Ankh is gone. Okay, hold up. We got a problem here. Rafi, how the fuck did he pick it up? He's all the way over there. Okay, alright. Do you reckon that Hundun does knockback to the Ankh or some bullshit? Yeah, teleporter would be useful. If everybody in the game got up to the top, teleporter would be useful. He had it before. When did he... Okay, let's clean this up a little bit. Now okay, here's what we're gonna do. Let's clean this up and get a clean slate. Regen blocks. It might have gotten deleted by regen blocks. Alright, so clean slate. We're gonna go all the way to 7-3 with 2 Vlad's capes, as we would normally do. Might be easier if I just have Rafi die at the start of the level. Alright, so 7-3. Leave the level. And then, hypothetically, I'm holding the Ankh. We executed all of the whole procedure was done correctly. Oh, nice. Good number. The whole procedure was done correctly up until this point. Let's carefully analyze what went wrong in that level that caused this to not work. So, same thing as before. I need to throw the Ankh with a buffered input and then hold left. So I just gotta position my hands accordingly. That's also a really good start. Didn't have to worry about it bouncing. I'm not sure if any of these sunken doors can do that. Rafi had Ankh already. No, that's fine. I want to know what happened to it. So here's the next thing we're going to do. We're going to get rid of Rafi so that we only have one player to worry about. So Rafi had an accident. We only have one player, and that player has paste and a... no, this is the one you spawned. That player has paste and a shitload of bombs and ropes. So they have no problem navigating the level, teleporting, whatever it is that they need to do. Let's see how this plays out. Got my back on. You need both players alive. That's a valid point. Let's get Rafi back. Often. Let's see. I don't remember what this parameter is called. Player respawn, that's what it is, okay. I need to make it so I can edit them in this UI widget I have here. It's something I need to work on. It's on. Am I ever going to type a correct ID in this entire stream? At least I noticed that one. Player respawn equals true, so it's not a hired hand coffin anymore. Hey, Rafi's back. He never left. He was fine the whole time. Alright, so with our broken god mode, we need to carefully pay attention to what's going on down there. Let me actually set the camera further out so we can track the Ankh. So you'd be bombing up like this. You'd keep hunting pretty much over here. I think it must have gotten regen blocked. Let's see if it happens there. Yeah, I think it got regen blocked. Oh, I almost picked it up. Let's get hunting all the way to the left and see what happens. Either that or maybe... Oh no, you can't have them all the way over there if that's the spot it's at. Yeah, it'll get crushed. That might be what happened. I mean, it's also easier with two players that are different sentient beings, so you don't have one person trying to control both of them. Yeah, I think it got crushed. I think the position it was in, Hundun just destroyed it. You can whip it to the left. You would need somebody in the spikes, which I think is really risky. We don't know for sure if it was picked up by Rafi or if he had it already. But either way, it was gone, and we verified that it will survive Hundun since. As long as it doesn't get regen blocked, and as long as Hundun is on top of it. He had it. Okay, yeah. Oh, there we go. I accidentally got the infighting glitch to happen just by standing over here. What a... Look at this dumb idiot. Look at this moron. Silly Hundun, what are you doing? Alright, so anyways, we need the exit door to be open to pick up that Ankh, so we need to kill him. I'm just gonna wait for him to come over here, and then you'd use bombs, spike shoes, heavy state. That's not heavy state, hold on. I wanna do heavy state. That's not heavy state either. There we go, that's heavy state. I think? No, it's not heavy state. God damn it. Why am I so bad at this? There we go, that's heavy state. That's what I was trying to do. Okay, so you kill Hundun through your preferred method of choice. And then we gotta do the glitch one last time with the cape that I destroyed that Rafi had. So let's think about this. Rafi respawned in this level, so Rafi is our honorary player 1 in this situation is what's going on here. Rafi respawned in this level. So let's just go through with it and have him do it. Because we just have to do the glitch with him, and then I can have a different... That was weird that the camera did that. I can swap the glitch back to whoever I want to have it. But Rafi can dupe this cape. Normally this is not how this would be done because I would not have gotten Rafi killed and then respawned in this level. But you make do with what you got. I don't want to have to set this all up again. So it's the same exact procedure, just the other way around. So first try, let's go. Alright, and then we already have the correct person in the glitch state, so if I enter this door, and then Rafi presses jump, I can get knocked out of it. And then in the meantime, Rafi would make his way to the exit while I go grab the Ankh. Player 1's gonna trip. Oh, you want to get it on player 2, because player 1's gonna trip in the cutscene. Okay, well, we're gonna give this another test to see like how the cutscene plays out, but player 1 is gonna fucking drop it during the cutscene, I think is what's gonna happen here. But let's play this one out and see how it goes. There we go, first try. It wasn't first try, it was like 8th try, but whatever, we take it. Alright, so Rafi leaves. And oh my god. You know what, whatever, that counts. That counts. That fucking counts. Why? Why would it pick up? Why would it pick up in this cutscene? I don't understand this game. It doesn't make any sense. In the cutscene, not level transitions, but in the fucking cutscene, it picks it up. This game is an abomination. I mean, okay, we're gonna showcase it for Cosmic. All right, we're gonna showcase it. We're not doing a whole Cosmic run. It's insane. You having to be picked up. There's probably different properties, but we're gonna go get a constellation. We've had all of our dreams ruined so far, though honestly, I still think bringing the Ankh into the cutscene should count as a meme category, because it's already absurdly stupid. But we're gonna go to the CO. I don't care about this game. I beat this game hundreds of times. Alright, so... Turns out it doesn't matter that player 1 trips during the cutscene, because player 1 just picks it up, just eats it during the cutscene for some reason, because nothing is consistent in this video game. So, Cosmic Ocean. We need a cape. Let's cape my beloved. Cat, shut up! I'm trying to do something here and you're just making noise. Alright, we got our capes. So what we're going to want to do here is, I guess, check and see if there's any jank with getting into the CO portal. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do Hundun, but we're going to spawn in the Bow of Light. And see it. So hypothetically, we already performed the glitch, and then somebody gets in the portal. So let me teleport up. And we had the Bow of Light. This is getting to the point where you would probably want way more than 2 people to do this. So we have the light arrow. We have the mitt, just so I can prove a point and make this a little more consistent when I'm throwing it. And we have the bow. Brutal. Well, maybe the pets shouldn't be so goddamn noisy while I'm trying to do science and explain things to people. And there's just a cat going, meow, meow, meow. Bark, squeak, noises. Everything in this game makes so much goddamn noise. I just want to do science. Stupid animals. Don't clip those noises. Or do, I don't care. They've done more embarrassing things on stream. Alright, so anyway, we're just waiting for Hundun to get to the top because Hundun's just slow and uninteresting. Well, honestly, not as uninteresting as, like, Olmec, but this fight does get a little bit samey. It's still a way better fight than Olmec. Alright, put this over here. Doesn't really matter. Then Hundun just needs to die. He has an accident. I killed him. I did it. You all saw it. I killed him skillfully. Alright, so then you would perform the glitch. So I'm just going to, for consistency, let player 1 get the glitch state. So Rafi, you need to come over here. Take off your back item. I'm just going to drop his back item over here. It doesn't really matter. Skill solution indeed. If I have the tools to spawn explosions on Hundun, why wouldn't I use them? That's jump, Rafi. Rafi doesn't know how to play this game. Do I have the wrong cape? I deposited my cape, didn't I? Or... Now I'll just do it with frame precision. Let's see if I'm doing this wrong. I suppose I could just check the IDs. Alright, so I'm holding down. Rafi whips. I grab. I have the wrong cape? Hold on. Which one is down there? How did I get them swapped? Okay, this is the one I need to be duping. I don't know how I got them swapped. I thought I had that figured out. There we go. First try. It's always first try when I actually know what I'm doing. Alright, so anyways, Rafi, you pick this up. I'm getting tired of doing this procedure here. Grab, then ion equip, and I pick it up, and then I use the exit to get into the door cancel state. I guess you would probably want to open the portal first, and then go for this. And Rafi would also put on a cape after this, if he needed to, if we wanted to bring like a third one in. And then there would be an Ankh somewhere in the spikes, which I'm pretty sure I don't interact with this portal when I'm in the door cancel state, but I'm going to test that after I grab the Ankh, just in case I do. So anyways, now I need to go to the exit, and then Rafi's going to press jump while I'm leaving. What does a specific person's cape matter? I don't want to go over all this again, so you're going to have to look at the VOD, but what it boils down to is that the person doing the dupe needs a higher entity ID than the cape. And players generate in order from player 4 to player 1. Like that's the like Cliff Notes version of this. So player 4's cape can be duped by player 3, 2, and 1. Player 3's cape can be duped by 2 and 1, and so on. Player 1's cape can't be duped by anybody. But if you respawn in a coffin in the middle of the level, you can dupe any back item that already existed in that level before you were respawned, but not afterward. Entity ID order is the secret here. So anyways, we're going into the door. Rafi's pressing jump, and he forces me to jump. And now we're going to go down here and try to get this back. So this is in the parallel universe where we decided it was a good idea to run this category. Alright, let's just do this the way that we know works. Grab it. Alright. Can I go in the portal? I cannot. That's kind of what I suspected, so I'm not going to be able to go in, but Rafi can go into the portal. Alright, it doesn't. I was like half expecting it to get like Loot Goblin during the cutscene here because this. Oh, the characters are floating, so we forgot to turn off their ability to interact with pickups. But no, that's not the case. So the CO is basically going to be a horrifying experience from this point if you were hypothetically doing the entire run. Like the visceral nightmare that is this level would just be awful because you have to do this 94 times without ever messing up, without ever losing the Ankh, without anybody picking it up. But theoretically, this is possible up to this point. I haven't encountered anything that I believe would make it not doable. So I'm going to buffer an input and then press left. Immediately, fucking immediately, lava at the start of the level. Don't do this. Nobody run this category. Do not do this category. This is a task-only category. You have to do the door cancel on every single goddamn level and deal with shit like this happening. Do not, under any circumstances, do that. Don't do this category. We could technically get it out as the worst part. As long as you have a ghost, you can always get it out of the lava. The problem would be if it got like crushed or something by a Neo elevator right at the start. Like the absolute absurdity that it would be to do this run. The lava does not kill you with door cancel. We could get it out actually then, you're right. This doesn't matter. However, what does matter is if you get it crushed in a Neo that starts off like right next to an elevator. But technically this is fine. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to play this level. And I'm going to get it out of the lava, and then we're going to go to the ending cutscene to see what happens. So, let's see. Where would I do this? There is literally nowhere in the level where I have enough space to do this. Except up here, I guess, in this blocked off area. Alright, so let's do the glitch in here. Pretend we bombed into this or something. So yeah, this is... You are right. This is actually salvageable. Dude, I just realized, I wonder if this is a viable strategy to just extract objects from lava in a regular run. Like, somebody loses, like, a Kapala in the lava. Have somebody do this glitch with Vlad's cape and pick up that Kapala and just bring it to the next level so your ghosts don't have to freeze it. This tech is, like, insanely cursed, and I'm loving every moment of it. Because in theory, you could do that. You could just pick an item out of the lava. Bow in the lava, already have Vlad's, no problem. Just go get the bow out of the lava with the person who has Vlad's. You just need to make sure you can dupe it. Like, the tech is insane here for what we could do with this exploit. Funny video game. Well-programmed video game. Alright, so, the usual business. Rafi, you put that on. No. There you go. I unequip it. I put it on.
Boy, oh boy, I love Cyan.
I love Cyan too, and science. Thank you for the resub. I'm glad people are enjoying this. Because I sure as hell am. This has been hugely insightful, and I need to thank chat, because not every single thing I've done here has been my idea. Chat has been throwing shit at me, and some of the stuff has stuck. We've done some amazing things by doing this. And chat suggestions are hugely welcome when we're doing these kinds of glitches. Leave you alone? I'm sorry. Or is that... I don't know if you're responding to Crystal, or if I said something. Thank you for being here either way. So anyways, unfortunately you have to finish the level because the person... Like, to get door cancel, you need to... Well, get a door. We don't have those. And Rafi will probably survive here. That doesn't matter. I just want to hear the loud noise. Alright, so anyways, you'd have to go finish the level and get the jelly off the door. It was to me. What did I do? I'm sorry. I said thank you for the resub. I was happy. It was a happy moment for all of us. Oh, this is so awful. There's a way to get access to the door without the jelly being there. Well, there used to be. Unless you're hinting at something that I'm overlooking here. Let's think about this. I feel like a hint just got dropped at me. Oh, the typo. I'm sorry. Look, you put a typo in your sub message. I had to call it out. I'm a toxic streamer. That's just how it is. You mean me about jelly skip? I guess technically... No, not with teleporter, though. And this doesn't work if you're on a mount, I'm pretty sure, though. We haven't done any mount science. Maybe add that to the list of things to check. But, like, if you were to teleport onto the door, you'd be in the center of the door. Which means you'd immediately start entering it. And I don't believe you can do the cancel anymore once you're actually walking into the door. It's only when you're moving horizontally. Once you're going into the back layer or like the fade out, I'm pretty sure you can't do it anymore. So it wouldn't be possible under those circumstances. I guess I could try that as well. But first, let's do this the way that we know works. Which is I need to step into the door. Let me put Rafi in a slightly better spot. And then Rafi needs to press jump. Alright, and as you can see here, I'm immune to the jelly, but I'm not immune to the out of bounds, and I don't interact with the teleporting border, so I believe I will die. If I fall down there and I don't have God mode on, I believe that'll kill me. Let me actually turn God mode off. Actually, what? I don't know what the timer is and the ghost jelly is coming, so I'm not going to turn off God mode. Let me not do that. That was the easiest... Hold on, is it really that... You move so slowly. The fuck? Why did I just teleport? I just teleported over there. I didn't do anything. I don't know if that was a weird, like, phantom input. Either way, this is the easiest thing you'll ever do in your life. I'm holding down. And I'm teleporting over here. What is going on? The game is, like, grabbing that chain. If I'm level with it? I'm so confused. Has anybody figured out a pattern for what's going on here? Always throw it into the lava. Yeah, go for it. Why am I getting teleported back to this chain, like randomly, when I press down? Sometimes I get teleported back to this chain. Okay, this is important. Okay, it doesn't always happen. Like, Rafi's not moving or doing anything. Why is the ghost jelly not here yet? Anyone got any theories? I'm a little stumped here right now for why it keeps doing that. Let me try it in like a different spot over here maybe. Okay, what about over to the right? I'm so confused. Check my player entity info. I might do that in a second here. Okay, I can traverse the level like just fine. Triggered a bug. Yeah, that's what I thought, but I'm going over to the edges now. If I hold down... Other than this looking really silly, nothing is happening. Oh, hold on. This is a ledge... So this looks like a ledge flip animation. Okay, let's do this frame by frame. I'm holding down and left. What the fuck? This is a ledge flip animation that I'm doing right now. I am so confused. Am I ledge hanging off of this floor when I align to it? Yeah, what tile am I standing on? Hold on. Am I initiating a ledge flip by holding left? Yeah, I think we got it. I think we figured it out. I'm actually ledge... Oh my god, that means you could teleport back to the tile if it has a ledge on it, I think. Now, let's see here. Alright, so we are attached to this floor right here. So this is where we initiated door cancel. It was off of this one. So I can't do the glitch while I'm going left, but... if I hold down and left literally anywhere to this side, I get snapped back to the height. This is just nuts how bizarre this is. I could snap back to the X coordinate. That's what's going on. I'm snapping back to the X coordinate of that tile because it has an exposed ledge. And going into the ledge hang state for 1 frame before I detach. It's only snapping my X coordinate, however, not my vertical position. So in case this didn't get weird enough, I can just teleport back there if I wanted to. This is so cursed. In case I didn't... I think I showed this earlier. I did show this earlier, but you can also pick up player... Oh. Oh. Okay, I disabled the jelly. Okay, so that's a thing. You can just... It's gone. It can't track that player anymore, so it's AI turned off. It's a little hope. I was wondering if anybody would know what I was talking about if I mentioned that. It's literally a fucking hope. I can just, like, teleport horizontally, but keep my height. I'm glad that we have other, like, just Super Mario 64 aficionados, other cultured people who know about this dumb shit. This is so bizarre. I bet then that I could do it on the other side if that ledge was exposed. I'd move Rafi out of the way real quick. Alright, God mode back on. Rafi, stop! The problem is the button I have for God mode is the same one for Rafi to move left, so he moves a little bit every time I do it. So if I were to delete this tile here, can I ledge hang? Yep, okay, so that actually exposes it. Even though that platform would normally prevent you from doing that, you can actually, if you have it exposed on both sides, you can just kind of teleport back to it. Normally you wouldn't be able to ledge hang in this situation. This is amazing how stupid this looks. Hey Jelly, how you doing? Pass it through. I'm pretty sure that thing will still kill you if you touch it, so we're not doing that. I guess that means you technically have a consistent way to get into the ledge hanging state with this glitch. Like if you, as long as the door on which you do it is like exposed, you can eventually get a ledge hang. Let's see if I can get the right height for it. There we go, like that, and then I could go AFK, and I'd be completely fine here. Anyways, let's go get the Ankh. I think we're done with this shenanigan, so this is like the freest grab in the universe. You probably have several frames to do it. I just need to not hold, like, I need to not hold left and down. That's what was causing that to happen. So now I have the Ankh, and now Rafi can theoretically leave the level. Once it's fixed. I don't know if they're going to fix this. I hope they don't. I really don't. Or I really hope they don't, and I don't think they'll fix it. But I don't know. These devs are weird. The last time they tried to fix something in this game, they made it worse, and I kind of don't want them to touch it anymore. Yeah, the time jelly didn't spawn, but I think that's actually because I have it turned off. That's not related to what we're doing here. Yeah, time jelly's off. That's why it didn't spawn, so that's irrelevant. Yeah, you can see the no ghost here. That applies to the jelly as well. Otherwise, it would have just shown up and hit Rafi like once and then started circling him, which would have been annoying. But yeah, that has nothing to do with this. So anyways, let's see here. Level next. Okay, that should get us going into the next level as 98, and then we'll finish it there and see what happens. This bug is amazing. Like, the doors this has opened up when combined with door cancel, like, there's so much you could do with these glitches combined together. This really is starting to feel like Super Mario 64. Blitworks, like, went through an ownership change or something, and in addition to that, I think Derek isn't paying them to do anything other than life support on the game, so they probably don't have an active dev team actually doing anything. So I suspect we're going to see little to nothing in the way of updates, which is irritating because there's so many fucking bugs in this game, especially in online. But at the same time, I kind of don't know if I want them to put their hands back on this game after all the problems they've caused. Just like, ugh, the syncing. The synkening. Anybody who remembers the synkening, the 1.26 update, I still have nightmares to this very day. And the player one indicator, like, that was just like, they just fucking broke that shit. When's the cosine spin-off game? I don't know, maybe someday, but I mean, I'm not in the works in making a video game right now. That's not an easy thing to do. As much as I shit about this game, I know it's hard to make a video game. It's just disappointing to see that they don't want to polish this game even after it's done. Like, it could still be better, even if there's going to be bugs. Is something like this affects daily scores? I mean, you can only do the daily solo, which greatly limits the options that you have for this glitch. You can do this glitch solo. Let's finish 799, and then go from there. There was a hacker on the daily the other day. I don't know how that actually works. I thought they run your daily on a server to some extent, but I don't really know for sure. Was it like a whole... it's horizontally snapping to the ledge hang position of the tile you're standing on, abstract. That's what it is. You just get horizontally aligned into the ledge hang and perform the animation, and then you detach immediately because you're not on it. It's not quite as interesting, but it visually has the same effect. But yeah, I didn't know you could hack the dailies. I thought they have a server, basically a one-player, like, online server to validate your inputs, but I don't know, maybe there's more to it than that, or whatever. I assume it'll get deleted eventually if anybody points it out. Anyways, we should be going to 798 right now. I need to throw the Ankh and then hold left. Back to the grind. That was a situation there where the mitt, I think, made it fine. Now that I think about it, then you don't have to hold left if you have the mitt. The mitt is never going to bounce back far enough to hit you. If you don't have the mitt, you have to run from it. But if you do have the mitt, you don't need to hold left because it only went this far. So you're completely fine. Also, we are on 798, so it looks like that worked. Cheat engine. Well, I'm just thinking, I thought they have a server validating the daily, but I don't know all the work it actually does for that. So it could be that there is an exploit that somebody found and they decided to put their talent to use by cheating in the daily instead of putting their talent to use by like what I'm doing here, which is trying to find glitches so that other people can cheat in the daily. We are not the same. If anybody cheats in the daily, I do not hold myself responsible for how you utilize this technology. Alright, so anyways, I'm just looking for the exit of the level now so we can perform the glitch one last time on our legitimate 798 with a backwards 4 on it. And I guess the jelly can just show me where the exit is. H and an H. Blessed run for sure. Alright, as usual, it's a bad exit. Why wouldn't it be? Let's go around all this crap. Yeah, not gonna do anything, but it's annoying. Okay, so ideally you would have performed the glitch earlier than that, but what are you gonna do? H, oh, you really like the H, huh? Well, here's what I think of your H. The 4 now. You better sub if you want to spam that. Alright, so we need Rafi's cape. There you go, thank you. Or you could just type the number 4 in chat, I guess. I mean, I'll do it. There we go, there we go. We have one person who's willing to waste their money. There we go. Look at all those people wasting money on my stream. I appreciate every one of you. And I also appreciate the people who don't waste their money on the stream. In a way, I have more respect for the people that kept their money and used it responsibly, but I'm not going to say no. Subs are always optional, but appreciated. I will use the money. On food, probably. Survival things. I promise I will not spend your sub money on NFTs. I promise you that. Not a cent of your sub dollars are going to be spent on NFTs. At least not the part that I get. I don't know what Jeff Bezos is going to do with the rest of it. Alright, so anyways, there's our glitch. Only 2 hours before you lose it. No, use it while you want. By the way, I have the point redeem for unlocking an emote, so you don't even have to sub, which I'm assuming is what a lot of people did. Just go spend like 128 channel points or whatever and get it for 24 hours. Do whatever. I don't know if that's what Crystal's talking about, if you have your sub emote off or not. But just do that. I have it on for a reason. You're not scamming me by doing that. Like, it's literally, I would turn it off if I didn't want you to do that. Knock yourselves out. Alright, so anyways, unequip. Put this on. Alright, and then we gotta perform door cancel, which will have a glitchy ledge hang on the left side of the block this time because it's exposed. So, let me do frame advance to make sure we don't screw this up. So go into the door. Rafi jumps again in the air. We're detached now. In theory, I could pick up Rafi to turn off the AI real quick. Like that. There, it's just off now. Wait a minute. Why did it come back? No, hold on a sec. Why did it come back? Last time it turned off. I don't want to whip him. Let me move away. I just got mode on, actually. That won't do anything. Why did it start moving? Yeah, co-op is popping off. This is like another like tier of like just broken game over the glitches that we've been abusing in the past, like cough and dupe. Why can I not pick him up anymore? Maybe because I was teetering? There we go. Okay. What's going on with the jelly here? Okay, now it's turned off. I have no idea what that was about. Like, the jelly briefly lost interest and then came back, and now it actually lost interest. Yeah, Rafi double jumping basically forces the door cancel state. It's the same glitch where if you bomb the tile out, you can initiate a jetpack, cape, or telepack. But in the case of Vlad's cape, Rafi jumping forces me to jump. So I can actually see I get way more height if Rafi's also spamming jump versus just doing it myself. It's because Rafi triggers the double jump of the cape while I'm standing on the ground. Same as the one out of the door cancel glitch, which I can show that, but My voice is starting to hurt, and this has been a long stream, but let's just say there's a glitch that allows you to exit the door entering state and do what I'm doing now, which is basically go into this like no collision god mode state that we're in right now. Like door cancel, you can search for that on the Spelunky 2, like the community Discord. I also have VODs of it on Twitch that you can look at. I have like a collection of science. I cannot exit. You need to do this in co-op. It should be clear that most of these glitches are co-op only. But there are a few things we can do. We're not done with the stream yet. There are a few things you can do in single player, but most of it's co-op only. Anyways, let's see what happens in the cutscene. So, in you go, Rafi. Alright, well, I mean, I didn't pick it up. This is the only cutscene where you can actually get this thing. Oh, no, it picked up at the end! No, dude. It picks up. It doesn't matter. It always picks it up. There's no escaping it. The last fucking frame, it picked it up. I would argue that if somebody was going to make a meme category out of this, getting it to the cutscene is fine. Yeah, check the journal. Look at that constellation. It's a... No, I'm not gonna... No. No, it's not. Let's get this off the screen as fast as we can. Yeah, it's a spoon. It's an upside-down spoon. That's what it is. Well, that's... I mean, this happens normally. I don't know what to actually make of this. Or a scalpel. Well, there it is. We collected it on $7.99. It actually put it in the journal. This fucking game. I mean, this is honestly, this is cursed. There's something special about this. Entity tester, shut up. Stop spamming callbacks. I need to figure out how to shut those off. Well, I mean, I know how to do it. I just need to program it in. Okay. Let's see here. So I got my professional taking notes over there. What are we looking at next? What's on the to-do list for other related stuff to check? We got ball and chain, I think. We're gonna start with ball and chain. Yeah, ball and chain. Okay, so we want to know what happens in the ball and chain door cancel state. Let's go over there. You know, just in case it matters, I'm going to get a real ball and chain. And what I mean by that is that the Cali one goes between levels with you, and the one you can spawn in with Overlunky does not. So if you just spawn an altar here, Cali just gets mad at you that it was in the air, because Cali's just mean like that, and then we can go over here to another level and break another one. That'll ball and chain me, and then this ball and chain is permanent. So will we see the split back items for the last two now, or... wait. So will we see the split back items for the last two, or the arrow of light? I'm not sure what you're asking here. But I do need to do arrow of light testing. Yeah, frog eat was another one. Yeah, Justice, I'm not sure what you're asking. My brain is probably not working correctly. It's fried. Kelly's not ready for air altars. Indeed, she is not. So anyways, we need a Vlad's. I'm gonna go back to the version of this where I just put it in the glitch state myself, just to make this easier. Because we already know that this will work. So actually, I do need to get Rafi to come over here now. So let's just have him blindly run off the edge of the screen. He'll probably be fine. He's pretty good at this game. So he's totally fine. Alright, so anyways, let's expose this. Like, I still need Rafi to exchange the cape with. Even though I can pull it off of my back to get in the glitch state, I then need Rafi to pick it up. So I can't do this completely solo right now. At least not easily. Because I need him to do the jumps. Alright, so anyways, I unequip. I put it on. Alright, so, ball and chain jank. I guess the first... So, normally when you enter a door, the ball drops. Interesting, and actually... Oh yeah, it goes into the door entering state. Oh, this could be weird. Let's see, does it stay like this? Huh. I wonder what this is gonna do. Just remote play? Oh, please, Lord, no. Hard enough to do this myself. Trying to coordinate with somebody over, like, remote play with input delay just sounds like a nightmare. How in the world is that hitting the ball? Right, let's move him a little bit more. Okay, so let's try the glitch. So I'm just gonna do this with frame advance. Actually, I guess there's two scenarios here. One is I'm holding the ball, and the other is that I'm not. What gets prioritized to start with? Okay, the ball's gonna get prioritized. Let's put this over here. Alright, so first scenario, whip, grab, and then I'm just gonna go into the door and then have Ralphie spam jump, and we're gonna see what happens to the ball. You can see the ball start to slide into position towards the door. Ralphie forces me out of this state, and the ball cancels out of the state. Oh god, why did this glitch just get better and better? It can't seem to do any— what the fuck? It doesn't seem to be able to stop me from moving. But it also can't seem to break. It's not breaking tiles is the notable thing here. The reason why it's not breaking tiles is because I'm standing is what's going on, by the way. I could actually break it to demonstrate this. The reason it's not breaking tiles is because the way the ball and chain works is if you're more than 1 unit below the ball, then it'll count a timer down from 20 frames to 0, and then it'll attempt to break the floor tile that it's resting on top of. But you have to be airborne for that timer to tick down. Otherwise it won't do anything. So this is why if you spam jump, the ball will break tiles, but if you stand still, it won't. And as I've said earlier, we are actually technically standing right now. That said, the ball is pulling my player a little bit. It is a lot harder to jump right now. I think I'm getting ball and chain jump heights. If I have Rafi also jump, I can get up a lot higher. But I have like weird ball and chain jump heights, so it is affecting me, but it's not restraining my movement. It's very hard to go up. You do it with a duped infinite jetpack. I could probably mess with a jetpack and see what the flight looks like. Let's see here. So what would happen? I need to swap to a jetpack and then destroy that tile is what I think I need to do here. You pick up and drop the ball. Now, that's a valid point, actually. I'd probably just carry it like any other item. There we go. No, it actually got pulled out of my hands there. Hold on. I'm gonna try to time a jump immediately. Have Rafi picking up. Okay, that one was too late to do. I'll try to have Rafi pick it up. It'll probably like pull him into the wall or something and kill him, but we'll see, I guess. I'm getting bad alignment here. I was going up, so I could not actually fall down in that state. Come on, game. There we go. Alright, so I'm gonna press jump on this frame. Now it's getting pulled out of my hands, so let me try to do it like near an edge. So that I have a little bit more of an opportunity to like grab it and jump. No, it falls out of my hands. You know why? It probably falls out of my hands because I'm doing the door entering state, so the game automatically drops this item. Now that I think about it though, why am I able to carry players through the door, but not the ball and chain? It could be that the ball and chain is a special case that's forced out of your hands, unlike the mechanic that's used to drop bodies and stuff at doors. You know, hole in the ceiling. I mean, here's what I'm gonna do. Let me, let's see, the ball goes through semi-solid. I'm gonna delete the tile under it as I grab it. That's not gonna grab. Let me get a better height. Okay, so I'm holding it. I just deleted this tile. It'll be gone in the next frame. Let's see what we're holding right now. Punish ball is attached to nothing. I think I already dropped it. I think I'm dropping it like immediately after I grab it. Like I literally don't have any frames in which I'm holding the ball. So it's already out of my hands. So yeah, for whatever reason, the door cancel state forces you to drop the ball. That was a tile I destroyed, not anything that Rafi did. So anyways, let's get ourselves back up. Or not Rafi, not anything that I did with breaking tiles. I did that with Spelunky. Alright, so let's get the thing back up to the top of the level. Okay, let's do it the hard way. I guess I don't want to grab it and try to move it because I'm worried it's going to cause issues. Alright, let's pull this up, and let's get Rafi to grab it and see what happens. We can use our newfound tech to ledge hang. Except I'm facing the wrong way. Why is it detaching now? Grab the ledge! I can't grab the ledge. I wonder if the ball is causing this. You think the state forces it out of hand? I can pick up Rafi in the door cancel state as a thing. So I don't know why certain items are like that. And I don't know why I can't hang on this ledge. Wait, I had it. I'm so confused. Why is this game like this? I'm trying to get the right alignment for this. Please? There it goes. Okay, I have no idea why that was giving me so much trouble. Alright, so put the ball right up. God, that's weird. It's getting... You know what's happening? It's getting latched to my X position. Just because that's normally what happens with it. Like, it gets pulled towards the center of the door as you go in. That's what appears to be happening here. Such a bizarre glitch. Alright, so anyways, let's have Rafi grab this. So, careful. Alright, so what cursed nonsense do we reckon Rafi's gonna do? He dropped it. Nothing interesting. He dropped it. I think it's a special property of the ball and chain to prevent other players from holding the ball as you go in the door, because it has to go in with you. Well, that was immensely disappointing, but you know, we learned something. It's not the science that we wanted, but it's the science that we got. It's just hard-coded that players cannot hold this item. I wouldn't be surprised if like a caveman can't hold it either. Should be able to test that actually. I bet a caveman would be forced to drop it too. I think cavemen can pick up the ball if I recall correctly. So it's probably just anything carrying it. Hey buddy, you want that? Does anyone know offhand if they can carry these? I guess I can find out real quick. Try it with jetpack. Okay, I'll try that. I'll get out of the standing state so we can see it break terrain in a moment. One more thing though. I could just spawn the punish ball by itself and see if he's able to pick that up. I actually don't know if he can. Maybe he just can't pick that up. I could have sworn I'd seen that before. Okay, well whatever. He doesn't want to pick it up. What you get. Alright, so I need to swap to a jetpack and then destroy the tile that I'm currently like standing on as a glitch. So the way you do this is you would have a jetpack in the level. We showed this earlier, so I'm not going to go into the details like too much about it. But I could swap my back item. So what I need to do here is pick up the jetpack. And also, I guess I don't need Vlad's anymore. We lose this Vlad's cape in order to swap back items. But basically, I unequip it and the game will crash. If Rafi unequips it, the game will crash. If we both unequip it, we're fine. So that's what we're going to do here. If the game would let me. Hold on. There we go. Alright, so I unequipped it. If this falls out of bounds, my game crashes because Rafi has a reference to this cape, and that'll become a stale reference, and that's no good. So Rafi needs to also unequip the cape now to get rid of the reference. So we hold down. There we go, and you heard the sound a second time. That cape is gone now. It's just going to fall out of bounds and get destroyed. But I can pick up this jetpack. I said I can pick up this jetpack. And basically nothing has changed here. I'm still doing ground jumps. I don't have like any jetpack fuel or any jank I could do. But let's see. Well, actually, now that I think about it, I would like... Oh my god, I just thought of something really illegal. Yeah, dupe jetpack. I'm thinking about that now. I just realized what you're talking about. That's... Oh my god, I think you could technically do that. Alright, hold on. Let's take it off. Alright, Rafi, come here. We're gonna do something super cursed. We're gonna initiate this glitch with the jetpack. Right over here. So I need to get the ball to just not be in the way. So in theory, I would have like tucked the ball into like a corner or something, like a little nook like that, so it doesn't cause problems. I have to do this glitch while in this flying state. This is just TAS only, like written all over it right now. And Ruffy's not far back enough. Right there should do the trick. I think I'm too late. Did we get it? Drag on equip it. Oh, you're right. Yeah, the entity ID is wrong. Alright, so let's just pretend that we did it. There we go. So now let's see. So I'm still standing on that. So what would happen here is I have a glitch reference to that jetpack, but I can't use it. I need Rafi to go over there and pick it up. And then destroy this floor tile. So let's just pretend we used a bomb or a matic or something. I am no longer standing on the floor. Oh, this is actually this is more disappointing than what we had going on before, because now I can't carry the thing. Oh man, no, dude. You can't go back up. You only go down. I mean, you can destroy tiles, but you ain't going back up. Please. I can't move. Why am I unable to move? What happened to Rafi? Why did I lose the ability to fly all of a sudden? Let's... Game? It's... Game, come on. I'm trying to get the camera. Whatever, I'll just zoom it out a bunch. That's still not enough. No, Rafi's just standing there. Why in the world? My ball and chain is gone now because it fell in the lava. Why did I lose the ability to jump? Oh, you know what it is? I've had this before. You can't jump in this lava for some reason. You just cannot. No, my pack didn't explode. I touched the Olmec lava for some reason. Unlike normal lava where you can like slowly float, this lava just, once you touch it, like it is extremely difficult to get out of it for some reason. Like you cannot get any height. With Vlad's cape, I could have used Rafi to help me jump out of it, but for whatever reason, this lava is just like super stubborn. Yeah, the imposter lake is just like really finicky. Okay, that's what happened there. Default camera. If anyone doesn't know what I mean by, or what Cloyce and I both mean by imposter lake, it's the hitbox, just so you can see what I'm talking about. Options, I think. Hitbox entity types. There it is, lava. This big rectangle down here. That's the imposter lake. So like you see this big box like running all the way along it, it's like a light blue line. That is an imposter lake. It basically functionally acts as lava, but isn't actually lava. And it's just the way the game optimizes it. Normally your camera is cut off right here, so you don't see it, but like if you were to teleport down there, you would die to the lava, I think is what would happen. As it stands, it also appears to function as the void because it's trying to insta-give me while I'm in it, so I don't know, there might be more jank associated with that I don't know about. Alright, well that's the ball and chain. Any other questions on that, or do we move on to the next item? So yeah, next item is Arrow of Light, by the way, just to see if you stun. Okay, Arrow of Light, move on. So let me turn that off, I don't need these, and they lag a little bit. Alright, so can we do it on the same level? There's two tests really that I gotta do. One where I'm standing on a tile and another where I'm not. But let's see here. I could probably actually spawn a new tile and set the standing on flag. I'm gonna try that in a bit, but first let's go ahead and spawn the tools that we need. So light arrow. I assume we're talking about throwing it with the mitt, am I correct? Because otherwise I'm not sure what would be interesting about this. I would have to have the mitt before I did this. So let me just give it to myself real quick. Pitcher's mitt. There we go. Alright, so I'm not standing on anything, right? I can't pick it up. Let me on a border tile real quick. I should be able to stand on this. What entity is that? 25949. Wanna bet I'm gonna forget that ID? Standing on the ID. So let's update that to an entity that actually exists. Actually, I think I could just do this. There we go. Alright, we're back in the weird jump state now. We're standing on this border tile instead, so I should be able to pick this up now. There we go. Alright, well, let's throw it. So, there's a couple things that could happen here. So, I'm paused right now. I could throw it, it goes in a straight line, it goes in an arc, or my game crashes, and I could get stunned, or I could not get stunned, or my game could crash. Let's find out. So I'm just gonna press the button. I have God mode on. We'll have to do that again. Oh, this shit again. Okay, I need to not hold left while I'm doing it. There we go. Second try. Alright, here we go. It just knocked me back a little bit. Like I think it couldn't inflict the stun because I was getting in the door, but you saw it propelled me back like just a little bit, and it arced. So that prediction was partially correct. It did arc. Like the game was like, no, you can't throw that with the mitt. That's illegal. But it didn't stun me. Oh man, that was weird. I was locked into that animation for a really long time though. Alright, let's grab it again. Alright, we're not done yet. Let's do a first frame down throw. That's where you're holding down and whip on the same frame. Yeah, so that does the same thing that it normally would, where you'd be standing on the ground, you'd press those inputs on the same frame, and you get a straight throw, which sadly does not open the portal to Cosmic Ocean. At least not yet. We haven't found a way to make it do that. Potentially you could, but I believe the arrow's in a different state. And here's this, if nobody saw this yet. The arrow just wants to come over to me. Together forever. Nothing can separate us. Alright, so let's see. Was there anything else involving the arrow? That was, I mean, we didn't crash, so I can't say I'm disappointed in what happened here. Anything else involving the arrow? Because that seems to be all there is to it. It just knocks you back a little bit when you throw it. And if you do a first frame down throw, nothing of interest happens. Just throws in a straight, no, first try, it throws in a straight line like it would normally. Alright, so any questions, go for it. Regarding the arrow, otherwise we'll move on to the next item, which is I think the frog eat, unless somebody else had something Olmec related. Any last calls for Olmec science before we go see if a frog can eat me. Bubble wrap probably does nothing. I think bubble wrap will probably crush certain items out of your hands, like players. I think it normally does that, but that wouldn't be any different from normal gameplay. It would have nothing to do with this particular cancel state. I guess we could see if Double Wrap could crush the player themselves in the door cancel state, so now let's go ahead and try it. So I need to, I'll just spawn in a Vlad's and cheat to get the glitch. Can Rafi pick up value? That's an interesting point, let's see. So I think on this frame I should do the grab input, so let's try that. Rafi just inputted a whip, but I might not have been at the right height, so let's try it again. Not looking like it. I don't know why this would be possible, because you can't normally do this. I'm pretty sure once someone's entering a door, they're just not interactable, so you can't pick them up. Well, he's whipping. That's actually a valid point. Why is he whipping, even though he's standing on the ground? I guess that's what happens. No, that's what happens if you don't pick up an item on the frame. I think that's what the one frame looks like. Let me do that. Let me do an independent one. I'm gonna press down and whip on Rafi in the same frame. Yeah, that's just the default action. If you pick up an item, you don't whip, but otherwise the single frame down and whip should just, I think it just prioritizes whipping. Otherwise it would prioritize grabbing, because it never prioritizes the down action. It just uses the down as like a filter that says whether or not it's allowed to grab something, I think. So for the sake of being like diligent about this, I'm going to make Rafi crouch down anyways and then try it. So let's see if this will work. I highly doubt this is going to work though. Let me try. I want to be moving really slowly. This should be a good frame, right? Yeah, this is a good frame to grab. Let's try that. Oh, well, there you go. Okay, so that's cursed. That's super cursed. Why would that even be a thing that you could do? So why? I guess it's just hard enough to do this that normally nobody would attempt it. So here comes the next question. Is this useful? Because I didn't know this was possible, and this had never been brought to my attention. Is this useful in any way to be able to do this? So if I throw her, she... Oh god. If I throw her, she dies, apparently. Let me get Olmec out of the way. Olmec, go away. I picked up the person that was in the door cancel state. That's what just happened. And this is why I take suggestions from chat, because sometimes you get results that you weren't expecting. So from my perspective, what's really cursed about this is I can still do things like this. God mode is off, by the way. So, like, I'm not hitting Rafi. So, basically, I'm like a held player. She's on the ground, you can't pick up airborne things. But in the door cancel, yeah, I guess that's what it is. So when you're in the state for entering the door, you can't be picked up. But I'm not in the state of entering the door. I'm in a weird, like, quasi-state where the game has given me flags for entering a door, but I'm actually free playing around the level. But I'm on the ground, so I can be picked up. That seems to be what it is. So, is this useful? I could jump out of his hands. Okay, so that's what happened there. First of all, can he grab me on this frame? Let's try that to start with. Single frame grab. No, I wonder if that actually matters. No, it's because I was holding left because I'm a dumbass. That's why that didn't work. So let's try that again. Perfect scenario. Have Rafi grab me on this frame right here. Let's see if he can do it. Yeah, he can. So it's just very, very precise. But once we're in that state, what can we do with it? So you're saying that I die if I'm thrown? You get stunned forever. Okay, I can use God mode to turn off the stun if I need to. Okay, so it's not... I was like thinking, do I get like insta-gibbed? So I'm gonna throw Valerie. With a mid, apparently. Yeah, I see what would go on here. Like, you would never hit anything, so you're just flying forever. I'm gonna use God mode to get out of the throw state. Wait, am I still standing on anything? I'm not standing on anything. He took me off of the standing state. So you don't have to be standing. Like, I was off of it the second time, because the first time he picked me up, it took me off of the tile I was standing on because I got attached to Rafi. So no, that's not it. It's just really, 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 really precise by the look of things, because I'm now in the regular door cancel state. I can no longer, like, air jump or anything because I'm no longer standing on something. So you could do this with any door cancel, but it appears to be insanely precise. Alright then. So how do we fix this? We go back over here, and I think we reset me to be standing on this. Assuming I'm still in the correct state, which I think I am. I think I could actually just do this. But this ID probably changed. I think I spawned something in after that. Right, let's see if that fixes it. Yeah, there we go. That got me back. Alright, so we're back in the saddle here. You can get caught. So is there anything else interesting? First of all, why can't I do it with a single frame grab is my first question. So on this frame, I should be able to get the grab. Okay, you can. I just don't know. It must be, like, absurdly precise, because I was having trouble doing it even with frame advance. Alright, so what can we do with this? Jumping out of the hands, not useful, so we're not going to be doing that. And I'm no longer standing on anything. Once I get picked up, I'm not standing on anything anymore. So we're back to regular door cancel. Any thoughts? I guess try to go into a door maybe and see if I get like dropped. Yeah, let's try that. Let's go into a door. That's not that's not the door button. Worth noting, I still have the infinite flight actually from Rafi's jetpack, so I don't have to go back into the standing state. And that one's not gonna work. Let's try this. Okay, he should be able to grab me. No, he just sometimes can't do it. This is so bizarre. Let's try this frame. Why is it so absurdly difficult to get this grab? I don't know why it's so much more precise than normal item grabs. Or maybe it's not, I just don't know how that works. Alright, so let's try this again. Hydrate, yeah, I need to do that. I'm not sure why this isn't working, I'll hydrate now. Okay, Rafi, come on dude, what are you doing? So that's not gonna work. Try this frame, maybe? Yeah, that time I was holding left. I'm wondering if there is something to do with, like, the one frame grab that's causing this to be harder than it normally would be. Because he will not do it, he just refuses to grab for some reason now. Maybe I'm just gonna overestimate. Let's get higher up than I normally would be and see what happens. So let's try to grab from like way up here. Nah, he still doesn't want to do it. Okay, I'm gonna go back to holding down the entire time I attempt to do the grab. Try that. No, that time he didn't whip, but I missed the window. I cannot, for the life of me, get this to work anymore. Maybe there is something I'm not understanding here. Okay, all right, game. We're going in. We need to go deeper. Enhance. Computer, enhance image. This is absurd. Okay, so they are both at like literally the same height. I'm thinking it's not possible. I think there's something that's preventing me from being grabbed in this situation. Maybe we don't fully understand the conditions that allow it to happen. Now let me go back to having this as my floor entity. So now I'm back to standing. This is horrible to look at and I hate it. Yeah, I could just... maybe there is something to do with being in the standing state. I don't fully understand. I was able to do it once while I wasn't standing on anything, so I'm not sure what is going on with this. So many mysteries that we still don't understand here, and I'm still standing on the border tile. Alright, so I knocked myself out of his hands, so let's see now. So we're standing on the border tile. We seem to have about the same window as a normal grab. How did I get that state cleared? So if I jump out, I'm still standing on it. There's more to this. Maybe the throw. Maybe the mid throw is what did it. Getting thrown must have detached me. So no, I take it back. I think maybe I do need to be in the standing state to be picked up, because I think I was in like the throw state or something. And that probably cleared my standing on. Let's see. We can test that real quick. So this might not work. Let's try this grab. Nope, we still got it. Blurple, thank you for the follow. Alright, so if I throw... That cleared it. Yep, that's what it was. Clearing the standing state is what caused that. Or rather, getting thrown cleared the standing state is what I should be saying here. So let me go back to God mode and reparent myself to the tile so that I get back control. Okay, so I'm not sure if it's possible to grab somebody in regular door cancel or if you need the version with the standing on tile. I think you need the regular one. Or not the regular, I think you need the version. I'm losing my mind. I can't keep doing this for too much longer. If you blow up the tile, you're on while being held. I think that goes back to being in the airborne state, because that's normally what happens. I mean, this is not vanilla Spelunky, but I'm showing things that are possible in vanilla Spelunky with severe, like, glitch exploitation. That's what this science session is about. This is all stuff you can do in vanilla, but I am using a cheat tool to set up the scenarios that I'm testing. How did I turn off? I just noticed I turned off the ghost for some reason. Here's the cheat tools. In case you doubted that I was cheating, let it be confirmed. But these are things you can do normally. These weird, like, floating states that I've been showcasing. There's a lot to this. So what if I blow up the tile while I'm being held? What that normally does is that's how you initiate door cancel to begin with. So if I were to destroy this border tile that I'm standing on, let's see what happens. It actually cleared my standing on state. That's weird. I wonder if that's only... Why is that not preserved? Maybe that only happens once. Let me spawn a normal tile and have it destroyed by like an explosion or something to see if that behaves any differently. Alright, so we're standing on something, which means we can float like this. Let's blow it up with normal in-game mechanics. No, that cleared it. Interesting. So I think maybe it's only at the beginning of door cancel that this happens. Where basically when you first attach yourself to go into the cancel state, it doesn't update your standing on tile, but then after that it seems like any further changes to that will get updated. If the tile is destroyed, it'll clear your standing on. But if you're in the door entering state when it's destroyed, the game is not checking. But I'm in the falling state now, which is probably more than willing to like process whatever code goes on when you destroy a tile. But at the same time, it's not checking whether I'm standing on a tile. There's a spaghetti code. All I can explain this with is probably spaghetti code. While Rafi is holding me. Okay, let's try that. Spawn a couple more floors. Okay, so let's get Rafi to pick me up again. I need to be standing on this one, preferably. Okay, so let's get Rafi to pick me up again. This should be easy, because we know this works when I'm standing on something. Or fake standing, because we're not actually doing that, of course. Okay, game. Why did that not work? Maybe I was too high up. Let's try this frame. Maybe it favors being lower. There we go. Okay. So, let's see. I'm in this weird illegal state where I can do this. Can I throw bombs? No, I can't bomb or rope in this state, which is normal for being in the door state. So now you want to know what happens if that gets destroyed. So let's just blow it up in a normal vanilla way. Just got this emote. It's a good emote. I'm proud of that one. Use it wisely. Or just use it on me constantly. I mean, it's a letter L for a reason. I know what I signed up for when I added that. So I can't just call people toxic for using it on me when I screw stuff up. That's the point of the emote. Alright, so let's destroy it. So on the next frame, it's gone. That still cleared it. That doesn't look like anything particularly different happened. Like, that was a normal explosion. And then Rafi dropped me, which luckily I have infinite jetpack fuel. Yeah, was that what you were asking, Audrey? And it doesn't look like anything particularly interesting happens there. Really can't look up and down anymore. Yeah, I can't because I'm not standing on anything. Being able to look up or down seems to depend on me standing on a floor, which I'm not because this got destroyed. Oh, I had God mode off. I was trying to regain control and the console was consuming it. But anyways, I think we've tested most of this. Can't look him down in his hands. I would assume that's the case. Once I'm not on a floor anymore, I can't look up and down. There may potentially be more that we can do with that tech, but for now I'm not sure what you can accomplish by holding the other player. It seems like throwing them is bad. If they drop out of your hands, they just go back to the state they were in before. So nothing terribly interesting seems to be happening as a result of that. It's very bizarre, though, that you can pick somebody up while they're in this state to begin with. And in theory, I think they're invincible, but you're still not, so it's not terribly useful for that. Any other Olmec questions, or should we go to Sunken and check out the frogs? The frog one will be pretty quick. So maybe I think I'll do the frog one now, and if anyone has more questions, I'll go back to whatever they want to see. So let's go to Sunken real quick and check out the big frogs. So I'll turn Gamma back on. Don't really need Rafi for this. There we go. We got one first try. Imagine getting this during a fucking all characters run. Back when I ever played all characters, I made the mistake of doing it before they added the patch that guaranteed the dirt coffin. So I just got like shafted like 3 times in a row and basically said I'm never going to run this category anymore. And now it's not even a main, so I don't have to run it because it's a bad category. Lucky me. Alright, so let's get ourselves in a glitch Vlad state, which again, I can do with Overlunky, but normally you would do this by bringing it in on Rafi's back. So now we're in that glitch state, and we need to swap who's holding it. Okay, so you equip it, unequip, do it again, then I need to go find a layered door. How convenient, Ton has one. Alright, so we've gotten door cancel. Well, let's see what happens here. I need the frog to be opening its mouth, so let's get Rafi over there so its AI turns on. Just put him in a box, and I'll turn God mode off as well. Oh my goodness gracious. I suspected that might happen, like I said earlier. I was like, you know what? Oh, and I crashed because it fucking fell out of bounds. There was a bug when this game released where the giant frog could delete the ghost. It could kill like any creature that was in front of it. They patched it. But in the spirit of the spaghetti code of this game, they probably added an if-else statement that literally just checks whether or not it's the ghost and doesn't kill it. But you can still kill a player who's in the door entering state, despite the player having the flag to not interact with anything in the level. This fucking game, dude. Alright, well there we go. So that's a crash. Don't do that. Because in theory, I guess it's not a crash if the person wearing the glitch reference unequips their back item quickly, but it's not useful, so there's not a whole lot to gain from doing that. But the more you know. What was the next item on the list, if anything? I have definitely one more I wanted to do, and then I'm going to go back to showing the other back items, because we've spent the last, like, 4 hours looking at Vlad's cape and jetpack. But there are other items. You have more things on your list. Alright, shoot. Go for it. What do you got? Lake of Fire Idol is free. That's, even with normal door cancel, that was possible to do that. It's always been free with door cancel. So, but sure, why not? For anyone who hasn't seen this yet, we got some overlap here between these two glitches, so why not? Let's go to this bad boy. And you cache the idol. Or you can cache. You're right, yeah, you could probably pick it up. Interesting. Like, you can normally do that if you have, like, a telepack or a funny streamer door at the bottom, but yeah, this could be a way to cache that idol more consistently. If you really wanted to. So I need to give this to Rafi. Which again, I know how to just pretend that I'm doing this the normal way. You know what, for anybody who's coming in, let me show you the correct way real quick. But you're gonna have to rewatch the VOD or look into this more if you want to see the full, like, explanation of this. But I'm going to give myself the glitch cape. So Rafi's wearing it. Rafi needs to unequip it. Then I go into the corner, put it on. Get Rafi in a position where he can whip the cape and not me. And then I'm going to pick it up 1 frame after he presses whip. So, right. So he just whipped, and I pick it up. And I have a glitchy reference to that back item. Rafi needs to go pick up the back item. Then I unequip my invisible reference to the back item, which knocks it off of his back, and then I put it on. And now he has a glitchy reference to my back item and can force me to double jump. And I can use that to do door cancel. And this is all possible in vanilla. Because video games. So, of course, the back layer door is in literally the worst possible spot, sandwiched between a 3-bomb wall and the Tusk shop. Go figure. And by the way, this is a purchasable jetpack, just like in shops. You cannot use this to perform these glitches in the same level, as I explained earlier. It will get a new entity later. This was probably in the game since day one. So anyways, if I enter this door, spam jump on Rafi, not my character, Rafi was spamming jump, I'm relieved of the corporeal plane. And I can go play the level now. And we should be able to go down here and set this off and also just grab the gold idol. So let's set this off first because it'll make this easier. You should know... Actually, I don't have God mode off. There we go. I have God mode turned off, by the way. Valerie is invincible. Rafi is not. But yeah, I can just go down and grab the idol now. I wonder if I can cash it, or if I have to give it to Rafi to do that. Yeah, you can cash it. I could also pitch it in the Tusk shop if I wanted to. But yeah, now we have a way to grab that idol and cheese the Lake of Fire. And yet we still have not figured out how to cheese the City of Gold. Isn't it astonishing? Like, we can get to Abzu, no problem. Can't get to Duat to save our lives. We have not developed the technology for that. Let's see if Rafi gets hit by this. Okay, he's invincible to this. He's not invincible to the lava. Will he get knocked out of my hands? Yes, he will. Okay, so that's about what I was expecting there. I don't think there's anything else in the level to really test this with. This is so cursed. You have your low... This is ultimate, just ultra baby jail. Like, you just grab somebody on your team and just put them in a box like this, and they have, like, no bombs or ropes. Just, like, super baby jail. They're just stuck in there. This is amazing. The ultimate baby jail. There we go, got him. I'll rescue you, buddy. I don't think there's anything else really to do with him here. So he's invincible to most things. But not all of them. Will he pick up money? Probably. Yep, just collect the money. Nothing aggro's on him because he isn't, like, active or anything. Hey, buddy, how you doing? And unfortunately, he can't, like, equip that jetpack. Because again, that's just how this video game works. Can he get poisoned? I don't think he can. I need to put him down, though, to get this thing to poison him. Nah, whatever, I don't think he can. But the lava will kill him, we know that. Low Vlad's score. What is... Had Vlad's cape so you can do this glitch and then do a score run. How many contrived categories are we going to come up with here? Should steal that jetpack. Well, it's not a jetpack. This is a purchasable jetpack. Item purchasable jetpack is what this thing is right now. Steal the jetpack. Okay. I see what you mean. Alright, let's try that. Alright. I missed my grab. Why can't I pick this up? Does it have something to do with my back item that I'm currently wearing? I thought you could pick these up. I am unable to pick this up for some reason. Let me turn around because I'm teetering for some reason. Try this. No, I'm still teetering. Oh. Apparently just picking this thing up equipped it and angered them. Because you heard the item equip sound. I'm going to need to be quick on my heels here to get out of this level. Let's see what happened. Yeah, picking it up immediately equipped it. So it spawned a new jetpack entity to put on my back. And then it dropped the Vlads off my back. And poor Rafi here. Actually, we're clean now, because Rafi's dead, so we no longer have a stale reference to this cape, so technically I'm fine. Okay, Rafi died. That works. We take that. And again, for anybody who doesn't understand why I have infinite jetpack fuel, I'm not using jetpack fuel. I am standing on a tile right now. The game thinks I'm standing on this tile right here, due to the weird glitchy state that we're in. So I'm not using my jetpack at all. I'm literally just jumping. It's also really, really hard to get out of lava for some reason when you have this chunky, like, coarse lava entity that spawns down here. Like, it is super difficult to do. But unfortunately, I don't think it's possible to leave the level. Or at least we have not figured out a way to do it yet. So, tragically, even though it looks like I'm trying to stand on that platform, the game is not going to give me a prompt, and I'm doomed. I'm doomed to eternal suffering, or I could just sacrifice myself to the abyss, for I cannot die in any other way except the void. Yeah, being unable to return from door cancel is the worst part about this, but given how many developments we've had recently, I'm wondering if there is a way to do it. It's just a regular jump. This is literally the jump I would get from jumping off the ground. I think actually if I have spring shoes, it'll give me a better jump as well. Springies, add power up. Yeah, now I have a spring shoes jump. If nothing else, this is a better emphasis on the fact that these are regular jumps, as if I'm standing on the ground. I cannot use the jetpack, and I don't need to use the jetpack. Look at this nerd. Can't do anything about it. What a dork. What are you gonna do, shoot me? The Ankh does not save you. You respawn in the same glitch state, in the same spot where you died, and just die again. So it doesn't do you any good. It's very peculiar. I don't know why the Ankh doesn't put you back at the door, but it just doesn't. And it doesn't clear the glitch state, so you can't, like, do anything with it. Even if you were in a valid spot in the level, you are still doomed. I can do my funny ledge hang. Any other questions regarding this level before we test something else that I wanted to look at? Don't worry about this. This is fine. This is normal. Whee. Descend. Oh, interesting. It actually stuck to this one because I'm moving so slowly. I'm actually ledge hanging off of this. Because otherwise I'd just sink through the floor and die eventually. Volcana is also popping off. And what about Volcana? Or do you just mean, like, in general, Vlad's cape being way more broken than anything you can get in the funny jungle? Because Vlad's is broken. Vlad's is how I got into this state, even though I have a jetpack now. And here we thought the telepack was unstable and unruly. Yeah, okay, yeah, Vlad's is super broken. Alright, so anyways, let's go test something that might crash my game or otherwise cause a lot of problems. And then we're going to check the other back items, the virgin back items, like the yellow cape that nobody cares about. So what happens if we do this glitch in a tube, is my question. So I'm going to turn Gauntlet on for a bit. Since I demonstrated how to get into the glitch states earlier, just take my word for it that I'm in that state now. By pulling it off of my back with Overlunky. It's the same thing that I showed earlier. So I do that, put it on. So what happens if you get forced out of a tube? I'm gonna like this interaction. Oh boy, I'm assuming that I'm just gonna like get like a weird flat trajectory and just sort of flow off into the abyss, never to be seen again. But let's find out. So let me press myself up into the tube so I can do this pretty easily. Rafi is going to force me to jump as I'm going into this tube is what's going to happen here. Oh god. Oh, what is this? Why am I small? Rafi, help me. I'm assuming that I'm stuck here now. You bounce off the water. Okay, well this doesn't strike me as terribly useful. I wonder what happens if I'm in the middle of the tube. I'm going to try it with an up and down tube, though I'm guessing it's going to be the same thing. It's probably not very useful. Amusing, and if nothing else, it's a lesson for things not to do. By the way, we have two capes now. We duped it. Sometimes I forget that there are so many layers to this glitch that I keep forgetting the significance of duplicating back items because of all the other dumb shit that we can do with this glitch as well. Like, this is just such a heavy bug. There's so many things you can do with this. Rafi, you get over here. Put your cape back on. Actually, I think I gave Rafi the glitch state by doing that. That's probably the smarter way to do that. Yeah, it's way faster. Okay, so let's see. Let's go into the tube and then have Rafi jump when I'm going vertically and see what happens. Alright, so we're going up now. Rafi's gonna jump. And jump again, which forces me to jump. And I'm just ascending. See ya. There we go. There's no going back. We're gone. Surprised the water didn't bounce me. I don't know, honestly, how any of this stuff works. There's too many things to look into in one day, so I don't think I'm going to go super deep into this particular one, but I'm tired of hearing this sound. I don't want to hear this noise anymore. So let's test the other thing with the regen blocks. Good camera. But yeah, don't do that. Tubes are bad. I think that's the moral of the story here. Tubes are dangerous. Do not use tubes. They will cause bad things to happen. Alright, so anyways, here's a convenient layer door. Let's just use this. Alright, so I'm going to just pull it off of Rafi because it's much easier to do it this way. Alright, so let's see what happens here if we're just in a regen block when it comes back. Probably nothing, but I might die. Let's see. No, it looks like nothing. Though I had God mode on. Let me turn that off. It's going to be a moment here. These take a little while to come back. Yeah, the Goliath frog just pulps you out of the, like, seemingly invincible state here, and it just deletes you. Good times. So it's coming back. This would have killed me. There's no way I wouldn't have died to this. So yeah, you don't die to the regen blocks as a result of this. Yeah, that would have killed me for sure. So yeah, you're immune to the regen blocks, but other stuff maybe not so much. So let's see here. Actually, I have an idea. Let me put Rafi in these and see if he gets pulped like some held items do. So I could whip these, but what I'm going to do instead, just to make this easier, is I'm just going to hit them with a bullet real quick so I can just hover Rafi in front of it. I'm going to put one here as well, just so we have more opportunities. Alright, he's about to get crushed, I think, if I'm standing in the right spot when this happens. Alright, it's coming back in. Yep. He gone. Alright, so the cape is falling out of bounds now, which means I need to unequip it. There we go. Alright, so we won't crash at least. Oh, I died, right? I didn't have God mode either. But yeah, that's what usually happens if you have something in your hands and you shove it into the regen blocks, it just gets deleted. So nothing unexpected there. So basically the thing in your hands is safe from everything except lava, the abyss, force fields, and regen blocks by the look of things. And probably arrows as well, but I'm not sure. I think maybe the arrow traps have to hit you, so it might actually be fine with arrows. I think arrows won't hit your held item. I believe they hit the player, and then it gets, like, sent to the thing you're holding. Because you can get hit in the back by an arrow, and it seems to just always hit the thing in your hands. What happens with mount plus Vlad's? What was that explosion? Does the puppet jump make you dismount? Yeah, we could dick around with mounts, but here's what I want to do next. I want to do the mustard cape, telepack, hover pack, and power pack. I want to show those first, because I think there's not going to be a whole lot of material to make out of those, and then we can mess with mounts. That's how I'm going to schedule this. Telepack is unstable. We're probably going to crash, but other than that, let's see what other interesting interactions we got. So let's just go to our good boy Olmec. Use his convenient laboratory-shaped level to just go do some science over here. Just in case there's any more door cancel shenanigans, we'll do it over here. Round telepack doesn't actually crash? What do you mean? It absolutely does. I did it earlier today. Unless there's a circumstance where it doesn't. Unless you mean grounded and equipped. If the telepack is on the ground and no one's wearing it and you initiate the teleport, it crashes. Grounded door cancel with telepack. Okay, we'll give that one a try then. Let's start with the more mundane ones first. So, mustard cape. Let's go over the interactions. Can you believe that this started 4 hours ago, where I was going to do a format of showing all the back items, what happens when they're on each player, and then move on to the next one? And we got derailed by something far better. But let's go back to the basics. The original back items. I'm going to showcase these with the actual natural interactions that you'd have with them, which means that I need Rafi to be wearing it, because as I explained earlier, entity ID order matters, and Rafi needs to wear it so that player 1 can dupe it. That's just how it is. So First item, cape. Let's have Rafi unequip that. Valerie can dupe it. I'm going to keep God mode off for all of these because it makes this a little bit more authentic. So this whip should be able to hit the cape while it's on my back. So I'm going to go ahead and unequip that and put it on the correct frame. There we go. Alright, so now we have a glitch cape that I can hold, but I'm also wearing. So let's go over the interactions. The cape is very basic. I can slow fall while I'm not holding it. I can slow fall while I'm holding it. Nothing particularly interesting happens when you're doing that. Let's give myself some health here. Just in case we pulp each other a little bit. No one's gonna die. And then if Rafi goes ahead and puts this on, I can still slow fall. The cape, like, just kind of like gets this, like, just an updraft underneath it, like whenever you do this. Because the animation is tied to the cape. For whatever reason, when it's on the ground, the cape being on the ground overrides the animation state, so you don't see this. But if somebody's wearing the cape, it just flutters when somebody else uses it. And then Rafi can use it himself. We can both use it at the same time. The way the cape interaction works is really the only thing that happens is the animation being glitched like this. Other than that, the only thing that matters with the cape is having the power-up. You don't actually need the cape equipped on your back. It doesn't transfer any useful information. The game just checks, do you have the cape power-up and are you airborne? And if so, you can slow fall. So there's no way to force anybody else to do a jump. No, like, funny door cancel shenanigans that I'm aware of here, because Vlad's, I think, is the only one that you could force a jump with. Telepack would be the other item that can mess with that, but you can't force a jump with the cape. So, any questions about the cape? Any thoughts on science for that before we move on to the next item, which is the hover pack? And of course your game will still crash if that cape gets destroyed while somebody has a pointer to it. But I mean, if you want to clone an item, might as well. It's better than nothing. Especially if you're in like CO or something, that's the only item you have, and you have no moral compass like me, then you just do whatever back item you happen to have at the time. Though honestly, I think it's unethical that the CO was made without back items in it to begin with. Like, at least put some damn vampires in Volcana. Come on, devs. Alright, so I think we're done with cape. So we're gonna have Rafi swap it out. If anybody's wondering what happens if the person wearing the real one swaps it out, nothing of consequence occurs. However, if Valerie picks this up, it'll knock the cape off of Rafi's back. It's basically the equivalent of just, like, unequipping the back item that you currently had. So nobody has the glitch anymore once I pick this up. There we go. And you saw the cape jitter a little bit. Now Rafi also did not have a reference to it. So we're completely clean. You know, get a crate jetpack and give it to everyone. Ideally, you just bring a jetpack with you. It'll make it much easier to do your CO runs. I've had a couple that went like that. And honestly, I don't even consider it to be cheating with how unfair that place is. But you know, you play by your own rules when you're doing this. But I'm showcasing, like, the full potential of this exploit. So Rafi, you take this off. Let's do the hover pack. Hover pack was disappointing when I did some off-stream testing with it, so I'm wondering if anybody else knows, like, potential things that you can do with it. So let's... Alright, we got the glitch with the hover pack. So the thing is, I can't hover at all. I have a glitch reference to it. Like, you can see it in my hands. Pick it up, put it on the ground. I cannot hover it. Only thing you know of is putting it off someone's back. Okay, we'll try that. But yeah, I cannot hover. Nothing interesting seems to happen here. It's like I'm not wearing it at all. So this is probably an interaction that's associated with the hover pack entity itself, and not the person that just has, like, the glitch reference to it. But if we put it on Rafi's back, still nothing happens. Rafi can hover with it normally. But I can't force Rafi to hover. I'm pressing jump as Valerie while we're both airborne. Rafi is not being forced to hover. This item just doesn't interact the same way as the other ones. I can't, like, remotely initiate the hover. So it appears that the only thing that we know about is that if you unequip it from them, then they hover forever, is what chat's telling me. So let's go ahead and try that, because I don't think there's anything else interesting to see here. So if Rafi's hovering, and then Valerie takes off the back item, Rafi is still hovering. And I'm pressing jump, and he can't do anything. He also apparently doesn't take any whip knockback, and he's probably stunned forever knowing this game. Let's see, is he gonna wake up? Yeah, this doesn't look very useful. This seems like a bad thing. Let me turn God mode and see if I can get him back to normal. There we go. So if I put him back on the ground, he's back to normal. I think. No, he's not back to normal. He's still cursed. Oh god. This is what happens if you have an anti-gravity like entity in your hands. You can't throw it for some reason. The game just doesn't let you. There's weird interactions with ladders. Okay, let me just reload the run. Alright, Rafi, you put this back on. We don't have to do this on the Olmec level, so actually I can just initiate the glitch state like this. Alright, so let's have Rafi glitch it off of my back so that I can have a little more control over what's going on here. So, unequip. So let's see, I can't jump or anything. I still have like full control. Put this on and then stun you for a full level. That's toxic, but also kind of funny. It doesn't look like anything interesting happens. If I climb up a rope, I was able to climb exactly once, and now I cannot interact with this rope anymore. I also can't whip anymore. How many other, like, abilities? Okay, I don't think I can do anything now. In the ceiling? No, I just can't do anything now. I'm just a smooth criminal. Okay, I gave myself velocity with Overlunky there. It doesn't count. Okay, Overlunky does cancel that. There we go. There, we're a smooth criminal now. If I get whipped while I have velocity, okay, let's try that. And Rafi, turn around. I'm gonna walk past him as I get whipped and just see where I wind up. I have God mode. No. Yep. All right. This is my life now. I'm reasonably confident that this goes on forever. I don't seem to have any vertical speed either, so I'm literally just going to bounce back and forth. So I speed up the game a little bit. Let's see where we wind up. Is it Control 9? Control Shift 9? Control Alt 9? No, those are the slow down speed hacks. Yeah, whatever. Until the ghost. Yeah, it's true. I'm not invincible. I'm speeding up the game, so it's running like twice as fast now. Boink. Yep, okay, so then literally I'm gonna be like this forever. Anything else about the hover pack? Oh, not much else. Okay, it doesn't seem terribly useful, unfortunately, but I mean, you never know. You never know what new developments might arise. Cannot do fucking anything. Just no interactions. What if you do this while holding another hover pack? Yeah, sure, why not? Let's find out. How about 2 hover packs? Alright, let me just warp you to make this a little easier. We'll make a bigger playground for this. God mode on. God mode off. Alright, so let's see here. Let's get a glitch hover pack on Valerie. Alright, so now I have a glitch reference to it. Rafi, go over here. Take off yours. Put this one on. Actually, I guess I want to be the one that's flying. Yeah, I want to be the one that's flying. Okay. So Rafi has the glitch reference to this hover pack now. So this is what you're suggesting. Have Rafi unequip this to see what happens? Or do you want Rafi to be holding the other hover pack? Okay, this is what you wanted to see. Alright, let's try this then. That's not the button I wanted to press. It doesn't auto-equip it onto me, but I mean, that's because I still have a glitch reference to it. Nothing interesting. I can't take it off. Like, I still have a power-up. Like, I'm still wearing a hover pack. Yeah, if you remember how this works, I have a pointer to the hover pack that Rafi was wearing. Because him unequipping it will knock it off my back, but will not tell my player that I don't have the power-up anymore. So nothing particularly new or interesting going on here. And I think in theory, if you were able to get on the ground, like if you were level with the floor, you can sort of do things, but there we go. Now we're back in that weird glitch state. I can get back on the ground a little bit, but it looks like the game never really recovers from this. I can still do stuff as long as I'm crawling, but the second I stop crawling, I kind of lose the ability to pick things up. But yeah, you can ground yourself by doing this, apparently. You climb a ladder and then do this, and you are actually fine. And I can unequip it. That actually, okay, that did actually clear the state, so there is a way out of that. If you can get on the ground somehow, you can unequip it while you're in that state and free yourself. But if once you're stunned, I think, unless you touch the ground, you're done for. You can't use ropes or anything to escape this state. Alright, any other hover pack questions? Or are we moving on to the next item? Alright, power pack. Now let's do the usual. Put it on, go to Olmec, set the flag so that I get the shortcut. Have it not work because my starting level probably doesn't match, so never mind, that flag is not going to do any good. I have to start here. Power pack is next, yeah, so let's see. Power pack doesn't do anything terribly interesting as far as I can recall, though there's something I didn't demonstrate earlier that I might as well go over. So if we just give myself a bunch of health, because I'm about to take a lot of damage. So power pack, I didn't go over this with any of the exploding back items, but the person who needs to not touch fire is the one wearing the actual back item. So let's go ahead and initiate the glitch, the usual business, and then we'll show what the properties of the power pack are. Yeah, the power pack is an interesting one. Alright, so that should be a good spot. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Alright, we have a glitch reference. So, anybody who has this power-up has a fire whip, regardless of whether or not they're wearing the back item. Obviously, I don't want to whip it. If it blows up, my game will probably crash. So if I have Rafi go grab it, nothing happens on his end. Rafi also has a fire whip. So basically, you just give the fire whip state to other players. But the thing that's kind of notable about this is that I could take fire damage. No, not Rafi. I could take fire damage, and I'm completely fine. Like, nothing bad happens. It doesn't blow up the power pack remotely, and it's the same thing for the jetpack and the hover pack as well. So you don't have to worry about that particular interaction crashing your game. It's only the person wearing it. I do get the big bombs. Basically, I have a power pack as far as the game is concerned right now. I get the big bombs. I should get the faster firing rate for weapons and web gun. Why not? Not web shot. Where's a weapon? Shotgun, whatever. So I have a power pack. I get the reduced knockback. If I don't jump, this is all I get from it. So pretty much it's a power pack. It's completely normal. There's nothing special going on here. Now what is this? That you're saying about being able to wear some other backpack? I'm not actually familiar with what this is, so let's go ahead and give it a try and see what happens. So I have a glitch reference to that power pack. So if I pick up this cape, I lose it, and it unequips from Rafi's back, so nothing particularly special happened there. But we still have somebody with a glitch reference to this, so if I go back over here and pick this up, I should be able to exchange the glitch back to Rafi and try another combination of inputs. Okay, so we're back in the usual state. If you destroy a power pack, you can put on a jetpack. Oh, we're getting into stale reference territory. Is that what you're saying? That's scary. I don't know if I want to do that during this stream because that is a rabbit hole that has no bottom to it. Like, the best explanation I could give for the stale reference thing is if the power pack is destroyed and your game doesn't just straight up crash when you do it, then you can still kind of do stuff with that reference. But it's very unstable. Like, all the testing I did off stream for that, it was basically just you randomly crash. There was not a whole lot I was able to abuse with it. I was able to get a Vlad's cape and a jetpack on the same player on one occasion, but it's very finicky, and I need to do more research on it and probably learn how this game works in memory before I do a science showcase on it. But assuming you don't destroy the power pack, is there anything else that we're able to really do with this that anybody knows of? Otherwise, we'll move on to the telepack. Okay, yeah, stale reference manipulation is an activity for another day. But I do want to look into it at some point, but it's very scary and I'm not prepared for it. I need to have like a save state system before I do that so we don't have to reload the game like 60 times and set all this nonsense up. Even more boring than cape. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's just a power pack instead of a cape. At least you can't get it blown up if you get set on fire. So anyways, teleporter backpack. This abomination of an item. Let's go in. Let's see how many times I crashed my game trying to showcase how this works. So warp to Olmec. Watch the cutscene that nobody cares about. Go down here. God mode off. Alright, so the dupe is the same. It's been the same for every back item. Nothing new here. Raffian equips. Go over here. Put it on. Get in position. Here we go. Never mind, I failed it. Come on. Okay. Alright, game, you win. We'll do this with frame precision. Whip. Grab. Did I spawn this in on the wrong player? Hold on, what are the IDs? I should be able to dupe this. Am I... Oh, you know what? I'm not close enough. Yeah, he's not close enough. That's why that wasn't working. Alright, so I got stunned there, but as you can see, I still got the glitch. It doesn't matter if you get stunned, it just makes it harder to, like, chain whips in case you don't get it the first time. Yeah, telepack must have a smaller hitbox. We can actually check that now. Let's just spawn like a cape. No, they're exactly the same. I have no idea. Whatever. Alright, so here's the deal. I have a glitch reference to this telepack. If I jump, I'm fine. If I jump and press jump again in the air, my game is going to crash. Just take my word for it. This will crash the game. Do not jump while nobody is wearing the telepack. I can pick it up. And it's basically a normal telepack. It has the 3 teleports, you know, you need to touch the ground to get more back. It's just essential that somebody is holding it, because otherwise I think the problem is the telepack doesn't know who to teleport, is my understanding of why this happens. If somebody is holding it, the telepack will check its overlay, it'll say, oh, there's a player, I know who I'm teleporting, and it'll just shoot them forward. Now, with me having said that, you can probably imagine what's going to happen here if Rafi equips the telepack. And I'm going to turn God mode on for this, just so that we don't have any issues with accidentally, like, pulping ourselves. I can make Rafi teleport by just pressing jump. He has no choice in the matter. If he's wearing this telepack, he's teleporting. That's just how this works, so it's kind of terrifying. If Rafi's holding up, like, his directional inputs are the ones that affect where the teleport goes. So I jump as Valerie, Rafi teleports up. That's the gist of how this works. Similarly, Rafi could teleport down, so if I give him a hole to teleport into so he doesn't just frag a block, even though he's not going to die, I can make him teleport down while standing on the ground, so you don't have to be airborne for it to trigger. And then if we turn off God mode for a second here, and have a funny accident, so if I give myself some health real quick. So just spawn a classic, some stationary airborne bullets. So if I touch this, nothing interesting happens. But if I touch the one that's in the air, Rafi takes the safety teleport for me, and I take no damage. So basically I have just this voodoo doll over here, where every time I take a hit, he gets teleported instead, as long as I'm airborne. So like I trigger the safety teleport by taking damage, but the player wearing the telepack actually executes the safety teleport. In theory, you could use this to be borderline invincible to like contact damage from things while you're airborne. If the person wearing the telepack is in a safe spot where they won't die from getting teleported, like if they're just holding up and you don't do it too often, then technically you could just basically eat bullets while airborne and just not care because you won't move. The bullets will get absorbed and the person with the telepack will teleport instead. But they still have the 3 teleport limit. So it's not completely free, and they have to stay alive the whole time you're doing it. If you jump into 4 bullets, the 4th one will hit you. So, to be fair, if Rafi's standing on the ground, his telepack will recharge every single teleport, so you will be able to eat all the bullets until he teleports out of bounds and dies, at which point the telepack will explode and your game will probably crash. So, would not recommend. You think you can teleport a caveman? Sure, why not? Let's try it. So, we're getting into crashing territory here. I guess the other thing worth noting before I do this is if I make another telepack, not purchasable, the regular one. Alright, so Rafi is wearing the glitch telepack. I could put one in his hands as well, so if I have him unequip this, wear this one, and then pick up the glitch telepack in his hands, he still eats the teleports for the telepack. It just has to be held. It doesn't matter if it's on your back or in your hands. Rafi will still eat the teleports. It's also worth noting that you can be a real troll about this. If I'm airborne, which I was supposed to be. There we go. So you can still... Actually, never mind. That's the other way around, actually. This is the same as the normal game, so never mind. Disregard that. I was thinking Rafi would get poisoned. It actually still poisons me. So I could cure my poison and then eat an arrow trap, and it should still poison me. Yeah, I had that backwards in my head, so never mind that. So if we spawn another poison arrow trap... Put Rafi somewhere safe. I ate the poison, Rafi teleported. It's the same thing as the normal telepack now that I remember correctly how that works. So nothing interesting to see there. So let's do it with a caveman now. Let's see, the real one is in his hands. Or the glitch telepack is in his hands. So let's see, I need to make sure I don't lose track of which is which. So we should be able to delete this one. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I don't want to crash my game accidentally dicking around with this. Alright, caveman. Cavemen are weird because they can pick up items, and I actually haven't, like, tested all the back items with cavemen. But let's see what happens if he picks this thing up. So he'll put it on after a few seconds, I think, if it's sitting there. Let's just wait and see if he does it. Well, he can put it on. You know, I've had issues with this in Olmec. I wonder if the cavemen in Olmec are not capable of picking up items. This is not the first time I've seen this happen. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. I've always had trouble getting them to pick crap up in Olmec. So let's go to literally any other level. And create another glitch telepack. So... Right. The fact that I survived that is the true miracle of this, because I did not have God mode turned on. Funny telepack teleports when you do that. Alright, so anyways, let's just get back on the glitch state immediately, make sure Rafi's picking this thing up so I don't crash. Alright, so let's dick around with the cavemen a little bit here. Seeing how we're on the last back item, I think we'll segue right into seeing what cavemen do when they pick up glitched back items. So, Rafi, you need to take this off. Preferably not over his head, I don't want to damage him. Let's set his health back up. This is why I like doing this in Olmec. I don't have to listen to animals making noises. Go away. Alright, caveman, you gonna pick that up? Come on, buddy. You can do it. Yeah, I think literally in the Olmec level, there's probably a failsafe that prevents them from picking stuff up. Kristen, don't you colon D me. That dog was being annoying. Maybe it should shut up if it didn't want to get turned into a fine paste. Stupid dog. Alright, so then the question here is, what happens if I teleport? Check if they can pick up the ball and chain. Yeah, I tried to do it in Olmec. They probably can pick it up. Though I don't think anything interesting would have happened. It would have been the same as a regular player. But I destroyed that. I deleted the safety floor. Nothing in the game did that. So anyways, if I jump... I want this guy to be facing left, actually. Hold on. Buddy, turn around. Put this here. Okay, so I'm going to jump. And I'm going to telepack right now. Alright, he eats the teleport. Wow, this guy was ready. He was ready to grab that pot. Like, frame perfect grab. I think functionally it behaves the same way on the caveman that it does on the player. That's the impression I'm getting from this. He just teleports. Like, he can only look left and right, but... Let's see. Actually, he's out of teleports now. It's not refreshing, interestingly enough. I'm not getting new teleports back. So I assume if I took damage while airborne... Let's see, should be able to do that here. Yeah, that would have... I think he's out of teleports. It just doesn't refresh for some reason on the caveman. I don't know why they would be any different. I can check the teleport count. 4, 2, 3, 1. Oh, no, not that one. Teleport number 3. Yeah, but I think if I set this back to 0... I really need to make this thing capable of editing entities. It's only a viewer at the moment, so I have to set them manually. If I set it back to 0, I think I'll be able to teleport him again. Oh, tragic. You hate to see it. But yeah, it counts up to 3, and then it stops working. I don't know why that would be the case. So I should still have a glitch reference to this telepack, which means I need to get it on a new caveman, so let's spawn another one in. Wakey wakey. He should chill out if I'm all the way down here. There he goes. Alright, he'll pick it up in a second now. Let's improve his odds of surviving these teleports. Alright, so... 1... That's a nice gold chunk you got there, buddy. 2, 3... He won't teleport anymore, but what happens if we whip him? That doesn't seem like anything happens. He doesn't get them back. I'm mashing jump right now. Yeah, they never come back for whatever reason while the caveman is holding it. The game just doesn't replenish it. Tough to say why. I wouldn't be surprised then if you can't get infinite jetpack fuel with a caveman either. Which would be a funny way to do kill and skip on Tiamat's level if you can get the ID order to be correct, which... I think you can, because in theory, a caveman can equip a back item as you whip him, and you could get a dupe reference on the caveman. It's just, I'm not sure that you'd be able to exchange it to yourself. I guess this is getting into, like, solo strats a little bit, so I think I'll come back to this one, because there is something interesting I want to look into with solo strats, and cavemen are part of it. Would he teleport while stunned? Probably. Let me give him back his fuel. Yeah, it's the same ID. So let's go ahead and give back his teleports and stun him. He should have 1 health. Yeah, he has 1 health. Yeah, it forces him to teleport even while stunned. Oh, bummer, dude. Shouldn't have laid there. Should have looked to the right. Skill issue. Alright, so I think that's the telepack with the caveman. Surprisingly, it doesn't crash the game. But again, if I teleport for any reason with this telepack while nobody is holding it, my game will crash. Any questions about the telepack before we move on? Yeah, kill the caveman to give yourself the pointer. I think that's the crux of how to like get that glitch to do something interesting. But I would like to look into it more after I'm done investigating other back items on cavemen, since that should be a fairly quick segment here. So let's just move on to the next item. So actually, I'm just gonna glitch them manually. So let's go ahead and just warp to. So let's unequip this awful item, then warp to just dwelling, because we know cavemen don't pick shit up properly on other levels. Use a natural, like, garden-bred caveman right here. And he's gonna wear a cape. Actually, I need to... How do I get the cape back from him? Do you stun him? I guess you have to kill them to get the cape back, don't you? Let me just start this one over. I don't want him to be in the glitch state initially. I want to do this a little differently. We can turn God mode on as well. Alright, so let's spawn a cape, get it in the glitch state on my character, and then give it to a caveman would be the more interesting scenario that I want to test right here. We'll do it the other way around when I do the solo interactions. Yeah, so it's the same thing as having another player holding it. I don't think he has a slow fall either, because he's not going to try to use it, and I can't force him to slow fall. Yeah, so you can see the cape is showing the animation, but he's falling at full speed. So it's just kind of a cosmetic thing. Nothing particularly interesting happens here. So, next item. We'll just work our way back up. Power pack just doesn't do anything. They don't whip, so they don't get any interactions from the power pack. Lad's cape. This one I've heard can crash the game, so let's do this one last. We'll try jetpack next and see if anything interesting happens. See if it refuels or not is what I'm interested in. So I can track the fuel level on this thing pretty easily. There it is. Again, 100 frames of fuel. For anyone who didn't understand how exactly the jetpack works, literally every frame that you hold jump, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, and so on. And every single time you puff the jetpack for a single frame, you immediately get the maximum upward speed that it can give you. So that's why puffing is way more efficient than just holding the button down, because you can see the fuel count on the right here. But if I just hold the button down, I run out of fuel immediately. But anyways, that's not a segue, that's a non sequitur. So let's go into the thing we're actually here to show off, which is Caveman wearing jetpack. Alright, so he's going to be agitated for a second here. Let's pull all the players away. For anyone who's wondering, you have to get far away from the caveman for him to stop, like, doing this. Just very, very quickly show this. That's the range. If you're in this box, he will constantly, like, refresh his running around like a dumbass timer, so you gotta stand, like, over here, and then he'll chill out after a couple seconds. So for anyone who was wondering about that, that's how that works. Also not relevant. Anyways, so let's get a glitch back item. Again, this is the same as if I had done this legitimately. And give it to our caveman friend. He does refuel the jetpack, so if you give a caveman a jetpack like this, and you get it into this glitch state, you can just fly forever. He does refuel it. I don't know why the telepack doesn't work, but the jetpack does for some reason. No consistency in this game, but I mean, this is a good thing. This means we can actually use this potentially. We're just having a good time. Doesn't seem to care about the misfiring jetpack on his back. And of course I can't make him fly or anything because that is not how that works. Now let's see here. Every player can have infinite fuel. That's only if you can get the caveman to pick up your glitch jetpack. But like, yeah, in theory you could just give it to a caveman and then all 4 people could have a reference to the same jetpack and fly forever because this one caveman is just going to patiently stand on the ground for the entire level. What a gentleman. Alright, so anyways, next item. Lad's cape. This one I think crashes the game sometimes, but I don't know for sure. So, yeah, that's interesting. Let's get a new level. We'll try the other way around where the caveman is wearing the glitch reference first, but let's do Vlad's because I think this is going to crash, and we'll come back to some of the other scenarios. There are cavemen. Cavemen are horrible, but I mean, they're useful for something, and we have a situation for it right here. And alright, so let's see. I need him to chill out a bit. So again, you just stand far away from him and he should eventually calm down. He'll also calm down if he trips over something. So that's another way you can do that if you can't get away from him. Anyways, glitch back item. Pull it off my back, give it to the caveman. What will happen if I jump? That's the question. So I'm going to jump. And then I'm going to press the airborne jump right now. Why did that tile just break? And then my game crashed. That has the stink of a bad pointer right there. The fact that something completely unrelated in the level broke on the frame that the game crashed. But that's what happened when I tried to force the caveman to double jump, and something else happened in the level. The fact that it was on screen and it was the destruction of a single tile is extremely peculiar, and it's presumably because cavemen can't jump, and maybe there's just no like subroutine for the game to execute for that. Yeah, the caveman doesn't have the properties of the player, so when you press jump, something else happens. Probably like wherever that function would have been on the virtual table for that caveman, it just executed whatever that function was, which for some reason resulted in breaking a tile. And you might be thinking to yourself, wow, that sucks. I probably shouldn't make cavemen jump while wearing back items. But if you're looking for glitches, if you're looking for arbitrary code execution, this shit is huge, because we have a way to execute a random function somewhere else in memory by giving a caveman a Vlad's cape and then doing a glitch jump with it. The question is, can this be weaponized? And the answer is, I don't know. More research has to be done. But that's very interesting that the Vlad's cape does that, and there's some potential here for a lot more abuse of this game engine if we can get that to execute something that we actually want it to. Something like, say, killing an enemy, like killing Tiamat, or spawning the portal to Hundun. If we could figure out how to get any of those functions to execute when the caveman would have jumped, then that would be enormous. Now, of course, you can't get a caveman to jump on Hundun, but there are other levels where you can get cavemen. And who knows, maybe we'll figure out how to do a credits warp. The potential is there, but I do not know what is possible yet, so more research needs to be done. More games need to be crashed. For now, I would highly recommend you do not do that. It'll probably crash your game. But we did get to see one frame of something else happening before the whole thing exploded. Alright, so now we're going to do a reverse sweep on the cavemen here, where we try it the other way around. Where we're going to have them equip the glitch reference, and I'm going to be carrying the real item to see if anything particularly interesting happens. I don't know if anything will, and we're going to find out. You can tell my instincts are just hardwired to go to online, because that's usually why I launch this game, but again, we're not doing that today, because I need Overlunky. Telepack auto TP might do something. Yeah, it would be interesting to see if an airborne caveman could force the auto TP. Alright, so there we go, we got another one. In its natural habitat. So let's just do the back items in order again. So this time the caveman's going to pick it up, and then I'm going to pull it off his back to get him in the glitch state. I need to hit boxes again. Hold still. Alright, so doesn't look like anything particularly interesting is going to happen here. The caveman should have this power up. I can actually check this. Special attribute. Yeah, the caveman has a jetpack, so he has the power up, but he's never going to use it. He won't jump. He won't do anything. Nothing interesting is going to happen here. So all I could do if I killed him is he would drop it off of my back forcefully when this caveman died. That's really the only interesting thing that would happen here. And if I drop it in front of him, I'm pretty sure he'll just pick it up again in his hands. But let's see. I don't know if they can carry two of the same back item. Interesting, they can't. I wonder if because he's wearing it, he won't pick up a second one. We can test that really quickly with a different item. Yeah, just put a caveman down here. Just give him a couple capes and see if he'll pick up a second one after he has one on his back. Yeah, it looks like he's not interested in picking up another back item once he has one. Because I know they have a timer for when they can pick stuff up, but that timer should be over by now. Yeah, his pickup timer's at 0. He's ready to grab a new item, but he just isn't going to do it because I think the game actually checks whether he has one equipped already, which is interesting because the player can't be bothered to do that check for some reason and just puts it in their hands, but the caveman just doesn't realize that he could grab a new one now. Weird. Alright, well anyways, nothing terribly interesting going on there, so we can get rid of these ones. Let's see, do I have a back item on? I do not. So as long as I delete him first, we're fine, we're stable. So the yellow cape doesn't do anything interesting either, because you can't force him to jump. So let's see, Vlad's cape is next on the list. Hydrant. Got it. Tap water. Yeah, telepack seems like the only one that could do something useful. Because he won't jump, so even if he picks this up... So I think he'll do if I'm up here. And I'll go all the way over here. There he goes. But yeah, he won't jump, is the thing, so... What? Okay, wait a minute. What order did we do this in last time? Who had the glitch and who had the real item? Didn't this crash? Or did I do it the other way around? Because I just did it backwards, and I just made him jump. It's unstable, apparently. Yeah, that was I mistakenly did the same thing, and my game didn't crash. Let's try it again. This one can jump, but that other one just broke a random tile and crashed the game. All I could think is this is a caveman that I spawned in after the level started. He's got the hops. Apparently he can jump. Okay, regrettably, well, not really regrettably, I don't care. I need to kill him and get my cape back. I need to give it to a natural caveman that spawned with the level. Like this guy here. Are you run in that pit and grab that, would you? This would not be the first time that a natural versus spawned interaction caused something really weird to happen like this. Alright, so let's see. My player entity has the cape, so I have a glitch reference to this cape. I'm gonna air jump. Right now. Crashed. I wonder if there's multiple subroutines being executed here, and the jump one actually works, but there's also something else it's doing. And depending on where the caveman entity is in memory, it's executing something else that it's not supposed to. So it could be that that first caveman did something that just had no like visual effect on the run. It didn't crash my game. But then the one that spawned in the middle of the level probably executed code for some other entity in some weird state that's not supposed to. That'd be my guess for what's going on here. Yeah, I don't know. This is once again we're back into like this is not like stale reference manipulation, but this is definitely like a pointer going to something that it's not supposed to. Like I would lump this in with the stale reference manipulation because we are executing code arbitrarily. We're not supposed to be able to do this. I should not be able to execute whatever function just ran when I made that caveman jump. So there's something else going on here. I'm going to put this in my own notes real quick because this is actually something else good to look into. This may be easier to utilize than deleting back items and loading different entities into that slot. It's equipping a caveman with a back item and then trying to run a subroutine that doesn't exist for that caveman. So I'm going to put some notes up for myself real quick, but this is going to be an off-screen research project because it is going to be a lot of crashing, a lot of frustration. If I find anything useful, I will at some point, like stream or post about the results. But until then, assume that I haven't found anything particularly riveting. So let's see here. Where are my notes on this? I already have like an essay on this. Where is it? Back item, back item. There we go. The glitchy back items. Just put a to do at the bottom of this. Man with lads. There we go. Okay, I got a note for that. Never mind. Now I want to make my note better. It was a bad enough note that even I was worried I wouldn't remember what it was. Okay, there we go. We got a note for it. Let's see. I probably should have been starting the game this whole time, but I'm a bad streamer, so I don't actually know what I'm doing. I just wing it. Alright, so back into that. We tried Vlad's cape. Things went poorly. But we learned something. We learned that that's not a guaranteed crash. There's more to that glitch than I had realized. But I'm going to have to learn how to actually dig into the executable code for this game if I'm going to figure this out. That'll be a future me problem, pretty much. For now, let's just do this the way we've been doing it. And try another item. So, Power Pack doesn't do anything. Hover Pack doesn't do anything. Telepack is the only other one that might be interesting, the other way around. Which I guess I didn't actually test the case that I had meant to, which was Vlad's in the other direction. So let's try Vlad's first. Players have a bunch of jump timers that might be getting set. Yeah, it might be writing to memory somewhere else if it's trying to set a bunch of jump timers. Because it's expecting, presumably, that a player is executing that jump code. Because if you've... I guess I'll show this real quick, just for an idea of what we're babbling about. Like, I don't have anything particularly insightful to show here, but the player has like jump state timers. You can only see a couple of them here, like the Coyote timer, but if you actually look into the source code for Overlunky, they have a bunch of unknown timers for jumping. There's like 6 or 7 of them that do various things that we haven't properly figured out. Coyote timer is like one of the only ones that's in the API. I need to check and see if any new ones have been added recently. I know Jay had I think it was Jay, right? You made like a PR or something that added a few of those. But there's a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of things that get written to in the player memory. And if you're dealing with a mundane entity such as a caveman who doesn't have anything in memory to occupy that space, let me go over here, I should be able to get it. Not that, pick that. So you can see the entities are structured differently. You've got entity, movable, power-up capable, player, and then a bunch of variables. And then this one is a bunch of different crap, and then caveman at the bottom with different variables. So who knows what is being written to by the cape if it thinks that it's on a player, and it starts blindly writing to whatever memory slot Coyote Timer is. Whereas Coyote Timer might be, I don't know, this entity right here. Or Coyote Timer might extend past the end of the memory for the caveman and just do something else somewhere in memory. Maybe it set the health on that floor tile that set it to 0 or something. Like there's a bunch of weird stuff that could be going on here. And I think that's why the in-level caveman crashed, because it didn't write to zeroed out memory. It wrote to memory that a different entity was using, the floor tile that got destroyed, that we saw for 1 frame. And that probably resulted in a crash because it did something really bizarre to that entity, possibly multiple writes to multiple things at that point in memory. You added the rest of the jump ones? Okay, I'll have to go double check that and throw them in. But that's the gist of that. So anyways, what I was trying to test the first time around was this scenario, which is if I take it off of the caveman and put it on a player, what happens? The answer is probably nothing interesting. I have a double jump, the caveman is never going to perform a jump, so he's never going to initiate any code for Vlad's cape, and nothing interesting happens. So that's what I was expecting, but I figured I'd check that one anyways. That's what I'm expecting for Hover Pack as well. Let's try Telepack. I need him to chill out. Just trip over a pot. Thank you. Okay, fine. You know what? Whatever. I'll go over here, and whenever you're done throwing a temper tantrum, you can do your thing. You pick it up. Alright, he'll pick it up in a second here. Any second now. Well, you don't like that one? I don't have a glitch reference to it, right? I don't think I do. Why are they like this? Why is he not picking this up? I had him do this earlier. Oh, he's still wearing the Vlad, so that's what it is. Okay, this guy has to have an accident, unfortunately. He's still wearing the Vlad's cape. A tragedy. You know what it is, actually? It's not that they check for duplicate back items, it's that they check if they're wearing any back item in their power-ups, and then they don't pick up a new one so that you don't have them rapidly swapping. In fact, wasn't that a bug fix? Does anybody remember that? Where there was a bug where if you had like 2 of the same back item in front of a caveman, or even 2 different ones, he would constantly swap them out. Like literally every frame, he would just pick up a new one. I vaguely recall that being a thing. I'm almost certain they used to be a thing that they patched out, so that probably existed at one point. Sounds familiar. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, if you down patch. I'm not set up to down patch though, so that's not a thing I'm interested in doing. Maybe someday, but I kind of just prefer to play with the patch I have now. I don't have an easy way to do it. I don't have the Steam emulator installed or anything, so it'd be a hassle. At some point I'll probably start learning how to down patch if they break anything in a future update, but no, well, for now we'll keep rolling with it. So what we're interested in here is whether this guy is going to trigger my safety teleport. So I can teleport normally, and if he takes damage normally on the ground, nothing interesting is going to happen because he's on the ground. But what if he's in the air? So let's give him enough health to survive this. I think 100 is what it's actually capped at. Actually, nah, that should work. I don't think it's I think it's an unsigned. Yeah, that should work. I don't believe that'll cause any issues. So yeah, let's make him take some damage. So here's a bullet. As one does, it floats in the air. He did not initiate the safety teleport on me. Now that he's stunned, nope, that just doesn't work. He does not initiate the safety teleport. He also gets knocked forward for some reason by the bullets. So graceful. This is like that horrible like Flash game that has like 7,000 copies where you just try to make the ragdoll bounce as far as possible and just like hit powder kegs and shit. This poor guy. But yeah, apparently that doesn't do anything. I got him on there. But yeah, I can just jump into it myself. So yeah, nothing terribly interesting is happening here as a result of this glitch. So that's most of the caveman related stuff. But the question is, can you initiate the dupe? So any questions involving either Raffleton here or the caveman science we've been doing so far? I think I've got one more thing I want to show today before I end the stream. Like, it's related to this stuff, but any other questions, any other edge cases, mounts. Okay, we'll do mounts, and then we'll finish it off with the caveman stuff. So get rid of the stale reference. Well, it's not stale yet, but let's just try it with turkeys, because turkeys are very simple mounts. Okay, so I think the thing that we want to evaluate is what are the interactions when you have a mount. So let's start with something safe. We're not touching that gross telepack right now. Let's do it with a jetpack. I don't think anything interesting is going to happen with the jetpack, so I pull it off into the glitch state. I can fly, but once it runs out of fuel, we're out of fuel. So if I'm holding it and I get on the turkey, looks like it just behaves normally. This is what you would normally expect from the turkey. It uses up the turkey jumps, and then you just get jetpack flight after that. So, nothing particularly interesting going on here. Now, what if Rafi is on the turkey with the jetpack? We're going to be a little diligent about this, even though I don't think anything interesting is going to happen. So that's the usual. I can force the jetpack to boost. I can use its fuel. But since Rafi is on a mount, which is on the ground, it refuels automatically. And if we both jump like this, we deplete it faster. So, nothing particularly interesting going on here. Vlad's cape might be potentially interesting. Let's see, I need Rafi to also take off his item. Do that. There we go. Okay, so nobody's wearing this anymore. So jetpack doesn't do anything. Didn't check infinite flight on a turkey, didn't I? Oh, I guess I didn't give it... Yeah, I didn't give it to Rafi. Okay, let's do that real quick. I believe it'll be the same. I don't think anything's going to change here. Yeah, interestingly enough, if I hold the button down, it goes into turkey hover mode, but if I let go and press it again, it goes back into jetpack flight. But it's still infinite. It's just you have to actually let go of the button. You can't just hold it down, because the priority of like what actions happen when you hold spacebar is absurdly like dumb. But yeah, you can fly forever. And if this happens, just let go for one frame and fly again. Okay, now I think we're done with the jetpack. Put it up there in the collection. Post-teleport AXO. The post-teleport AXO, I mean, I know there's some... The AXO, like, initiates, like, your jump height. It basically initiates, like, certain back items at the end of the jump. I know Vlad is forced to double jump when you do the AXO teleport. It's very janky. I'm not sure what could happen that would be interesting with that. I guess we could test this with two mounts. The turkey and the axolotl. The rock dog is probably not going to do anything. And Keelan, as far as I'm aware, like overrides all priorities for back items. So nothing, they don't initiate. I don't think you can like even use the telepack on Keelan. I think the flight just takes priority over everything. Because basically it's an infinite like extra jump. So it never lets the back items do anything. Alright, so let's try the AXO here. And so once again, let's get a glitch jetpack. I'm going to turn God mode on for this just to make sure that I don't die. This is really cursed. I get like one frame of jetpack flight. Am I going to run out? I don't know if it's running out of fuel or not. It should be. Axo's having a good time. Look at that. Look at that face. Yeah, you do run out of fuel. Now we don't have any. Interesting. So, yeah, the AXO is very janky, apparently. I was able to boost for literally one frame, and then I had to let go and press the button again. This is not the normal interaction, I'm pretty sure. I'll show the normal interaction in a moment. Let me get Rafi to pick this up for infinite fuel and see if anything changes. Okay, so if Rafi is picking it up, then I could fly normally. This is the normal interaction. Once you consume the teleport, you just get to fly normally. Now, this is how this has always worked. I don't know why the other way around. I can only jump for 1 frame before I have to release and press it again. But this is normal. Except, same with the turkey. It actually will force me to let go and press the button again once I get to 0. Some stuff doesn't get assigned properly. There's so much jank involving the jumping. It's a miracle that you can even get off the ground in this game with how much of a mess some of these mechanics are. But if I go ahead and take the back item off of all involved parties and get on the AXO, go over here. This is what normal flight looks like. You're forced to use the teleport, and then you can just fly until you run out of jetpack fuel. Now I think we're done with the jetpack. Lad's Cape. This one has the potential for some jank, so let's see if anything interesting happens here. So we got our glitch reference. Let's put it on the ground.
Am I back in time for science?
That's amazing.
Soft eyes.
Oh, thank you. It's amazing how many subs I get because I only stream once a month, so all the people that are subbed to me have to fill out a sub message every stream. I think that means I'm a bad streamer. So let's see, what do we got here? And you are back just in time for science. We've been doing nothing but science, and there's a little more science left, so you've got something else to look forward to. Maybe we'll discover something new. It looks like a normal turkey jump. Basically, you jump again in the air, and then if you keep holding jump, you get a slow fall, which for some fucking reason only happens with the turkey. You have to let go of the jump button to get it with Lad's Cape or the regular cape. But if you just hold down your jump button after the second turkey jump, it just keeps slow falling. No consistency in this video game whatsoever. But nothing interesting going on here, since we would already have a slow fall anyways. Now, what happens if Rafi is wearing this? The turkey jump doesn't do anything, but he eats the Vlad's jump as normal. Every time I press jump and he's on the ground, he consumes the Vlad's jump, and I don't. Again, I'm only pressing jump for Valerie. Rafi is not moving, he's not doing anything, but he's being forced to jump by the Vlad's Cape. Is he double jumping? It looks like it. Can he only jump once? I thought this... Now you can always make him double jump. I think what happens is he jumps off the ground when I do the first input, and then the second input, like I think the cape basically refuels itself on the frame that he jumps off the ground, so it forces a second Vlad's jump the next time I press the input. So you get this weird, like, kind of crusty double jump. And if Rafi's holding jump during this, he gets more height from it. Yeah, it feels very crusty, but I think this is what we've been observing the whole time. But if I get on the turkey, basically it's normal turkey until I try to do the second air jump, at which point Vlad's initiates instead. But I already have a slow fall, so I don't observe anything different with the turkey. Will he trigger the TP if he's on the axolotl during the double jump? That's an interesting question, and we are going to investigate that. We haven't done the axolotl yet, so let's see. The other thing I want to try is put Rafi on the turkey, and then we'll do the axolotl. Okay, so this appears to be like I'm just forcing the Vlad's jump upon the turkey, and the turkey itself probably still has its jump, so let's see, let's try something. So, first jump, have Rafi hold up, I'll try that in a moment. Second jump, now Rafi is pressing jump, and he has the turkey jump still, so we actually just used the Vlad's jump before the turkey jump, is what I just did here. Interesting, so let's have Rafi hold up, because that's a good point. Doesn't force him off of it, so I don't think it counts as a jump input, or so much as like a jump action. Like, it's not processing his inputs and saying Rafi is holding up. Let's see if I can make him jump off. No, I still can't make him jump off while I'm holding up. So, like, it's not processing the inputs that I'm submitting through to it. It's not like, oh, you're pressing jump and Rafi is holding up, so jump off the turkey. It's just, the Vlad's Cape is just forcing a jump upon the person that's using it. Yeah, it's an applied jump, I guess would be the way to put it. We're not transferring inputs here. So the applied jump is getting put on Rafi, which gets transferred to the mount that he's on. because that's normally what Vlads would do, but we're doing it in the wrong order. We're using the Vlads jump before the turkey jump, which is kind of cursed, but not terribly interesting. So, let's get him off of this. Rafi, stop, get down from there. Okay, so turkey's not terribly interesting for this. Let's see if anything fun happens with the axolotl. Oh, not like that. Alright, so first of all, Axo teleport. Yeah, this is the same jank. So anybody who's ever used Vlad's cape on an axolotl knows about this. So I jump again, and then I'm going to teleport. Rafi was forced to jump by that teleport, and this happens if I'm wearing the cape as well. Just for whatever dumb reason, when you do the teleport with the axolotl, the game immediately uses the Vlad's jump at the destination of your teleport, so you get an extra hop that you sometimes really don't want. But there's not much you could do about it. So sometimes we just gotta live with these things. And then from here, what I'm doing is I'm slow falling with Vlad's cape. So if we do this again, I think what we should see... I'd like to get rid of this, actually. It's in the way. There we go. So I can slow fall with the cape. Though interestingly enough, when Rafi touches the ground, I lose the slow fall from the cape, and I drop. Yeah, you can see when Rafi touches the ground, the slow fall just kind of ducks out, so it's bizarre, but the axolotl is a bizarre mount that doesn't work correctly, so I'm hardly surprised by this. I want to see what happens if Rafi's in the bubble when I force him to jump. Oops. Yeah, he doesn't even like attempt to jump. Interestingly enough, though, I can make him hop while he's stunned, so that's horrifying. I wonder if that could be used for anything. Yeah, it doesn't attempt it. I can keep the slow fall though. Boink. 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 Oh, Vlad's cape. What are the odds that you would end up being the weirdest item with this interaction? I wonder if you can do that normally, actually. I never tried that. I didn't mean to do that. I need to get him out of the bubble. I wasn't trying to unequip it. Alright, Rafi, put this back on. Actually, let's see, how do I need to do this? Yeah, Rafi needs to unequip the back item. There we go. Okay, now we have it set up again. So if he's stunned, I wonder if I can get him to do this. Yeah, so you saw I forced him to jump once, but he didn't move because he's parented to that bubble. But I can torment him for a little while and just keep him bouncing on the ground if I just spam jump. And this is basically making his stun timer take an absurdly long time to tick down before he can wake up, because this game is mega toxic. So if I actually go into the entity tester, we can watch what's happening with the stun timer. If you've ever wondered why it feels like you're fucking stunned for 4 hours while a shopkeeper is juggling you or there's enemies around, it's because you are stunned for 4 hours. So I think, where's this stored? I think it's in movable? Yeah, stun timer. So pay attention to this number right here. As I blissfully spam jump. Look at how fast that's going down. That's supposed to go down 1 per frame, but if I'm doing like barely consistent frame perfect inputs here by just hitting jump immediately, it like barely goes down. And I could keep poor Rafi stuck here in purgatory for as long as I can keep that timer up. Toxic video game. And he'll eventually get up. There he goes, and now he's back up. So yeah, that's it. Prank your friends with this funny trick. 100 frame thing resets. Wait, what? So, did I miss something here? What 100 frame thing? Yeah, you could be stunned for an eternity. Like, let's see how long the stun lasts on this. Here for this web. So he's not stunned yet. 120. So normally you'd be stunned for 2 seconds by this. But the way I could do this, like the second he hits the ground, I can initiate a jump and just force him to go back up into the air. Can I do it faster if I'm in the web? I think it depends on the Vlad's... The Vlad needs to refuel, which means it needs to touch the ground, which means Rafi has to touch the floor for me to make him bounce again. So I can make him bounce twice, pretty much. But then it doesn't matter how many times I press the button, he needs to touch the ground again, replenish the Vlad's jump, and then I can make him bounce again. So I can basically make it so that he's only touching the ground for a single frame if I do this correctly. He's gonna bounce here. I jump into the air. He replenished his Vlad's cape. I press jump. He gets forced up into the air again. I don't know why it shows one frame of him like in a crouching animation. So he bounces again. I press it in the air. He bounces again, and like you can keep him locked. Literally 6 frames off of his 2-second stun timer have passed since I started doing this. So you can keep him stunned for an insanely long amount of time if you do this. And imagine if it was a falling platform that bonked this poor guy on the noggin. That shit is awful. Like, these things are a menace. So if I need to spawn in more health, actually. I don't know when they start doing more than 2 damage. I don't want to find out the hard way. But if you've ever wondered why it feels like you're stunned for 4 hours with a falling platform, it's because you are. 240. That is 4 seconds of being unable to fucking do anything. And if you're bouncing around on the ground, it's just even worse. You can see the stun state when you're falling and stunned. Oh, is that that's a recovery mechanism for the CO, isn't it? Like, I think that's the failsafe for the CO, if I recall correctly, where if that ticks up high enough, you automatically get up, if I recall correctly. Maybe I'm wrong about that. You're saying it's 100 frames. Is that what it is, Cloyce? Do you know off the top of your head? Is that the CO timer? At least that's the place where it's relevant, when you're falling in the loop. Well, let's see here. Let's see if Rafi just wakes up on his own. But yeah, he's stunned for 240 fucking frames by that platform. It's absurd. But touching the ground resets this stun state, which is why you could bounce like forever. So for instance, it's at 60 something. It's back to 0 when he hits the floor. He took a lot of fall damage there, but that's fine. I'll make sure he doesn't hit the floor again. Let's see when he wakes up. I'll get rid of the floor as well so he doesn't like take lethal fall damage from not paying attention. Still going. 100. Still going. He has not recovered from his fall yet. It's more than 100. Let's try 120. Nope, still falling. Still going. Yeah, this is why the CO is fucking bullshit. This is why I complain about infinite fall damage being one of the worst things in this game. It's this right here. 60 frames per second. I didn't mean to grab that, but that's not going to affect what we're testing here. Still going. 4 seconds. Still fucking stunned. It's actually maxed out. I don't know how to pronounce that name, but thank you for your follow. Okay, and what am I missing here? Or is this like a CO-only mechanic that literally doesn't exist in the base game? I'm wondering now if this only is in the Cosmic Ocean as a failsafe, but it doesn't do anything in a regular level. Because we're up to 300, which is where it maxed out, which leads me to believe Rafi should have woken up on frame 300. I'm pressing inputs for Rafi now, and he's not able to do anything. He doesn't have any control. He's still stunned. I have no idea what's going on with this. Let me turn God mode on so that he can get out of the stun state. This is a bizarre video game. Alright, anyways, put that back on, buddy. What did I do to Rafi? Don't worry about it. He's fine now. He's all good. Alright, so I really want to look into that, but I want to stay focused here. So I don't think there was anything else interesting going on with the axolotl and Vlad's cape. It's just the same jank that you usually get when you try to use these two things at the same time. There's not much to be done about it, at least as far as I can tell. So Rafi has unequipped it. I think we're done with Vlad's. Put it over here with the arsenal. We'll mess with the telepack at some point, but let's do regular cape, I guess. I don't think anything interesting is going to happen with regular cape. And I pulped my turkey at some point, so I need to get a new one of those as well. Then power pack, we're not going to try because it doesn't change anything about mount behavior. Alright, so glitch cape. On turkey. You slow fall. Not an interesting development. I don't think anybody's surprised by this. I put Rafi down and have him equip it. Again, I have the slow fall. I got on the turkey. I have a slow fall. Nothing interesting going on here. And I have a slow fall from the cape. So yeah, nothing particularly special about the cape here. I don't think we need to dig into this one much more. Let's put it over in the pile. That's not the cape. So hover pack and telepack are the only other ones that are left. Telepack is always sketchy, so I'm going to do hover pack first. The hover pack does have those weird state shenanigans where you get stuck in the floating state. So I don't know. Maybe both of these are going to cause issues. I guess we'll find out. Put the hitboxes on real quick so I can see what I'm doing. Alright, so glitch hover pack. I literally can't hover. Axo, no. Yeah, I cannot hover at all. It just won't let me. So put a border tile up there so it doesn't happen again. A couple here for good measure. Yeah, I can't hover at all while I'm doing this. It just doesn't work. If I put it down, it's probably the same. Hover pack is very disappointing. Like, it just adds to the disappointment that this item already is in this video game. An item that had the potential to be really cool, but it just sucks ass instead. Normally you can't hover. I'm pretty sure you can. Maybe the Axo is different. Let's try the turkey. Axo is janky, so let's try the turkey. I can't hover with the turkey either. I know for a fact you can hover with the turkey normally, so there's something weird going on with this. So let's try having Rafi equip it and then see if anything changes. Yeah, you can't do it normally. I'm just seeing if the mounts behave any differently. So nothing here. Nothing here. Alright, does anything change if Rafi is riding it? This is probably not going to give us any interesting developments. Yeah, nothing on my end. And it doesn't matter if Rafi performs any jumps, so... I think nothing is going to happen. Nothing interesting is going to occur with this. Just put him on the turkey, just to be diligent about this. Yeah, and then he can hover normally. He could probably hover normally on the axolotl too, but I'll just do that with Valerie because it's easier. So it's... I'll just have Rafi do it. It should be fine. Just doesn't matter that Valerie has a glitch reference to the hover pack. Yeah, so you can do this after you consume the axolotl teleport. So nothing different here. It literally behaves like it would normally on this person, and the person with the glitch reference can't use it at all. So same behavior. Can you TP while in the funny glitch floating state? Well, that's the next thing that we could test here, is the funny glitch floating state. So that was when I unequipped the back item while he's hovering. So let's go ahead and do that with the axolotl. Let me do this right. Alright, so let's see. What's Rafi's state of being now? It can still bubble. We have the weird glitch flight. Interesting. He got snapped up onto those, but isn't actually walking. Actually, I assume it would just go faster, but oh man, we're getting into some weird combinations of stuff here if we want to check out how the water works. I'm not sure what would be different about it. I can't think of anything that would differ in the water other than maybe the Vlad's jump being forced even though you're underwater. I'm not sure that anything interesting could happen. As far as this is concerned, you probably just go really fast. That's for hover pack specifically. I guess we can try it. Now let's see here. Make a little swimming pool. And then right here should be a good spot. Alright, here you go. I don't want to spawn too much of this. It might crash if I spawn a ton of them. Yep, ooblets. I just suggested the soundtrack to me a while ago, and I put some of it on my playlist because it's a really good soundtrack. Alright, so, oh. Interesting. No, this was, nope, good call. I'm glad I checked this because you actually get the water physics. Now I'm stuck when I go up here. But if I pull it back down into the water physics actually override the janky hover pack state. The second I leave the water, though, I'm boned. I go back to this situation with the hover pack glitch where I... Okay, I look really silly, where I can't do anything useful. Oh, look at that. This is so cute. Look at he go. Look at that swagger. Axolotl don't give a fuck. This is a silly game. But yeah, I think I'm stuck here. I wonder if I can dismount the axolotl now. So, let's see. Oh, you can. That actually gets you out of the hover state. You can escape it on a mount. I dismounted the axolotl by holding down and jump, and it just dropped me off of it. So let's see, Rafi has a glitch reference to the hover pack now, so I would have to swap it back. So do that. Rafi needs to unequip. Then pick it up again. I just want to do it. Want to confirm this. Apparently you can do it. Let's try it on a turkey instead. Force it off his back. Does the mount tank the whip in this state? What do you mean, like right now? I can't whip. The axolotl would bubble instead. I think I spammed a couple bubbles. Or are you asking if somebody else whips it? Who tanks the hit? Whip Rafi. Okay. Well, let's specifically whip Rafi and not the mount. So let me see where my hitbox is going to wind up. Yeah, you can see there it actually hit the turkey. And it appears to have undone the state. So it looks like getting dismounted in any way will undo the hover pack, like, lock-in state. Alright, well that's interesting to know then. But yeah, I guess that's a thing you could do. Yeah, the more you know. Also, did the turkey not take any damage when I whipped Rafi specifically? Hold on. So that hit the turkey, and that did damage to it, but I think if you just hit Rafi, that's how that happens! Is that what that interaction is? I've seen this before, where I whip someone off their mount, and the mount doesn't take any damage. Why does it go? I turned this shit off. Go away. Nobody likes you. Ah, great. We gotta watch this fucking fog for the rest of the level now. Now, let's see. Disable this. Control O. I wonder if I'm accidentally pressing Control O, and that's how that's happening every now and then. I think I turned it back on in the last test that we were doing. Alright, so anyways. Yeah, I probably pressed Control O instead of Control P, which is what I have set to frame advance. Yeah, there you go. That's how you do it. That's how you get someone off a mount without damaging it. You just hit the player with your whip. Bizarre. I guess it's because the damage dealt to the player gets transferred to the mount, but the player doesn't take damage from the whip. So it transfers 0 damage, but still gives a stun to the mount. Whereas if you do it the other way around, you stun the mount, and then the player is knocked off because the mount was stunned, is probably what happens. Or takes any damage. But yeah, I guess that's a technicality if anybody was curious about why that happens sometimes. You can whip the player on the mount if you want to get them off it without taking any damage. Which incidentally means I think we have a way to fix that weird hired hand glitch where they sometimes get stuck on a mount. They like killing or something and they won't jump off of it and they just crouch. If you can skim the back of the hired hand's hitbox, you could probably get them off of the mount. Though I don't know how to reproduce that glitch in general. But you can do stuff like that to get a player off of the mount. But I don't think I can get a hired hand to do it. I don't actually know what causes that glitch. He's gonna grab the ladder. Let's try to do this over here. I think I need to put him in a pipe if he doesn't land on this. Now, normally what happens here is they will immediately dismount. Let's see if he does it. Yeah, see, he jumped off of it, but for some reason, there's a circumstance that I don't understand where they will not jump. And they'll just hold down and refuse to get off of the mounts, and I don't know what causes it. Fall damage drop on a turkey. It's worth a shot. Let's try it. Alright, so let's see here. I need to make sure he actually has to fall on the turkey, so let's put a wall up around it. Okay, that's enough for fall damage, so let's see what he does. Nah, he still gets off of it. I don't know. I can't... I'm not going to spend all day trying to figure out why that happens. But the point is, you can whip the back of the hitbox to get the player off of it, because you can see with the hitbox viewer here, you overhang the back of it, which has some frustrating implications that your hitbox extends back like this, but they fixed most of them before they stopped updating this game, so it's mostly safe. Generally speaking, the mount is responsible for taking damage and not the player, but not entirely, because the player's hitbox is still a valid, like, hitbox to hit, but then the mount takes the damage instead, even if the player hitbox, like, tanks whatever projectile or whip came in contact with it. Alright, hover pack is done, so let's go into this one. As it turns out, you cannot get soft locked on the hover pack because getting dismounted clears the glitch state. So the last one, the telepack, the big boy, the menace. So let's spawn some more floors. What is going to happen with a glitchy telepack? Again, it is imperative that somebody is holding this, or bad things will happen. Yeah, that's about what I was expecting. It uses the axolotl teleport first, and then Rafi's teleport triggered after that. Yep. Alright, so that's about what I was expecting from that interaction. So the axolotl teleport first, then telepack, but it's applied to whoever's using it, not the person on the mount, of course. So that interaction is about what you'd expect from it. And if we do the same thing with the turkey, I need to make sure Rafi's not going to die. Yep, it just forces the other player to do a telepack teleport. I'm surprised I didn't 1 in 5 in that. What the? Bat, go away, stop. Asshole. Testing something here. And then I can still use the slow fall and like release jump and make him teleport. So nothing interesting in that regard. Now what happens if we swap this? So I'm assuming that this turkey is just going to teleport forward. Just as if I had done this the normal way. Yeah, it just gets forced forward. If I'm holding down, goes down, goes up. Yeah, so it's the same thing as when you're not riding the mount at all. And then if I do this on the axolotl, I put the turkey aside. Yeah, it's just a regular telepack. Okay, nothing terribly interesting going on here. It's how you'd expect it to behave. It's as if I activated the telepack, but Rafi is doing it remotely instead. That's actually everything for the mounts that I could think of. Any other questions about mounts? And again, we didn't test Power Pack because it doesn't do anything. It doesn't change physics at all. Yeah, you can get illegal order of operations, but there's nothing abusable, really, that we can find with this. It mostly works like the way you'd intuitively expect it to, based on how the mounts normally interact with back items. And that's everything for mounts. Alright. So I think the way we're going to wrap this up is I'm going to do single player scenario. So we've had funny Rafi here this whole time helping us out. So say goodbye to Rafi because we're ditching him now. We're doing single player shenanigans. I don't need this anymore. Hope he finds his dad. I'm pretty sure his dad is the sloth from Spelunky HD, which has some weird implications. Alright, so say you're an up-and-coming feller and you would like to perform this glitch in a solo run. This is another situation where I'm like willing to field suggestions from chat because I can't think of a lot of things. there's not a lot to work with in this. I'm just kind of rambling while I go through a run without really doing anything. I have God mode on, so I'm not going to be dying while I do this. I was hoping I would get a shop that had something in it. But as I've said before, I'm just going to recap a few of the key points about why this is not nearly as abusable as in co-op. If I could only get a shop with a back item in it and not random garbage. Cape? Smile? Nope. Okay. Back item? Good. These are my shops. This is why I don't speedrun this game. These are my shops right here. This is every shop I've ever seen in my life, just condensed into one run. Okay, fine game, you win. I need to make a finder tool for, like, just brute forcing levels until I get one that has the shop with the goddamn items that I want in it. No? There we go. It's, yeah, power pack, we can use that. Does Hundun kick like Osiris does? It does not. I actually did test that. Hundun's Thunder Thighs don't do anything to back items. Tiamat can spawn a caveman with a high entity ID. There's a few things we're going to try to do here because I want to experiment with this a bit. So here's a power pack. Let's buy it legally just so we don't have to worry about nonsense happening with the shopkeepers. So diamond. You know, honestly, I don't know why I'm doing that. Let's just pretend I bought a jetpack. Hey, look, chat. There's a jetpack in the shop. I bought it. Look, I bought a jetpack. All right. So what can we do with this? We just purchased a jetpack in a level that had already generated. So let's see if we can find a caveman. I don't know why I'm air whipping. I don't have to. I literally can't die. But I do it anyways because I feel like I should. I feel like I have to prove a point that I'm not completely washed up. There don't appear to be any cavemen in this level, which it would have been nice if we had one that generated with the level. So let's see. Let's think about what we could do here. The situation we would have is we'd have a caveman with a lower ID than the back item. Off the top of my head, that doesn't sound useful at all. I can't think of anything that we could do with that. And we cannot get a caveman with a higher ID than the back item, other than by, like, I think sacrificing these shop teas and getting Tiamat to spawn them, if I recall correctly. Like Hoist is pointing out, Tiamat can spawn cavemen, but I think cavemen are one of the rewards for your shop teas, right? Like one of the low rewards before you get vampires? Or am I mistaken about that? I think you get a hired hand with a shotgun, then hired hands, then a caveman, and then vampires as the last one if you have like 0 favor. I believe that's how that interaction works. So you have 2 ways to generate cavemen into the game after the level spawns. Well, actually, technically 3. You can clone a cookfire and get cavemen. I'll show that real quick, though. I don't know if we're going to be abusing that today. But if you have a cookfire, you can actually do that. If anybody didn't know about this, well, there you go. It just happened, but we can spawn another one. So if we get a clone gun. And there's usually a cookfire in the ice caves. Men %. Get out of here, buddy. Alright, so if I just stand here and clone this caveman. So you can make a man by just cloning a cookfire because there's a subroutine when this spawns in that allows that to happen. Just funny game things. So we have 3 ways to produce a caveman later on in the level. But that said, if you have the clone gun, this is only useful if you want the glitch state for your back item, because otherwise just clone the back item. Alright, so anyways, let's think about whether we can do anything in this situation. Possible to make a semi-legal mod that auto-skips 1-1s until one with a short path to exit comes up. I mean, that's... I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, that's not legal for regular runs. Like, you cannot have a script mod running like that during a run. Like, you need to finish 1-1 and see what 1-2 is, and check your shop and then reset. Like, that's just the MOS ranking rules. Like, if you want to do that on your own time, like, more power to you, but I don't know if a mod like that exists. It should be possible if that's what you're asking. But I don't think it would be allowed for regular runs. But there's no reason why it wouldn't be possible to do that. You can basically have the mod analyze the path. That's actually built into Overlunky as like a viewer. Let's see if I can find a drop path. This is actually built into Overlunky, so like you could look into the code that Overlunky uses for this, but it already knows what the path rooms are. And there is a mod that produces good shops, the Chad Shops mod, which I think is different from what Yoba's asking about. But you can see the path rooms here, like entrance, path drop, and it goes over like this. Machine rooms are usually part of the path. It'll say path here. There's a version of these machine rooms that's not on path, but yeah, you can make a mod that checks this information. It all exists. It's available in the Lua API. It's a matter of whether or not you care to do it or not, because I already have way too many mods I'm working on, so I'm not going to be adding that to my to-do list anytime soon. But yeah, you can make a path scouter. In fact, that's probably how seed finders already work. They check for good paths for seeds. And that's how like some of the speedrun, like seeded world record seeds were probably found, is by using seed finders and checking for good paths rather than somebody manually doing it. But yeah, it's definitely illegal. You literally can't use script mods for Moss ranking runs. Like, it's not illegal. The cops aren't going to show up, and if you're not submitting runs to Moss ranking, then nobody on Moss ranking gives a fuck whether or not you cheat. Like, you play the game the way you want to. You bought the game, hopefully. You can play it the way you want to. Just do not submit runs to Moss ranking where you're using script mods. That's all I could say. If you want to play it by yourself, Overlunky is here for you. You can do anything you want with this video game, and hopefully nobody is going to look down on you, because ultimately you're here to have fun, not to get dumpstered by a badly made video game. Anyways, here we have a jetpack with the wrong entity ID and a caveman that spawned with the level. Can anyone in chat think of anything I can do? This is not a pop quiz. This is not me like sitting here like acting smug. I legitimately am wondering, can anybody think of any way that I can dupe this back item by using this caveman? Because the back item has an entity ID that is greater than both of us. And caveman picking up a back item is functionally the same as a player equipping it, to the best of my knowledge. Which means if the ID order was correct, the caveman could actually be used to clone the item. But we only have 3 ways to create cavemen, and it's either with cloning cookfires, Tiamat, or sacrificing your Shabtis. Shortcuts exist. You could theoretically use A star on just the level generation in general, like just by going through the grid instead of the path. Because sometimes the game does generate like holes in the level geometry, and you can just go through paths that aren't actually part of the official path that the game is supposed to generate. There's plenty of algorithms you can look up for that. Like A star, the one Quest is mentioning, is like usually the baseline for modern pathfinding algorithms. And it probably wouldn't be too expensive for a grid like this, only like 100 by 100. I'm pretty sure A-Star would perform reasonably well on a level like this. There's not an excessive number of nodes, and there's probably some optimizations you can make. How are the runs going? We're not doing any runs. We've been breaking this game for the last 7 hours. We've just brought it to its knees. We have the ability to pick up onks and put them in Waddler. We have the ability to go through walls and like basically any level, collect things out of lava by just making yourself invincible and flying through the floor. Today has been a productive day. But what we're looking at right now is whether you can do any of those things solo. Make upwards paths cost more. That's really what you would do. You would make a weighted pathfinding algorithm that could sort of guess how quickly you could finish a level. That actually is sort of on my to-do list now that I think about it, to make a seed finder that can do that, but it's going to be a long time before I get around to that. First I need to finish my task tool. And then I'm going to look into making a seed finder. Once the tool to make the task is done, I'm going to make a tool that can find a seed. And I know a seed finder exists already. I'm going to go digging and figure out like who has made the seed finder, what the most recent version is, and whether anybody is still developing it. And if not, I might pick that up afterward. But yeah, Cloyce is going back to the thing I showed originally. I'm not going to show the state machine stuff again because that was very dry and probably confusing to most people, but I think anybody who cares about the actual state machine details for how this bug works, the beginning of the stream, like I think about 30 minutes to an hour in, is when I went over that information. There will be a VOD. It will not be on YouTube until I make a YouTube channel, but I've been making permanent Twitch VODs. So if you can stomach the mediocre Twitch player, then you can watch this entire stream because I am going to save it. I have saved every single science VOD I've done for the past few months now. So some of the early stuff is gone, but I've been saving them because people like to look back on them. It's a good reference, so I will make a VOD of this stream. It's just it won't be on YouTube. I'm planning to make a YouTube channel so that I can upload my tool-assisted speedruns to it. I'm probably not going to make edited content, and I will probably make a VODs channel when I get around to doing that. But for now, it's just going to be on Twitch. I will make an announcement on my Discord, so I'll show the Discord. That's a good segue. I will make an announcement on my Discord if I ever make a YouTube channel, but again, it's probably not going to be edited content. It's going to mostly just be recordings of speedruns and VODs. Maybe a tiny bit of editing if I want to showcase something, but not much beyond that. I need to get a longer playlist. This is like the 4th time I've cycled it. It's a good playlist though. I like these songs, but I could definitely tack an hour of like kind of chill, sciencey music on top of it. Do you get crushed if you respawn with a higher player ID? Oh, you're asking if the player is destroyed. I think you don't get destroyed when you get crushed with the Ankh. Let's see, let me read back up a little bit. I missed a couple chat messages, so hold on. So yeah, like you were saying, you need to interrupt between whoever is picking up the back item and the spot where the back item executes its own state machine. So I need to pick this up, and then something in the state machine needs to happen before the back item executes its own state machine. Normally you accomplish this by having the back item execute first, and then the player picks it up, and then the entire remainder of the frame executes. And then at the very end, a collision with like an arrow or a rock or something, preferably not an arrow, that'll blow up your jetpack, but a collision with the jetpack occurs at the end of the frame. And then on the next frame is when the jetpack would have checked whether it's on a player and set itself to be non-solid and not interact with things. If you can interrupt that gap between when the player puts on the back item and when the game checks the back item to see whether it's equipped, that's how you get this bug to happen. The problem is we have a jetpack here that has an entity ID that is higher than everything that can interact with it, and we don't know anything in the level that can interfere with it before it like detects that the player has equipped it, which leaves us with very few options because these two are literally going to execute back to back if I bring them in the level. 4351 and then 4352 is going to execute instantly, and we have no opportunity to do anything with this. So it's a matter of getting the right entity IDs or finding out some tech that we don't know about yet. So let me scroll down a bit more. Yeah, collisions happen late, and Osiris has a weird attack state that occurs during the state machines and not the collisions. State machines execute first, collisions execute afterward. And for whatever reason, Osiris uses a state machine for his, more or less his collision interactions instead of the actual collision code because this game is spaghetti code. So that's the only reason that Osiris works. I don't need this grid anymore. So yeah, it sounds like there's nothing I can do in this situation. We need to get a better setup with the back item. If I bring it into the level, there's no hope of me duping it. We need it to be in the crust, we need it to be in Waddler, or we need to think of something else. So if there's no other ideas, then I'm going to move forward with this and show the other scenarios where you could potentially do this with a run. So let's see, you're mentioning, yeah, jetpack spawning with the level. Any back item, not just jetpack, but we're using a jetpack for testing. Yeah, Waddlered backpacks have lower IDs because they generate with the level. Crust items have lower IDs because they generate with the level as well. And I forget whether I had a third one or not. I think that was it. But it definitely, Waddler and Crust backpacks are the ones that you can do this with. And in co-op, there's other ways to get this to work because you could spawn players late into the level, but we don't have the option to do that in single player. So the question with the Ankh was that it probably isn't going to work, but I'm going to test this anyways. I'll just do it right now because I got nothing better to do. So let's get a push block, a classic, and put this here. So this is going to probably kill me, but not crush the back item. So I'm going to turn off God mode, give myself the Ankh, and lock to player 1. I don't have time to actually drop the item on me, so I'll just give myself the power up. So I'm entity ID 4351. 4351. Still 4351. It doesn't get rid of the player entity by the look of things. When you get insta-gibbed, the game overrides it with the Ankh. My ID didn't change, so I cannot use this to spawn later in the level. Let me unpause. There we go. Yeah, so you still stay in the level. You can't just change your ID by doing that. And I'm going to test the other scenario, which would be going out of bounds. So if I void myself, let's see if it happens. So 4351, let's go void myself and see if anything interesting happens. And bottom, let me just subtract this so I can see where the void is. Alright, so God mode off, let's go void. And let's see what entity ID we spawn in with. 4351, not looking good. And we'll try the ghost. That's the last, like, different insta-gib that I could think of other than, like, the giant frog or whatever. I didn't give myself the... whatever, I'll do it in the next level. But I already think we already know the answer for this. So give myself an Ankh. Let's go ghost ourselves again. A giant frog potentially could work, but I doubt it. Yeah, you see I'm still here, 2952. So the game overrides the insta-gib function and instead it just puts you back at the spawn. Because, I mean, it's just, I guess that kind of makes sense. It's easier that way than transferring all the objects to a new entity, so it makes sense that that's how this works. But unfortunately, it doesn't work in our favor. So we can't do anything with that. So for a normal run where you're wearing a jetpack, the question is what opportunities present themselves to dupe it? I'm not sure why you would want to do this, but maybe you want another jetpack in Waddler, or maybe we could find something else that you can do in single player with this information. It sounds like we don't have a lot of choices here, so cavemen are one of the opportunities that we have to do this, and Osiris is another way to do this. If you can get everything to line up correctly. But you can't use Osiris on the jetpack that you like bring into the level. It's the one that Anubis 2 spawns that you can dupe with him. And it's just, unfortunately, it's a fact of the matter because of how the entity IDs spawn in. So player and then immediately the back item that they're wearing. And again, shop items do not work. They are purchasable backpacks. They are not actual backpacks, and we get a new one whenever we go into the level. I got a couple hydrates I missed out on. Yes, I'm not seeing a lot of options here for how to do this. And it's worth noting there was a clip in the Science channel about using cavemen to perform this dupe, but the clip spawned in a caveman. And that's the... I'm not holding left. Stop. Stop it. The clip spawned in a caveman, which you can do to get a higher entity ID. This caveman can dupe this back item. Pre-aggro shop items. Take aggro into BM and dupe away. Okay, hold on a second. Let me process what you're telling me to do. Bat, shut up. Stop making noise like a squeaky hinge. It's so annoying. Bats do not make those noises. So pre-aggro shop items. Take aggro into BM and dupe away. Interesting. That's a good call. Let's look into that. So let's just go piss off shopkeepers and then go check the black market and see if the items spawn in that state. So I'm just gonna go get shopkeeper aggro. So let me just make sure that we don't lose shopkeeper aggro here. Dude, chill out. Okay, yeah, this is a good call. See, this is why I like doing these streams, because we might learn something. Maybe there is a way to do this with aggroed shopkeepers to dupe more items. So leave the level, we got our aggro locked in, and let's go to the black market. So let's just check all the levels. Never mind, I found it. Easy video game. Don't know why people have trouble finding this. Reddit BM right there if I ever saw one. So let's go see what the state of the shopkeepers is. See, I don't need cheats to do everything, just some things. No, I got bad news. This item got liberated from the shop after the level generated. God, this game. So I think what happens is they spawn in as purchasable back items. They don't have a shop anymore, so they immediately get liberated on the first frame of the level. Because it has a higher entity ID than my player does. That was a good idea, but it does not look like that's going to be a functional way to do this, which is unfortunate to say the least. See if there's any more. I don't believe we're going to see anything interesting here. Right, here's a cape we can show us off with. Wow, don't shoot yourself, guys. Yeah, you can see the difference here. Like, the shop item's all generated in sequence, and then the cape is just at like 9,000. Stupid purchasable jetpacks. If whoever programmed this shit was actually a competent software developer and just had a flag on the back item that said whether or not you could wear it, we wouldn't be having this problem. We'd be able to break the shit out of this game. Except if there was a competent software developer on the team, then we probably wouldn't have this bug to begin with. So maybe I should be grateful for the things I have instead of the things I don't. Or instead of upset over the things I don't have. Because, you know, we wouldn't be able to do fun shit like this if somebody knew what they were doing when they programmed this video game. Software development is hard, chat. But I don't think it's as hard as these devs make it out to be. So, let's see. That was a good idea, but it doesn't work. Does warping work any differently? No, it just generates the level normally. I mean, if we really want to exercise that, I could show that. I mean, it's worth checking this stuff, but warping should not make any difference to the spawn order of these entities. We'll go ahead and test that now. So I just need to piss off shopkeepers and then go to the black market without warping and see if there's any difference. Because there are a few things that change when you use Overlunky. It's very important to know that, but I don't think this is one of them. So let's leave the level, then we're going to warp to the level before the BM. So we're on 2-1. We're just going to leave the level normally. I need to make sure I renew my shopkeeper aggro. Alright, then let's just go through these levels normally and see if we find it. There it is. So that's the exit. I don't want to come in through the bottom though, because they're going to get upset with me over that. They might start shooting all the merchandise. So where is the... There it is. Just want to go in the back layer to get in there. Okay. What do we got here? I'm not optimistic about this at all, but let's go to look. Yeah, same problem. Matic is like 5,000, and then we were up to 9,000. These spawned after my player did because the game liberated them on the first frame of the level. Thank you, purchasable backpacks. Very cool. So there goes that idea. Any other thoughts on how to do this? So far, the only thing I have, again, is Waddler, crust items, and then using cavemen to dupe like some of those items, maybe. Though I don't even know if you need cavemen to do it at this point. What if a hired hand carries a backpack into a level? That's a valid point, actually. I wonder what the slot is for the hired hands. Let's see if we can articulate that to happen. So if I understand correctly, that's getting a hired hand to grab a purchasable backpack. Am I correct? And then it swaps out for a regular backpack, but the hired hand doesn't drop it. Is that the correct understanding of how that works? I've never done that in a real run. I just know about it because it's my job to know about this stuff, but I don't use all these glitches. So let's go ahead and try that. Let's just go grab a natural garden bred hired hand. So just head down here. Grab this bad boy. Hey, buddy. Alright, now let's go find a shop that has stuff in it. And actually, let's not go here. Let's just cycle 1-2 over and over again until we get a back item. This is the easiest way to do this. I'll make sure he doesn't die with cheats, but I mean, it's otherwise very difficult to do. There's a back item. Alright, let's see if we can do it. Yeah, that's also the only way you can get them to carry dice. I didn't know that either. I had forgotten that that was even a thing. Alright, so let's make sure he picks up the right item. So I think you get rid of all the things that are near them. Or he just runs down there. I don't know why that gold bar is confusing him. Dude, he doesn't know how to get to me, I think, is the problem. How do you do this? Do you have to stand near the door? He should be obedient. What's he stealing? Dude, what are you doing? Okay, that's fine. He picked a back item. That's fine. He grabbed something. So in theory, the way that you would do this, probably, is you would be the getaway vehicle for your hired hand. So you'd like immediately pick him up, and you'd run for your life like this, and you can see how goddamn close that was for me being dead. Like, this would be so hard to do in a real run. But he's holding a power pack. It's still a purchasable power pack. That's interesting. Let me move him down here where I can analyze this a little bit more. It's still a purchasable power pack. It didn't actually turn into a regular one while he's holding it. Oh, he picks the highest value item. Is that what it is? I guess that's a built-in mechanic. So let's see. I'm going to just make him drop. So as it is now, we can't do anything with this. What does this turn into if I leave the level, and what does it turn into if he drops it? Let's see. If it stays purchasable, then he should be able to just pick it up again. No, it changes. When he drops it, it turns into a real power pack. Which leads me to believe then that he's going to take a purchasable back item through the level transition, and then it's going to become a normal item when you get it out of his hands. Which means another good idea is probably not going to work, but let's go ahead and try that. Yeah, this doesn't look good. This is not promising. So let's give this a shot though. Just need another shop. And with a back item in it. There we go. Okay. So he should pick the cape now. This is the most valuable item in the shop. So I'll go stand by the door where he just kind of sits here. Dude, that's a nice rock you have, but that's really not what I want you to do right now. Yeah, that's the question, I guess, is what is it relative to the player? But I think if he brings a purchasable back item into the level, then it doesn't really matter, like what the ID is, because it's going to change into a new back item the second he drops it. I'm waiting for him to wander over to me before I whip him. Come on. Alright, so we're gonna whip him. Sick dodge, bro. Come over here, please. He has to be in the shop, I think, when he gets hit by the whip in order for this to work. Maybe this is close enough. Let's try this. There he goes. Okay, so he's gonna grab that. I'm just gonna pull him out of... Watch, I'll pull him out of the shop after the robbery occurs. Alright, so then let's put him down here where he should be safe. Remove all the temptations for him to throw this. I don't want him to drop it for any reason. Okay, so now he's holding a purchasable cape. Let's leave the level. I'm saying I think it remains purchasable through levels. I don't want to have him get shot out of my hands. I know there's a God mode option for the hired hands, but I don't feel like turning it on right now. Alright, so... I can check what he's holding now, 364. He still has a purchasable cape. That's not good, because that means if he drops it, it's probably going to immediately become a regular cape. Still purchasable. And let's see, the entity IDs, so it spawned me, my backpack. Did it spawn the hired hand first? It did spawn the hired hand before it spawned me, but it actually gave him his held item afterward. Well, I don't know why this is so backwards. So this wouldn't work even if this was a normal cape. Yeah, because for some reason, it spawns the hired hands. This game is a massive troll is what it is. It spawned the hired hand, then it spawned me, then it spawned my back item, then it spawned like a couple of like temp entities like the compass pointer, and then it spawned the cape in the hired hands, like arms. Hands. The hired hands. And it's a purchasable cape. And then on top of all that, I'm willing to bet that he is immediately going to turn this into a normal one when I drop him. Put him somewhere safe where he's not going to get shot immediately. Okay, so if we go ahead and get him to drop. Yeah, so he's got a normal one, and then let's go ahead and put him down. So I just dropped him on the ground. Yep, there we go, right there. You actually saw it. The physics got canceled out. The cape had speed for a second because I accidentally threw him. And then like a frame after it got dropped out of his arms, it turned into a normal cape. It just spawned in. Because this is just what this item does. Funny physics engine. Doesn't even preserve the physics. You would think it would be easier for the devs of this game to just fucking use an item cape in the shop instead of an item purchasable cape and do like a hidden hot swap. It makes no sense to me. Like, purchasable power packs don't get blown up by being whipped by fire. There's like weird janky interactions between them. And I don't understand why they did it like this. It just doesn't make any sense. What if you freeze him? It doesn't matter. It's just dropping a purchasable back item. It seems to be the thing that causes it. Case in point, let's spawn a jetpack. Purchasable jetpack, regular jetpack, 1 frame later. So basically the entity spawns into the level, it's in the prepping state, it exists for 1 frame, and then on the next frame it turns into the actual back item. Take him into a non-aggro shop with a purchasable pack. Alright, I don't know what's gonna happen here. Let's go ahead and give that a try. Bizarre that when it's in his hands it doesn't update, but this game doesn't make any sense. So let's warp back to 1-2. Please, just give me a shop. Any back item, I don't care what it is. There we go, okay. He should go for the power pack since that's expensive. Put that down, dude, you don't need that. That thing's dangerous. Alright, so he's gonna steal it. So I can pick him up. This is actually a pretty good layout because the shopkeeper didn't follow him out of the shop while he was grabbing it, so you would actually have time to get away from this like normally. Oh yeah, the shopkeeper didn't even shoot, though. Then there's a bone wall in the way, so I'm basically doomed. Interesting. But anyways, now we have a hired hand with a purchasable power pack in his hands. So what we want to see then is take him into a non-aggro shop. So I'm going to get de-aggro, and then come back into a 1-2 shop. He's going to set that off if I let him out of my hands. Okay, I was afraid he was going to throw it at that mole. Lucky he didn't. You know what, I'm going to put him in baby jail so that he behaves. Well, not on this level, actually. We can just... I think we just warp at this point because he has it. It's registered as an object in his arms. Alright, we're forgiven. Is that a low Abzu seed? I wasn't paying attention. Or are you saying that there's something else going on that I'm not paying attention to here? Is there like a good Ujedi or something? Where's the shop? There it is. Okay. Alright, so I don't know what I'm signed up for here by seeing how this works. So I'm going to drop him, let him come into the shop, and let's just see what he does. Is the shopkeeper going to, like, take ownership of that? Actually, I need to stand outside so he'll come in. I think the shopkeeper knows that it's not his. Like, it's not assigned to this. The power pack death skip. I guess that is a thing, isn't it? Like, if it's in a shop, you can technically whip it down to the lava without actually using your Ankh. Never had that situation come up. I mean, it looks like he just doesn't care. So if this is what you wanted me to test, here it is. The shopkeeper doesn't seem to think that he owns this back item. Which is fair, because, like, there's ton shops and stuff that can also have purchasable back items in it, so probably this is what I would have expected from this. Try buying it. I can't buy it, I think. I don't think it's purchasable. Like, it's a purchasable back item, but I don't think I can actually buy it out of his hands. Let's see if what we can do if he's in the shop. Nothing happens. Like, there's no prompt. If he drops it in the store, it's going to turn into a regular back item. I mean, I'll try it, but let's see. I need to whip him while he's in there, so he just puts it down immediately. What's he gonna do here? If he keeps running out of the shop, I'll pull him back in. What the hell is he doing? He doesn't want to put it down. I think being in the shop like overrides his behavior to drop items. Well, we have a different way that we can make him put it down. Alright, so power pack. It's no longer in his hands. Power pack. Now it's a regular power pack instead of a purchasable one. Doesn't seem to matter if it's in the shop. And if I make sure that none of this crap hits the shopkeeper, I don't think he'll get mad. Yeah, he doesn't care. Yep, alright, well that was another good idea that unfortunately didn't amount to anything. But hey, at least people who didn't know about that got to see that weird interaction where the hired hands could just grab back items. So yeah, we're still not left with a whole lot to work with here. Okay, well I'm gonna go ahead and show something that I know does work. Crust items, Waterloo, shopping, and Tiamat spawns, and the man cloner, if you really want to be technical about it. There's a good edge case for like a trivia. So anyways, here's a fun seed that has a jetpack at the start. By the way, I was totally going to use this seed during that roulette competition if there was a need to do so. Like, if there was a seed that involved getting a jetpack, I was very tempted to use this seed to do so. Because they said to push the limits of the rules. Otherwise, I didn't want to do it because it felt like it would be really tacky, but I thought it'd be clever if it was just get a jetpack. But anyways, this seed is special. Yeah, it wasn't banned. Like, there's like nothing. There's like no rules. Like, just chaos. There's a crust jetpack in this seed right here by the door. It is a very interesting layout. Even though the 1-1 level in this seed fucking sucks, but it's very easy to remember it. Even though this is your 1-1, this is your path. It's literally this all the way over here and back here. It's almost as bad as the path can get, but not quite. But this is a crust item. That means I could dupe this item. So let's go ahead and get it out of here. Alright, so 209 versus 3,900. We can dupe this, but how are we going to do that? Well, we just have to get it knocked off our back on the same frame we're equipping it. We can do that with like a thrown rock, but there's a much easier way to do that. And it's by using these god-awful things. So if I could find a punch trap that's somewhere near the ground in this level, which hopefully there is one. Let's see here. There's one there. Are there any better ones? I believe I can get this to work with this one, so let's go ahead and try to do it with this one. I'm trying to break just that tile. Any second now. Dude, please. Oh my god. This is obviously not a very good seed to do this, but I want to prove a point. Yes, I could just delete the block. Or I could use a sick bomb cook. First try, let's go. Alright, so the situation that you would want to set up here is to get this thing to knock it off of your back. So the way I would probably set this up is, remember, the only thing that matters is the position of the back item when it's on your back, not where it is now. So if I can equip it and have it intersect this totem spear, is what these are called apparently, I should be able to dupe this back item in solo. So let's go ahead and try that. Hey, Googaba. Alright, I'll wait a second for the raiders to settle in and explain what I'm doing, just because might as well. And Gugu, who may or may not be watching an ad, depending on how Twitch is feeling right now. Again, I say this like every stream. I have my ads set to the bare minimum, like, amount of ads that I can run on my stream. It's just affiliates are forced to run ads. So I have it set to pre-rolls with the minimum duration, and then absolutely no mid-roll ads. How am I doing? How you doing? I assume that means how am I doing, and I am doing quite fine. We've been discovering a lot of wacky stuff with this glitch, and we're about to duplicate a back item in single player. Is Explosion Osiris, is Spear Osiris? Yeah, I don't know. I actually have a list of entities that I like considered that I'll go over in a moment here to see if any like spark any interest, but I tested them all briefly off stream and didn't get any interesting developments from it. Anyways, so here's the theory. If I equip this, well, it's not a theory, I know it'll work, but I'm making it sound like there's a suspense here. If I equip this jetpack into the hitbox of this item totem spear here on the correct frame, it should duplicate it for me. There you go. So you can do it in solo. That's how you would do it with like a crust item. This is a fine case of being able to do it. Because the item was in the crust, it has the right ID, so literally anything hitting this back item during collision 2 is capable of performing this glitch for us. And now we have 2 jetpacks, a reference to one of them, and then there's going to be one in my hands as well. It's unfortunate that this had to be a crust jetpack in order to do this. Totem kept toggling the mute button on those headphones. Is that what was going on there? I was sitting pretty close to it, wasn't I? DTMS seed. Should I know what a DTMS seed is? Or is that just like a jetpack in the crust? Is that like a meme? So anyways, let's see. What can we do with this? You can fly without jetpack. So here's the deal. Like, for anyone coming in who's new here, I spent the last 7 hours explaining this, so I'll give you the simplified version. I have a pointer to this jetpack that says I am wearing this jetpack. The jetpack has a pointer to me saying the jetpack is being worn by me. I broke the pointer where the jetpack knows that it is being worn by me. So the jetpack is sitting on the floor. I think I'm wearing it. The jetpack doesn't think I'm wearing it. And you end up with this weird one-sided interaction where the jetpack just does not go on your back, but you use its fuel supply. You can carry it around like an item, as if your character's already wearing a jetpack. And if I were to leave this level carrying this jetpack, I would have an additional one spawn on my back. This is back item duping. It's very, very easy to do it in co-op, and we're evaluating how to do it in single-player runs, and whether there's anything useful we can break with it. Kill Tiamat with a thrown jetpack. I mean, you could do that. Oh, I see. That's the category. That's the D-Tiamat seed. Technically, it'd probably be easier to just get 2 jetpacks instead of doing this dupe, but it's there if you need it. You just have to do this bomb cook on seed 1. So here's the deal. It works for 1 level pretty much. Like, as it is now, this is not very useful. But if I go through this door, I have 2 jetpacks now. The game spawned one on my back, and it left one in my hands. And by left one in my hands, I mean what the game did was it stored this entity type, item underscore jetpack. It stored a pointer to that entity type, basically, not a pointer, but like a value saying this character was holding a jetpack, and this character was wearing a jetpack at the end of the level. And then in the next level, it spawns you in holding a different jetpack and wearing a different jetpack. Like, these are completely new entities. They are not preserved between runs, or between levels even. But now we have 2 of them. And thank you for the follow. By Alex. I'm assuming that's how I pronounce that. I don't know how to add the K and the S to the end. Feel free to correct me. Jetpack Flame Entity. Yeah, the Jetpack Flame Entity is unfortunately just always here on the collision viewer. I might be able to actually turn that off. Hold on. Hitbox types FX. Nah, it's still there even though it's an FX entity. I don't know what the rules are for that. Yeah, it's parented to the item, so it probably always renders. I can't do anything about that. But yeah, that's how you would duplicate a jetpack. On that particular seed, where we know that there's a jetpack in the crust. So what else can I do with this? I'm not entirely sure. I wanted to showcase that particular dupe. If you ever needed 2 jetpacks in a run, you could do this with like 2 power packs in Tide Pool, for instance. So if you found a power pack in the crust, you could technically dupe it and then bring it to the next level and do like the 4-3 onk save or whatever. I need to turn God mode back on so I don't die to something stupid while I'm showcasing this. But we're unfortunately running thin on ideas. The trick does work online. It is really easy to do it online, but I've spent the last 7 hours showing how to do it in co-op, so I'm not going to be able to show that again because my throat is starting to hurt and I can't keep talking. But if this is really interesting to you, I'd recommend watching the VOD of it. Otherwise, the gist of it is that you can have a player like perform this dupe for you pretty much anywhere if you bring in the back item under the right circumstances. There's not a succinct way that I can explain the glitch because the entity ID order matters. There's a lot of technicalities to it, some of which you need to care about, some of which you don't. All I can do is point to the VOD or maybe wait for a future stream where I might explain this again depending on what I'm trying to showcase. Can you only dupe crust back items? You can also dupe anything that generates with the level, which is including Waddler items. So I'm going to showcase the next situation where you can perform this dupe. If you want to make like jetpack percent and get as many dupes as possible, bring your 2 jetpacks to Waddler in your single player run. You can drop one of them off here, leave the level, do whatever it is you want to do. And Waddler's going to be holding on to that in the ice caves. And the ice caves jetpack is important because if we go to the ice caves now and check out the situation, that ice caves jetpack spawned with the level, which means it has a lower entity ID than my player does, and that means I could dupe it. Isn't that lovely? So this is the second like common situation in single player where you'd be able to do this. This jetpack's ID is 1544. My character is 7288. I can dupe this jetpack if I could find a way for it to take the necessary knockback to do so, which I could probably use a UFO for that. I'm trying to think if there's anything else useful in the ice caves, and I think a UFO might actually be the way to go for this one. So let's go ahead and try to time this. I'm going to try to time this. I'm going to cheat. But I believe we can use a UFO for this if we can get the UFO shot to hit the pack. This might not work because of how ludicrously slow these shots are. So I think what I actually want to do for this particular one is shove the back item into the UFO shot as it's passing by. So let me move it really slightly forward. Like, this is an alternate way that you can do this if you're not like spam whipping. So wait for the shot to get behind me, then equip it. I heard the jetpack explosion sound, so I think UFO shots ignite jetpacks. This would probably work on Vlad's cape, but probably not back items that can explode. Yeah, this is blowing up. Oh, wait, is it? There it goes. Yep, okay. This is not a situation that comes up very often, but yeah, apparently UFO shots blow up back items like that. No, the more you know. I didn't know that either, honestly. So let's see. We can probably do this with Vlad's cape to demonstrate the point of how you would do a dupe on the back items in the ice cave. So let's pretend we got Vlad's cape instead and brought that to Waddler. It's a pretty good item. And again, we could dupe Vlad's cape in much the same way as that jetpack. So we had one already. We put it in Waddler. Yada yada. I'm just hand waving all this nonsense away, but I think you guys get the point. Leave the level. That'll lock in the items. I believe I don't even have to leave I think I just teleport to the ice caves, but we're doing it for safety. Let's go back down to Wadler and see what he's got to say. Wadler's probably under this mine. Yeah, there he is. Alright, so here's the Vlad's cape that we put in Wadler earlier. We are capable of duping it. So I'm going to put this one in Wadler's. And then go over here and look for something to dupe this with. You could probably do this with like explosions and a lot of other stuff. But I think the UFO, how did that not go off? I think the UFO is going to be the easiest way to do this. So I'm going to do the same setup as I did before, where I'm going to pull the back item into the UFO shot. Normally, of course, you wouldn't have slowdown for this, but we're just theory crafting here. We're not actually doing it in a live run. We're just proving that it could be done in a run. There you go. Yep, you can definitely use a UFO shot for that, but do not do it with an explosive back item. It will not go poorly. So the situation here is now I have a glitch reference to this Vlad's cape here. So I have technically made additional Vlad's capes. I could bring like this one to the next level and have 2 of them. Though, I mean, if you're memeing, you probably want to put them in Wadlers. And then I don't have the double jump, but I do have the slow fall from Vlad's cape. So I can take this all the way down to the bottom of the level. And I can leave, and I will have a Vlad's on my back again, because I have a glitched reference to the back item that is in Wadler's room, all the way up at the top of the level, because that's just how this glitch works. And now I have a real Vlad's cape, and Wadler has 2 Vlad's capes, and we have not used the clone gun a single time. Because, haha, funny state machine. Everything that I complain about in this game can be traced back to haha, funny state machine. So let's see, what else can we abuse here? I think we go to Tiamat next and see if we can do anything funny with Tiamat, because Tiamat can spawn cavemen with a higher entity ID in these back items. So for no particular reason, I'm just going to play Neo Babylon with God mode on and pretend I'm really good at this game. Or I could just take no damage, and it wouldn't even matter. Why can't I play this well when I'm actually doing these runs? I didn't even get hit. 6-2 alter. Yeah, that'll happen. Look at me, I'm so good at this video game. Legendary. Legendary rank 73 Moss ranker cosine. Alright. So, Tiamat. Can we do anything interesting with Tiamat? Let's find out. So what's our ID order? It's my player, and then it's the cape, and then it's a caveman. So we can probably get a caveman to dupe this back item. Yeah, I could carry an Ushabti as well to spawn cavemen on later altars. We did have a 6-2 altar. I can go back to that, but I was going to test the Tiamat scenario. So we have the potential to duplicate a back item on Tiamat. We need a caveman. I'm gonna get a natural organic caveman. And definitely, first try, here it comes. It's like a 1 in like fucking 14 chance or something. So of course we get a B. Caveman. Right now, caveman. That's not a caveman. 1 in 18. Okay, I was close. I think there are 9 ground-based enemies that Tiamat can spawn, and it's a 50% chance to get a ground-based enemy. There's 4 airborne enemies, despite the fact that UFOs feel like they only spawn 1% of the time. But that's just how this game is. Hey look, a UFO. I didn't need that. This is not helpful to me. I'm gonna spawn in a caveman in a few seconds if this doesn't work. But I would like to prove that this can be done organically. I'm making a mess out of this. Tiamat, please. Tiamat, please. Please prove that I can do this without cheating. Caveman. That's a scorpion. Caveman. Caveman. I'm getting very upset right now. Caveman. Alright, so good. He didn't run off the edge. We can put him down here and get all this other crap to go away. I don't think the bubbles can scoop him up while he's down that low, so he should be fine. Alright, I'm gonna go flawlessly quad cook Tiamat right now. Check this shit out. The one thing I'm good at. Easy every time. I don't know why people think Shrek strat is better. Alright, so now that we've gotten rid of Tiamat, let's just get rid of all the riffraff. Make sure nothing can kill the caveman. So we have a caveman here who I think in theory could help me dupe this. Now he has 2 health at the moment, so this is going to be like a frame perfect input. This would be insanely difficult to do, I think, in a real run. I'm going to tank a hit from him intentionally, just to get the gold out of his hands. Just pretend he's still up here. If you had a camera, you could move him around. So it's not like the end of the world if he takes damage and falls in a pit. You can move him with a camera. So what we want to do here is we want to get this caveman to perform the dupe for us. I need to know when he's going to pick up this cape. And then I need to whip him on the frame that he's going to pick up the cape, or like 1 frame before it. So we're going to do a test here, because I actually don't know the exact timing for this. So if we spawn in a gold bar and monitor some flags on this caveman, we should be able to figure out... Why is this not doing anything? Why yet no spawn gold bar? Please? There we go. Okay, so we're going to do some testing here to figure out when exactly he picks this up. Yeah, this area is bullshit. Like, look at... Here, I'll show you something else right before I do this, because I need to open this mod anyways. So, game state viewer, and we need entity tester. There we go. Very good, very creative names that I've got here. Entity tester does a bunch of stuff, so I just was like, I don't know what to name it. Tester, viewer, game state, entity state. I don't... Naming things is hard. Software development is hard. But anyways... Here's a fun one for you. You monitor the next entity UID down here. And just observe how fucking fast this thing is counting up. Every laser cycle is adding like an additional 1 to 200 entities to the entity ID count. This is why this place crashes in co-op, because you have like 4 threads simultaneously trying to run like predictions on how the level is going to play out with each player. And the game is burning through hundreds of these goddamn entities, all with their own audio emitters and particle effects at the top of the Tiamat level. And in solo, this crashes after about like 45 minutes in my experience. Your game becomes unplayable. And in like co-op runs, it's like as low as 4 minutes. But anyways, I'm just complaining about something irrelevant. I just wanted you to appreciate how ridiculously inefficient this level is. Why is it making the audio emitters up there when nobody's near it? Who knows? This game is not very well programmed. So anyways, let's pick our funny caveman friend. So he's got a timer on him that determines when he's allowed to pick stuff up. It's this one down here, can pick up timer. If it's set to 0, that means he's going to pick something up on the frame that he walks into it. So I want to see what this collision looks like. Let's zoom in a little bit here. So I'm guessing he's going to pick it up when he touches the hitbox of the bar, but I need to see if it's the origin instead. Well, let me get his walk pause timer as well. So he's going to start moving in 14 frames, 5 frames. Now he starts moving. Yeah, he picks it up the second that he collides with it, is the interaction that happens here. So I need to get that out of his hands now. I'll just grab it from him real quick and then put him back up top. Again, pretend I have a camera or something to reposition him. You can do that without damaging him, so it wouldn't invalidate anything that I'm trying to showcase here. So then the next thing I would want to do is drop the cape in a spot where he can pick it up. Ideally, I would probably have a little bit more of a run-up for him to work with here, so that he doesn't see me while I'm setting it up. So something like this, and then basically right as the caveman is going to pick this up, I need to clap him with a backwhip, which should have enough range to hit the cape where it's going to be positioned when he's wearing it. I'll move it a little bit further forward just to improve the odds of me having the reach to get to his back. So we tuck ourselves against the wall. Normally I'd be using a whip to tuck myself into the wall here, but it's a little bit difficult to do. There we go. Okay, so we're as far to the left as we can possibly be. This is not practical for a real run. These are all hypothetical cases that somebody might be able to make viable in a real run in the future. But we're just going to slowly watch him walk up to this thing, and then I need to hit him with the whip on the frame that he grabs this, which is going to be difficult. I might actually need to do some math here to figure out how fast he's moving, so I know which frame he's going to overlap with it. So let's go ahead and do that. Oh, I know, math, cringe. So let's see here. Actually, get hitbox is what we want. Yep, math time. Buckle in, folks. So the right side of the hitbox. Let's see, we want the cape's left side. I'm going to add the operator between them in a moment. Alright, so we got the right and the left side. What I want to know is the distance between those two objects. So let's see, the right and the left, so usually just do something like this. If it's wrong, just negate it. Yep, just negate it. Alright, so swap these around. Alright, so that's how many tiles of distance are between these. The second question is how fast is this guy moving? So I can figure out which frame he's actually going to bump into it and pick it up immediately. So let's see, I need the caveman. 28. What's his velocity is what we're interested in here. So his position info has that. Oh, I hate this feature. Don't do that, Overlunky. Stop. I don't want this to fill my entire screen. I don't want a jump scare. No, stop, please. I just want to put it near the top. Overlunky devs, let me remove that feature. I don't want it. It's a bad feature because I don't like it. I just want it near the top. Right here. There we go. Okay, we're good. So, how fast is this guy moving? He's not moving at all. How fast is he moving when he starts running? So he's going to start moving in a second here when walk pause timer hits 0. There he goes. Alright, 0.02 is his velocity here. Is he going to make it? I believe he's going to touch this. So let's see how we're doing on that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, he's getting close. I need to whip one frame ahead of time. You can move it, click center, and drag. Well, you mean this window? I'm trying to resize it is the problem. I wanted to shove it up against the top. Oh, you know what? You're right. Oh, I see what you mean. Thank you. Yeah, I guess you have to grab the bar at the top. I didn't know that was different. I knew you could drag them by the middle. I did not realize that that causes them to not snap. Thank you. That's actually really helpful. I need to remember that. Just grab it by any of the text so it doesn't snap automatically. Very good to know. Alright, so anyways, we need to carefully do this. I need to whip one frame before he's going to perform the grab. So he's going to keep going. So let's see, if I whip on this frame, he's going to step forward. My whip entity is not going to exist until the next frame. So I believe this is when I need to input whip. And then on the next frame, he should step forward, pick up the item right as he gets hit by the whip. I think we got the glitch. So he equipped it, but he got knocked back. So he's still alive, which means he didn't unequip it automatically. And he should have a glitch reference to this back item. Now, last time I tried to do this, this was causing problems with game crashes when I had him equipping it. But let's see if we can figure out how this works. I wonder if this is even useful with a Vlad's cape instead of a jetpack. We might need to do this again with a jetpack. But let's see, what can we do with Vlad's cape in this situation, where this caveman should have a glitch reference to it. Let's see. Can I do anything with this? Yeah, it's useful with jetpack. I think I should have been doing this with jetpack the whole time. Okay, that's fine. We have our methodology figured out. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to make a new caveman, and we're going to give him a jetpack instead. I think jetpack is actually the only one that's useful, because with Vlad's I can just crash my game, which is not terribly useful. So let's do the whole thing again, but this will be a lot faster because I have my methodology figured out. Alright, so wait for him to turn around. Kill him, get a new caveman, give the new caveman Vlad's, and then crash the game. I'm not even sure how to swap the references because he won't try to pick it up. Alright, dude, chill out. Alright, we want this over here by the edge. Okay, so this is just going to be the same thing that I just did a moment ago. So let's run over to the edge. That's probably good enough, but no, it's not good enough for me. There we go. We're tucked up against the collision. So it's going to be the same exact thing here. Real quick here, I'll just update these IDs, figure out when he's going to hit it. 0.02 is his velocity. And this was the position of, I think, I don't remember which entity I had on the correct side. I think this was the caveman. So this is now 434E. And we need the jetpack. Look at how fast this level goes through IDs. Imagine optimizing this. You swap references by killing him. Yeah, you're right. That's what it is. It unequips it if it's on my back. Okay. Yep, okay, that makes sense. Alright, well, I think we'll have to do that in a second here anyways. So, we'll show that properly. So this is going to be the same exact thing as before. Waiting for him to walk up to it. I think he's going to... Is he going to pick that up or is he going to stop short? Oh, it's going to be close. Oh my god, I hate this. It's so close. How many frames is he from grabbing this? 3 frames. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Let's see if we can get that to work, though. I would have to spawn the whip on this frame, but I think he's going to stop moving on the next. I don't like that. I'm just going to do a different cycle. That's gross. It's so close, and I don't know what the edge case is. I don't know whether he stops moving on frame 1 or on frame 0, because this game is extremely inconsistent about that. So let's try one that's not an edge case, just so we can get this to work on the first try. Alright, he's definitely going to bump into it this time. So... Alright, we need a whip on this frame. He's going to grab it on this frame. Alright, we've initiated the glitch. He picked it up on the same frame that I knocked it out of, that I knocked him back. And then what I guess I missed in the first pass was kill him, and what that does is that drops it off of my back. I have a glitch reference to that caveman. Now, if I hadn't gone and killed Tiamat, I would theoretically have a second caveman that I could pull in to grab this jetpack for me. I have infinite flight now. Because the caveman is refreshing the jetpack by standing on the floor holding the glitch reference. So basically, I can just do keel and skip as if I was keeling. So this is the stupidest, most roundabout keel and skip that you've ever seen, but it is theoretically possible to do this in a solo run. And when I leave the level, I'm going to have my jetpack back. I can't emphasize enough how stupid this is, how difficult it would be to do this, to do the frame-perfect timing with the caveman grabbing the jetpack, to get the 2 cavemen necessary to pull this off, because you need a second one to pick up the jetpack for you after the first one dies, to not have Tiamat ruin the whole thing for you. But it's theoretically possible. It theoretically possible is what I was setting out to prove here, and I still have my jetpack. No jetpack fuel, jetpack keel and skip. What is the stop game and play slow? This is just an Overlunky feature, but I rebound it. So I don't know what it was by default. I think it's like spacebar to advance frames, and I don't remember what the bind is normally. Let's see, I can reset it real quick just to see it. I'm assuming you already have Overlunky. If you don't, then, well, you need Overlunky, but then from there, let's see. So my frame advance is set to C, and that's because I use spacebar to actually play the game, so I had to rebind it to something else, but I'm pretty sure frame advance is spacebar by default. But the thing that you want, I think, is... What is it called? Did I scroll past it? Toggle pause. Yeah, Control P, and if you reset it, it's Control Space by default. So yeah, Control Space is how you toggle pause, and then I think just plain spacebar is normally how you would do this. I can actually just check this one now while I'm here. So frame advance, yeah, it's space by default. And then shift C. So yeah, space and shift space to advance frames, control space to toggle it. But again, I play on keyboard, so spacebar is how I jump, and that was causing me problems. So I rebounded to a key that was convenient to press without like interfering with any of my key bindings, because I don't have C bound to anything. So there you go, no way to activate a caveman's jetpack. You cannot, as far as we're aware. You can force a caveman to jump with Vlad's cape, but it does some really sketchy stuff with the game memory, and it's unstable and seems to basically always crash if you do it for long enough or do it with the wrong caveman. So I need to do more research on that. Would not recommend doing that in the meantime. You can force them to teleport, however, with the telepack. But as far as the jetpack is concerned, the caveman is useful as an infinite fuel supply, in case you're scared of doing keel and skip or something. Because, I don't know, keel and it's scary, I guess, I don't know. All those spooky lasers. So instead of doing keel and skip, you can just fly through the lasers with a hitbox that's marginally smaller than the one you would have by just bringing the up dog through the lasers. Or you could just do the jetpack skip normally. The wrong caveman. There's a lot of the wrong entities in this situation for what I've been testing here. Alright, let's see. So we showed Crust, we showed Waddler, we showed the caveman dupe. So technically there are 2 more ways to do a caveman dupe. Do you need to do something to enable frame advance? I don't think so. Where are you trying to do it? It should work. Like, it's just a built-in Overlunky feature. It's never given me any trouble. If you have a conflict in your key bindings, it's possible that something else is consuming them. But it should just work. Like remember, it's not the frame advance button that you're pressing. You need to toggle pause first. So you need to press whatever this is bound to, which is control space by default. And if that doesn't work, try rebinding it to something else. And once you have that enabled, then you can use frame advance, which once again, if it doesn't work, try binding it to something else. And if that still doesn't work, then I'm not sure what's wrong with it. But I haven't had any issues with this not working. Like in the camp or any normal level, it should just work perfectly fine. It's a fairly stable feature. Alright, so anyways, I'm going to show you the other two way to make more cavemen. Because again, there's not a lot of practical applications for this, but hey, let's go for it anyway. So the one that we showed there was Tiamat. There are two more ways that I'm aware of in this video game to spawn cavemen after the level starts. I guess, no, there's actually three. Yeah, I suppose there's the man spawner, but then you could also just clone a caveman himself. So yeah, clone gun I guess would be it, but the clone gun has two like sub mechanics that you can use to produce cavemen. So let's go to the level where we would hypothetically have a clone gun. It's just one word. I don't know why there's sometimes a space between these and sometimes there isn't. So there's two ways to create cavemen with the clone gun. The first one is fairly obvious, and for some reason it's the second one that I thought of, but you just clone the caveman. So if we just go to any level that normally has a caveman in it, which I think Tidepool can't have cavemen, can it? I don't think it can, so I think ice caves would be the earliest that you'd see them after this. No, you can have mounted cavemen, but I don't know if you can have, like, regular cavemen. I believe you can have them on a mount, just not regular. Yeah, you can have axolotl cavemen, and maybe turkey cavemen if you have the Yang blessing. But you can find them in ice caves. They sometimes spawn next to these cook fires, which, of course, don't appear to be generating in this level, because why would anything happen the way I want it to on the first try? Yeah, no cavemen in this ice caves. And then in Neo, I believe you can find cavemen in the zoo rooms. So let's go to Neo. Love that place. Yeah, you can. I guess you can find them in the ice walls. You would need a Matic or a UFO to dig them out, I believe, because they'll die if they get blown up. But yeah, you can find them in these zoo rooms. So if we go ahead and free up a little bit of space here, we have two cavemen now. And this guy has an entity ID higher than the back item I'm wearing, which means we could, in theory, do the same dupe I did with Tiamat with this guy instead. Even better, we have another one here, where once we perform the dupe, we could use the original guy to swap the items and have infinite flight for one level, which isn't useful. But you can do it, I guess. You could also just use it to get a second jetpack if you weren't going to use it for infinite flight. Not going to do it. I said 9 hours, alright? Look. It hasn't been 9 hours. I specifically said 9 hours. I said 9. Give me 1 more hour to end stream before you make fun of me. You had keyboard controls disabled. Yeah, I would do it. I would probably break most of the keyboard controls. I'm glad you found that, because I hadn't even thought that was a thing. I just always have them turned on because I need my crutch, I need my cheats. That's the thing. You can use one clone gun shot to get a second jetpack by just cloning the jetpack. I mentioned that earlier. These are like mundane, asinine circumstances that we're talking about here. I'm just going over like the technical possibilities. Yes, clone the jetpack if you're going to do this instead. It's the smarter way to go about doing this. It should be reasonably obvious at this point, but if there was any technical reason why you needed a glitch-stated jetpack in a particular level and you had cavemen available to you, you could get the glitch jetpack, the one that gives you basically infinite flight. So that's the argument for that. So the other scenario, which I'm just going to show here, even though I showed this earlier, but I can't find one, is this thing, which spawns in the ice caves. I think this is the only place this spawns after you get the clone gun. But you can clone the cook fire, and occasionally, I don't know what the odds are of it, you can get a caveman to spawn. So if you have a cook fire with no cavemen in your level, and you really, really want a caveman for some reason, eventually you will get a man to show up by just cloning cook fires, because that's how this game works for some reason. So that's stupid though, we don't want to do that. So the other way that you can get these is in the level that I'm going to now, and that's use Shabtis. So if we go in here through this gauntlet of spark traps, this is cool, this is great, I love this, thank you Spelunky. And just grab any Ushabti. There's a 1 in 100 chance that this is the correct one, but hopefully it's not. It'd be funny if it was, but we don't want this to be the correct one. We want to take this to a level with an alter in it. which I don't think there's one on this level. Let me check here. That's not what I meant to do. You know, bad camera. I wanted to check the camera. There we go. Pretend this was on the level where I got this Ushabti. So Ushabti sacks are based on your favor, and I don't remember the numbers. Somebody said what they were, and I immediately forgot it. So I'm just gonna go ahead and set myself to a high amount of Cali favor and see what happens. But I think the range for cavemen is like, it's like 1 to 16 or something. You get 2 jetpacks with 1 clone gun shot that way, right? I mean, I don't think you could bring them. Like in solo, you can only have the one you're wearing and then a glitch like reference. So you could basically hold the real one in your hands and then have a glitch one on your back is what you would do, which they can both be pointers to the same jetpack. That's usually how you would do this. If you bring in 2 jetpacks, maybe you can do more stuff, but you're not going to be able to bring more jetpacks in the next level. Pascapala's hired hand. That's... yeah, let's just guess and check and see what we get out of this. So let's see. I think it's street cred, Cali favor. Let's go up to like... ooh, I don't know. Maybe... let's try 12. That should be good. I think this will spawn me a man. That's a turkey. 0 favor gives a caveman. Okay, so so negative favor is vampires. All right, got it. So let's spawn another Ushabti. It doesn't really matter which one it is. So I'm just gonna, let's see here. Let's keep cutting our favor in half. We can actually keep track of this to see how it rounds, because I don't remember off the top of my head. We're gonna do this shit again? Oh, never mind. It's because it's already open. I just didn't see the bar. Alright, so Cali favor, I think, is just one of the root level values. Yeah, here it is. So we have 6 Cali favor. Oh, no, there we go. Yeah, it was within, it's like 0 to 8 or something, spawns cavemen. All I wanted to showcase here was you can get a caveman by doing this as well. This one doesn't require, like, anything, really. You just make a caveman. Like, you don't need to do any nonsense with a clone gun. So if I were to go in here and just get more Ushabtis, how does this round off? So just grab another one. There's an altar on the level, so of course we can abuse this. Put this guy over here. He'll be fine. Alright, so we have another caveman, and we have 2 Cali favor. Let me I don't need to go in there to get more. I'll just spawn more Ushabtis. Once again, I clicked on the fucking X in Windows because it locked my cursor to the top left corner. That's the second time this has happened now on this stream. Let me find it really quick. That was Pikmin 2, I think that was playing. Where are you? No, really, where are you? Why is it not on the list anymore? There it is. Okay, I don't know why I had so much trouble finding that. Good Windows feature. Alright, anyway, back to what we were doing here. When I was trying to click on the spawner button and not the X on Chrome. Ushabti. So let's just spawn another one. I'm gonna get this guy out of here. Alright, we got 1 favor. Yeah, it looks like it goes for the ceiling, so you can get infinite cavemen by doing this. Infinite men. If you just keep putting more Ushabtis on the altar. Well, this is stupid, to say the least. Okay, sorry guys. You just keep picking them up immediately. There's 100 Ushabtis in this room, so in theory, if you could keep the ghost busy, you could do this for as long as you wanted to. Get as many men as you wanted to clone a jetpack, of which you can bring exactly 1 to the next level, plus the original. So it's not terribly useful. It's infinite jetpacks in the sense that you can get the cavemen, I think, wearing jetpack references. But that's about it. And actually, I'm not even sure if you can do that, because the caveman can't pick them up. Yeah, number 16 is how you get hired hands, I guess. Well, you got 29. Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. How does that work? Well, I have a bunch of men that I can sacrifice here. Let me zoom the camera back in. I can't see anything that I'm doing right now. Alright, so let's see here. Cali favor. We're once again getting derailed, but I'm curious about this. 16. You'll also crash the game if you don't destroy all the levels, all the lasers in the level. I love destroying levels and crashing my game. So how does this work? So if I put this on the altar, it's going to cut my favor in half, and then I'm going to sack the hired hand, which is just going to get me back up to 14. I don't see how that works. The math this doesn't track. Is it like 18 or 20 or something that you need? They only give you 6. So no, you're never going to get back enough favor to get a return on your investment, because you only get 6 back and you have to give up at least 8 favor. I'm not sure. Maybe this is something to look into later. Unless you know off the top of your head how to do this, I'm not sure how you can make this work with 16 favor or any amount of favor, because you can't get back as much favor as you lose to like creating the hired hand. Just to amass absurd quantities of hired hands. I guess if you had really high favor, you could like keep doing that. Okay, so it's not infinite then. You're just saying that you can get absurd quantities if you have a lot of favor to begin with. Okay, that kind of makes sense. I guess you could maybe make a shitload of cavemen and then sack them all after you've zeroed out your favor and then get the hired hands. Because in theory, you could get your favor down to 1 by putting every singular Shabti onto the thing, and then assuming that you got all the cavemen on dead, because getting them on alive would be really difficult. You'd go back up to this, and your favor would be... It would just be 1 per caveman, so I guess you would basically have 101 Cali favor, which it looks like it maxes out at 127. I wonder if that can overflow. I'm assuming it can't. So you'd have 101 Cali favor. 2, 3, 4. I don't know. There's probably more of an art to this to make sure that you optimize it. I guess you would probably sack cavemen until you got up to exactly enough for a hired hand. Get it to 16, make 1 hired hand, and then sack more cavemen instead of doing it all at once, so you don't have the exponential decay of having it cut in half. Okay, I understand this, but I'm not going to do this right now. This is off topic and I need to end stream fairly soon here, but yeah, instead of doing it like a dummy, you would want to get up to 16, spawn 1 hired hand, and then put more cavemen on the altar. Get back to 16 and then get a hired hand again, and that would get you the most value, because you're cutting the number in half every time, you're not subtracting from it. 5 Ushabti per hired hand. It's very dumb. It sounds very dumb, but you know what? I love things that are very dumb. However, there's a finite amount of time I could dedicate to this. I think we're just about finished with what we're doing here, but I'm curious if anyone else has any more questions regarding these back item dupes. Because we've gone over a lot today. This has been like an 8-hour science stream of just nothing but me explaining this glitch. How it works, what you could potentially do with it, how you do it in co-op, how you do it in single player. I will be making a VOD of this and like getting it saved by Twitch. At some point, if I ever make a YouTube channel, I'll put the VOD on that channel. You can refer back to it. But I've divulged basically everything I know about this glitch at the current moment, except for some of the stale reference manipulation nonsense, which I have a couple notes on, but ultimately haven't made any progress with. It's confusing, and I need to learn how to actually look at the executable code for the game and look at its memory state to figure out what it's actually doing when it crashes, because knowing what the game is doing when it crashes is how you learn how to abuse it and get it to not crash and get it to do something you want it to instead. But I have not reached that point yet. So that's a project for me to deal with in the future.